Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the pre-show for the beginning of the European part of Vainglory Spring 2017. My name is Action Jackson. I'm here with Humanist, and Tasty Bacon is going to be joining us this season on the Analyst Desk. How you guys doing?
I'm doing real good. I mean, we've had a little bit of break since we've had some real high-level competitive Vainglory. To be starting off with Europe here spring season feels good, man.
I'm super excited here. My first time on the desk for the regular season. Super excited to be joining you guys.
It's going to be absolutely awesome, and we've got a pre-show for you guys to break down all of the changes that are coming in Vainglory 2017 competitively. And first things first, I think we should set the stage by having a look at the organizations competing in Europe for the Spring Split 1.
Hey guys, and welcome to Spring 2017. We've had some major roster shakeups, we've got new organizations to welcome, so let's get into it. We'll start off by welcoming multi-esport organization Fnatic, with Net Toilette, Techno JJ, and Palmatoro.
Get the ball backwards into the cribble, and he is roasted.
This team's gonna be tough to beat in every position, especially if you decide to go one-on-one with Palma.
Going the way of the dinosaurs extinct.
This season they'll be facing up against Team Secret, with Justman, Tricky, and Leon. This team's gonna be insane, led by Coach Mowgli, a 3-time European champion known for surprises.
Out of here, Fountain was...
Leon brings both consistency and flash to this team, so if you want to see a spun-up Saw take an arcane passage in for the win, this is the team to watch.
Gangsters, they pick up this first game.
Let's take a moment to welcome Beyond Horizon, with Bastion, Artemis Grace, and I'm the Doom. Beyond Horizon battled their way through the Challenger Series last season, where they faced up against Snow Tsunami in the Challenge battles, taking it 3-0 and claiming their place in the Vainglory 8.
Do the trick, and with that kill, they're going to find Sasiska as well. It's just Bongmaboo left.
This season, we'd also like to welcome Cyclone, with Red Abshin, PT Lamb, and Waldemar. Waldemar coming over from Avalanche, with Worlds experience, multiple live championships under his belt. This is the kind of guy that if you give him an inch, he'll take a mile.
Avalanche with minimal health bars are going to clean up Team Secret here. Kabalafar trying to roll his way away, but all he's doing is rolling down the hill along.
Going into spring, G2 looks strong, with Redix, Kiana Nukoa, and Dark Potato. This team's going to be tough to beat. The balance of innovation and aggression in G2's matches make them a top contender for this season.
Of the action straight away. Now Lur just gets dived by Hundo. G2 rolling all over.
The Vainglory 8 just wouldn't be the same without Mouse Sports. Emerking, Great Kali, and Azatur always find a way to make the craziest comebacks in games.
And Palma in a 2v3 as they're trading with Palma. Can he get him in?
When it comes to wombo combos, nobody does it better.
You are going to have to make some tough decisions here. Force the corner into the active camo. What is the Mouse Sports? This is the combo we were talking about, and they landed it. You can't defend it.
Rising Lotus looks strong this season with Hell's Devil, Agony, and Lore. They've shown that they can take games off of the top teams, but can they find that consistency that they really need?
The cool Lure going very deep for this one. Will take out Dark Potato in the end, and Redix actually going to be turned on here by Rising Lotus. Hundo has taken a long time to really join this fight.
One of the most exciting roster remixes we have this season is with SK Gaming. We've got Jetpacks, Kivalfar, and Tyras. Jetpacks brings both innovation and flashiness to the captain position.
Here as well, he will fall. It's another kill for SK.
All-star laner Kivalfar comes over from Team Secret to join SK. He can lane, he can teamfight, he can do it all.
That backline, he takes out Bongmaboo as well, and Team Secret turn it on its head. The Joker absolutely...
I can't believe how much talent there is in the scene right now, even in the Challenger Series, where you're gonna have players like Apfel123, Sasiska, Sneaky, Bongmaboo, Ponchik, Slain, Dynamik, and many more, all trying to make it into the Vainglory 8, where you got the top teams like Cyclone, Mouse Sports, Team Secret, Fnatic, SK Gaming, G2 Esports, Beyond Horizon, and Rising Lotus. Thanks for watching, and welcome to Spring 2017.
Cool stuff. Thank you for making that video, Humanist. Of course, since you made that video, Beyond Horizon has been acquired by Denial Esports, so there is a bit of a change after looking at that one. But there's some other changes, too. We've got to talk about the format, the rules. Humanist, first things first, why don't you walk us through the format changes?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people that have watched past seasons, this is very familiar. There are going to be some small tweaks on the season moving forward, but you can look at the season split up into 2 splits. We're going to have a weekly single elimination tournament that's based in a round-robin style seasonally. And at the end of each split, we will have our challenge battles occurring.
Absolutely. And, you know, the big thing for me here is actually the way that we're doing that. We'll talk about the schedule a little bit later on. But first, let's talk about the rule changes, because, Bacon, there's some stuff happening there, too.
Yeah, there's a lot of big rule changes coming through this year. The biggest one could potentially be the fact that each organization is only now allowed 1 team globally. And so that's opened up a lot of these players, along with the addition of the roster reduction to 5 players each. So that could be contributing to why we are seeing so many organizations jumping into Vainglory at this moment. A lot of these players getting freed up. There's, of course, also now rosters locked for the entire season. There's not going to be any mid-season shuffling around. And, of course, one of the biggest ones, the double ban draft format.
And you would say that is one of the biggest ones, Bacon, because I believe you prepared a video breaking down how double ban draft works.
New to Vainglory 8 this season is the double ban draft format. In this new draft, both teams will have the opportunity to ban 2 heroes as opposed to the single ban format currently found in Ranked Q. So how will this new draft function? It's actually fairly similar to the iteration that you already know. The draft will still begin with both teams banning 1 hero, starting with Team A. Then Team A will have the first pick, followed by a single pick from Team B. Team B will then begin the second round of bans, giving both teams the ability to ban a hero after the first picks. From then on, the draft resumes as normal, with Team B hero selection, 2 from Team A, and the final pick going to Team B. The other major change to the draft this season is the inclusion of bonus time, a small pool of additional time allowing teams to further discuss their drafting strategy with more flexibility, as the bonus time can be used at any stage during the draft. These changes to the drafting format for the Vainglory 8 will require teams to be at their best even before they load onto the Halcyon Fold, as the top drafting minds can bring some really unique strategies to the table.
All right, thank you very much, Bacon, for that breakdown. Double band draft can be very exciting stuff. Let's have a look finally at the season schedule for the spring 2017. We do have some change-ups. We've got 7 weeks of Vainglory 8 play, but big difference here is that there's going to be 4 weeks, followed by the Challenge Battle, followed by 3 weeks. This gives teams in the Vainglory 8 more time to settle down and play more games before they find out if they have to fight in the Challenge Battles. We've got 2 Challenge Battles as per last season, 1 after each split, and the teams playing in that will be determined by 6 weeks of Challenger Series play in VGL and VIS. Now, the biggest change probably of the entire competitive schedule for spring is that instead of having 2 regional live championships, we've got 1 unified live championships. This is a massive change up. The top 6 teams from both regions will be going to this and competing in a venue that's either Europe or North America. It's going to bounce back and forth. For spring, we're going to be going to Europe.
I'm excited. This is going to be really fun. You know, I mentioned to you guys yesterday, we're not going to have to wait for those NA EU special events anymore. We're not going to have to wait for Worlds. It's really exciting, and we're going to see a little bit more regularly the regions colliding.
Yeah, see if Europe can finally get that home field advantage that North America has always seemed to have for these inter-regional events. And, well, I'm looking forward to get back to Europe.
It's going to be interesting stuff. That's the end of the pre-show. We are going to be back after a few more minutes of break with the main event, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the start of the spring season for 2017. My name's Action Jackson, here with Humanist and Tasty Bacon, and we've got Europe coming up first for you guys today. You ready?
I am beyond ready.
I get some chills every time that stinger starts to play.
Woo!
First time hearing it in 2017. I am ready to go.
It's going to be absolutely awesome. Let's just dive right in and take a look at the schedule for the day. We have some great matchups for the first day of competitive play here. Team Secret up against Mouse Sports, and then Beyond Horizon is now Denial Esports. They were just acquired. They're going to be playing Rising Lotus. Following that, we have G2 Esports versus Cyclone and Fnatic versus SK Gaming.
A lot of really good matches today. I mean, we'd expect it, though. It's just the competition's gotten better and better all of the time. I think I'm really looking forward to this first matchup of the day, honestly. Team Secret versus Mouse Sports. Mouse Sports, we know what they can do. These guys, they land those wombo combos. Always, like, super intense games, sometimes coming down to the wire. Like, they lose all their turrets, and somehow then they start finding a way back into the game. So I think this will be a nice game to watch.
Should be interesting. Bacon, I mean, what's your sort of matchup to watch here?
I'm actually going to be calling the bookend on that because I feel like the last matchup we have, SK versus Fnatic,
Yeah.
that is a huge match. We've got two former members of Team Secret going head-to-head, Palmotoro and Cavalifar with their new teams. But honestly, there isn't a bad matchup here. Every single team had such a massive change in their roster that we really don't know what's going to be the top teams anymore because it's so different. Everything has changed.
That is a very good point. And let's now take a look at the brackets, actually, because we've got two groups each week, right? We're in a single elimination tournament each weekend, and that determines who we're going to see in the semifinals, who's going to make it to the finals, perhaps. Team Secret, Mouse Sports, Denial Esports, and Rising Lotus. They are all in Group A. In Group B, we have G2 Esports, Cyclone, Fnatic, and SK Gaming.
I can't even tell which would be the easier group to be in right here, right now. Honestly, well, that's the beauty of starting a new season, right? A lot of people starting on a little bit of a fresh reset here overall. Although we know the talent, we know what these guys can do. Can they put it together in the season?
Yeah, it's a really good point. And I'm excited to see, you know, which of these round one matchups proves to be the one packed with the most heat, right? Because the thing is, with the new season, we've decided we're going to make it so that every team plays every other team at least in the first round, right?
I like
over
that
the
a
course
lot.
of the
I like
season.
that
So although, yeah, you know, you've got Mouse Sports Team Secret this week, that's the only time they're going to face each other in the first round. Who knows what's going to happen later on. Speaking of that first matchup, let's go ahead and start thinking about it. Team Secret and Mouse Sports. It is going to be a great matchup. These are two teams who have quite consistently played against each other in the past with different rosters, though. And Mouse Sports has been a team that can take games off of the old Team Secret back when they were super strong.
Yeah, I mean, when they were 3-time European champions, Mouse Sports was one of the only teams that could do it. And granted, they weren't always taking the series. They were taking a game here or there. But they were always this close to just putting it together. I feel like if you go back to the summer championships, they were just maybe two plays away from being in the finals there.
All right, well, let's take a look at the roster for Team Secret now. We've got Just Man, Tricky Leon, and a substitute player is Mowgli on this lineup. This has got to look pretty strange to anyone who's been following Team Secret throughout last year.
Well, I mean, Mowgli, I guess, you know, going into the coach position here, it's pretty cool. I think, you know, we talked about what he brings to the table to his team. He's fundamentally sound, but he plays very unique things, right? Like him pulling out the Rome Samuel when it was meant to be played in the jungle or lane position. And I think we'll see a lot of that here.
And it's really kind of surprising for us because throughout all of 2016, Team Secret was the team that kept the same roster all the way throughout. And now it's completely been blown apart. A brand new lineup for them. Mowgli, actually, we have gotten rid. He will be playing today. So already having to pull in that substitute. But day one, hey, we get to see Mowgli back on the fold. I'm always happy for that.
Yeah, that should be pretty interesting. And they're, of course, going to be going up against Mouse Sports in this first round. So let's take a look at their roster now. We've got Emmer King, Great Kali, and Acitor. They've also got 2 substitute players on their lineup, Scorpy Bro and Irons.
Yeah, really excited for this lineup. Great Kali, one of those short list of players that has been to every single European championship. Mouse Sports is a team that, they kind of perform to their opponents, it almost feels like. Like, they consistently can beat higher tiered opponents, but then they seem to drop games against the lower tier opponents. The one thing that's always kind of been the same for Mouse Sports is they seem to finish right around the middle of the table. They're definitely going to be looking to improve upon that.
All right, well, I'm hearing that the draft is ready, so let's just kick 2017 off, as Humus was saying in his video earlier on.
Let's do it.
I'm ready to get this one going. Team Secret up against Mouse Sports for Game 1. Team Secret is going to be on A side. They have first ban and first pick. We're doing double ban draft, so in case you missed the pre-show, this is one of the changes coming in 2017. It's going to be awesome.
And we got that Lance getting banned right away. One of the big priority picks. Lance can always just be such a disruption in team fights, so just making sure he is off the board.
Oh yeah, I mean, offensively, defensively, very strong. But what this does mean is we're going to have both Adagio, Lyra getting through here. I mean, someone's going to be getting some of these picks. The question is, does Mouse Sports allow both to go through?
I feel like you have to allow both to go through, just so that you can guarantee you are getting one of those two. We could see still a Lyra ban, but it's actually going to be the Lyra ban. There's that Adagio right away. Now they have the opportunity to get one of those laners, though.
And so when we were actually talking yesterday, you guys were telling me about how strong healers are right now. Is the fact that Team Secret took the Adagio, but Mouse Sports is not going to get the Lyra a big deal?
I think it's something we have to pay attention to, but I don't think it's game-ending by any means. So I think a lot of team captains would be very happy to be able to grab that Adagio up in the first rotation.
Yeah, and obviously for Mouse Sports, they had to know that, or assume the Adagio was going to be likely taken if they banned away the Lyra, so you expect them to have something in mind that they want. But you can see already using one of those new features, the bonus time.
Absolutely, and this really does give Mouse Sports a chance to find the best possible answer to the Adagio. It is going to be a Samuel first pick for them.
Yeah, I think Samuel actually does pretty well into Adagio. You look at, and I've talked about this a few times before, Samuel has his own innate ability to regen back up in his Corrupted Genius, right? So sometimes you'll stack him actually with a team that has a heal, and you're doubling up on that. In this regard, he will be able to sustain through these fights. So if you get into a poke war in the lane, whatever, sure, Team Secret's going to get healed up by the Adagio, but Samuel will be able to regen up.
It's also both teams allowing themselves a little bit of flexibility. Obviously, Adagio can be the captain or the laner. Samuel can be the jungle or the laner as well, unless you're Mowgli and likes to play in the captain position as well. But I would expect it to be in the jungle, just because that's where a lot of teams have been running it.
All right, so Mouse Sports now banning away the Black Feather. Of course, we do have the second round of bans after the first round of picks. Team Secret has a chance to answer here. What would you like them to take off the table?
I would really like to see them take the Glaive off the board, just because that is the next pick will be going to Mouse Sports, and Glaive is just one of those heroes that has such a massive impact in the current meta, especially against someone like an Adagio, able to knock him out of a fight. I think that's really big, but they're going to leave it open, taking that Kestrel away.
Bold move. I mean, Kestrel's seen a lot of love. I think she's still in a great place, both in weapon and the CP path. I think we've seen a little bit more of the CP Kestrel recently. Very strong. It makes your captain roamer definitely have to focus on having vision down everywhere, which sets them back as far as their item progression overall. So not a bad ban there. My question is, are we going to see a Finn come out for either one of these? I think Mouse Sports would probably do well with it.
Yeah, definitely could. I would still really prefer to see them grab Glaive. Like, I feel like Glaive is just so important to what a lot of teams want to try and do in the current patch. But it's not a necessary pick. It's just one that I've seen just do so many good things in the early game, and it's not necessarily a mistake not to grab it, but it would definitely help out their composition no matter what they do.
And, I have to admit, I would expect you to have quite a lot of context given the number crunching you've been doing on Challenger recently, Bacon. I mean, we've been seeing a decent amount of Glaive down there, right? What about Finn? Is this something which you think competes in the same power level?
Finn is definitely, I feel, up at one of the top tiers of those captains. You kind of got the Lyra and the Finn, Adagio, Lance, obviously all kind of up in that upper echelon. But we are going to get a first guaranteed laner, I feel, here with the Ringo coming through. Super popular pick.
Ringo's very strong. This is one of the top laners. It's kind of surprising that Ringo's coming out here this far down in the draft. We still have Vox available. I think he's kind of the go-to top laner right now. Baron's getting some love here and there, but there's your Glaive.
That is a very, very strong composition from Team Secret coming out now. A lot of tankiness on the side of Mouse Sports, though, which could be a concern for them. But we'll have to see what they decide to finish off with.
I think it's really interesting, right? Team Secret, they come into this first draft of the season and they're like, we're prepared. No bonus time used at all. Mouse Sports, on the other hand, using a ton of it. And we're still kind of, I feel like the atmosphere here on the desk is like, okay, Team Secret, they've got like the meta comp. They've got the really strong comp, the really strong heroes right now. Mouse Sports, what's the silver bullet? You know, how do they deal with this?
I feel like they need to grab the Vox. You need to have something with a presence in the lane to be able to deal with the fact that there's going to be Ringo Glaive constantly trying to...
Whoa! What?
I would have been okay with the Gwen, but the Jewel's going to come out. This is very interesting. But the high damage output, this is going to mean that they are really looking to scale into the late game, though.
So one thing that you guys have to remember about the Vainglory 8 is that every single map you win gets you a point. And those points in this season, one difference from last time around, they actually count in the second split too.
Yeah.
So Mouse Sports, they're saying, all right, not only is this our first game on the big stage of the 2017 season, but also we're going to go ahead and play risky with our points immediately. They've got to have a lot of confidence in this outside pick.
They really do. I think we've seen a lot of teams actually going to this weapon Jewel, if that's actually the path that they decide to take here. She doesn't start that strong. It takes some time, but you get a book of eulogies. You're in the lane. You're getting your last hits. You will regen up. I think also having Finn hang around is going to give a little bit of extra durability. And you could always Rocket Leap out of harm's way, or you're looking to just Rocket Leap. If that lands onto Ringo, you know, say before 8 minutes or something like that, and anyone's there to follow up, it's a pretty easy kill.
Yeah, the thing they're going to have to be so careful of, though, is just that Glaive-Ringo combo. Glaive coming up from the jungle and just knocking Jewel into the Ringo. There's nowhere for her to go.
Is there any chance that this is a jungle Ringo and a lane Glaive? Because that's something we used to see from Team Secret back when Kavalifar was on the lineup. He used to play lane Glaive occasionally, and in Europe in general, that jungle Crystal Power Ringo especially is something we've seen occasionally.
I mean, having Leon on this team, Mowgli as a coach for this team, we could expect to see things like that. But my thought is that if Samuel sees Ringo in the jungle and he has a Drifting Dark available, Ringo's just going to die. He can't really trade with him unless he catches the Samuel off of guard, like out of a bush where he doesn't see him or something like that.
There's also the fact that the current meta build for Glaive is to go a little bit of Crystal Power, the Storm Crown into the Aftershock, which very likely means it's going to be that Weapon Power Ringo, and you want that in the lane.
All right, real quick, one-word prediction. Team Secret, Mouse Sports.
Mouse.
Team Secret.
All right, well, we're ready for Game 1 of the spring season 2017. Let's head on to the Halcyon Fold with Jaws and Excoundrel.
Thank you very much, guys, for the introduction as well. I'm joined by the lovely Excoundrel, Team Secret versus Mouse Sports, game number 1 in this best of 3. I'm so excited to see this one, man. We got a duel coming out.
This is something that I have started to see a lot more of recently, by the way, the lane duel. Lane, sort of melee laners are becoming more and more popular to try and go aggressive enough to deal with the likes of Ringo. Because I think Vox would have been okay, but Ringo classically always beats Vox in lane. So why not take something that is good at dealing with Ringo in the sense that it has a gap closer, you get on top of Ringo, he's probably going to die. This kind of makes a lot of sense to me. I really like it. And plus the fact you've got your range coming from the jungle with that Samuel, and Samuel jungle has been, you know, increasing in popularity, Jaws. I think this is a really, really solid composition coming out from Mouse Sports. And this is something that we've talked about. They are the kind of team that will bring out these kind of, not off meta, because I wouldn't say that dual lane is off meta, but kind of risky compositions that are kind of all in. And if they can end up winning, it's because they've kind of gone in and been so aggressive with their choices of pick.
Yeah, for sure. And speaking of aggression, already Mowgli coming into the lane. Already kind of bullying the Finn around just a little bit. And Leon's going to have a lot of protection. I mean, using that range, man. I mean, I can't imagine this dual pick is going to stand up, especially in the early stages of the game. They're going to have to get a really nice ganking squad off to try and combat Leon's range. Looks like he's going back really quickly, though, just to get a couple extra items. But what do you feel about this? Like you said, Samuel just increasing in popularity in the jungle. Coming up against this Ringo, are they just going to have to burst him down instantly to get him out of the fight?
I think realistically, you're not going to see Mousesports trying to fight at all for at least 2 or 3 items on the Jewel. Jewel needs a little bit of critical strike, a little bit of weapon power behind her, 2 or 3 tier 3 items coming out for her on that weapon power build path before she actually becomes effective enough to completely blow someone up. And Samuel will be fine with that. Samuel will probably look to move towards either a Frostburn to control the glaive in the team fight, or he'll move towards the Eve of Harvest. Those are generally the 2 classic sort of first items coming out for a Samuel. And then they'll look to burst the Ringo. I think that'll be the key, though. You're going up against an Adagio, so if you get the Crucible fairly early on in the build path for Emma King after the Fountain, then you just go all in on that Ringo. You use the Crucible to protect the Jewel, who classically won't often pick up a reflex block of her own, and then you basically jump in on Leon on this Ringo and go absolutely, balls to the wall and say, right, blow Ringo up, we win the fight.
Yeah. Blow Ringo up, we'll deal with the rest later as long as we pick him up. They do, however, combat a little bit of the aggression coming out from Team Secret. Team Secret already going fairly aggressive. They might meet in this tri-bush here. Just Man going fairly low. They're going to have to back off. Light Company getting 3. The Jewel even jumps in. He's straight onto Leon on the back line. Leon doesn't really stand a chance, but Samuel's actually going to pick up first blood on top of the glaive. Pretty fantastic play there from Asita. He's going to be able to pick himself up a double kill, in fact, down there. I was actually just following Leon there. I was wondering if he was going to get caught. But double kill already for this Samuel pick. Asita's going to have a really, really good early game.
Yeah, Leon just escapes from the Jewel right there, but Jewel going in! Thunderstrike lands! Wow.
And she takes a couple of the tower hits as well, but she's going to be all right.
Yeah, I mean, basically, that was all facilitated by Great Khali. He had a great splitting jump, basically forcing the glaive to make that afterburn to try and escape through the top side of the mustache brush on the Mousesports side of the map. That allowed him to be picked off by the Samuel. Really, really clever separating jump by Great Khali there. And honestly, he was then zoning Leon away from the fight. You also have to see the build path that this glaive is going. He's going down the Storm Crown and probably towards the CP glaive, because you see that Leon has committed to this weapon power build path on the Ringo. So it looks like we're going to actually see a Storm Crown potential CP build coming out from this glaive in the jungle, which means he's not going to be quite as strong early on. It will take him a couple of items to actually be useful, and for the most part he's going to be farming objective control with that Storm Crown, and then just trying to get utility off with that cooldown reduction on his afterburn. Most of the damage in this mid game will be coming from the weapon power Ringo, and I'm not sure I like that against the Jewel. I think that Jewel, if left to the devices of how strong the Jewel and the Samuel can become in the mid game, if they blow up the Ringo, it's going to be even easier for them to win this fight, Jaws.
Yeah, most definitely. And you mentioned Leon is the target they have to kill. And if they're putting all their eggs on Leon's basket, if he's wiped out, Just Man just won't be able to do anything. And Mowgli's just going to have to heal for his life, just try and get the Verse of Judgment down, then walk away. I mean, realistically, doesn't look like we've got a pause coming through, but it does mean we can talk about the heroes coming out onto the fold a little bit more, or at least the stages of the game.
Yeah, I think actually what I wanted to highlight, Jaws, was the fact that if there is one person in Europe who can, put the team on his back in a situation where he needs to, it's Leon. I think this guy is one of the most popular, one of the most well-respected, one of the most skilled players of Vainglory in the European scene. He actually used to sort of play online tournaments quite frequently. He never actually made it to live. I think he couldn't travel. It was something along those lines. But obviously, he's sort of accrued a huge amount of respect behind his play. And to see him on Team Secret in such a prestigious lineup is absolutely fantastic. Now, remember, if this gets to the late game, you have got a Ringo who, a lot of people classically used to think Ringo was an early mid-game hero, Jaws. And actually now, with the Breaking Point build, you actually see him going to more of a sort of a late game orientated build, because he's got that attack speed buff on his kit, the Twirling Silver. That makes him classically good as a carry in the late game anyway. And you pair it with this Adagio and the fact that he's going to probably be going down potentially the CP glaive route. You've actually got a fairly strong late game composition. So what it'll actually be is for Mousesports to be the ones to force the issue. And they can force the issue, Jaws, because they've got the Finn.
Yeah, exactly that. Force the Chord is just such a powerful tool in this 3v3 style MOBA. And the thing is as well, the one bit I wanted to touch on, you mentioned obviously Leo is one of these so hyped players. He's coming in and wanting to kind of prove himself, prove this Team Secret team and saying, you know what, we're going to take this first game, we're going to take this first best of 3 and just live up to this hype.
What a legacy they have to live up to though, Jaws. You've got the 3-time European champions in the form of Team Secret. With the old roster of Kavalafar, Mowgli and Palmatora. that is a massive legacy for the organization to live up, and they definitely picked up one of the players that can live up to that particular level of hype and level of, I guess, expectation, because Leon is such a well-respected, like I said, and a fantastic player. But the analysts were absolutely spot on when they said that if there is a team that can come out swinging and take a game off practically any team in the league, it's Mouse Sports, because this roster is ridiculously talented, and I think Tasty Bacon actually summed it up really nicely. You definitely feel like they play to their opponents. When they play against opponents that are deemed harder or more challenging, they play like they are the kings of Europe. When they play against the lower tier teams, sometimes they make mistakes that you wouldn't want to see creep into their game. So they're a very odd team in that respect, but they are incredibly talented. And Emma King's on Finn as well, by the way. Emma King has always been a great Finn player. I think, in general, Europe has always had really good Finn players. Emma King happened to be one of them. His Arden and his Finn were always very, very good.
Definitely a scary hero coming into this one, because any disruption to the back line, which Finn is really, really good at, funnily enough, is going to maybe set Team Secret on the back foot. But 3 kills to 1 right now. The gold, is even-ish. And with Just Man going a little bit aggressive, he's going to have to be careful. In fact, Drifting Dark is going to come out from the Samuel. Mowgli's going to have to back off here. He's taking a lot of damage. Afterburn in. He's going to stun up Samuel. In fact, that will mean Crucible is going to come out. And there comes the Burst of Judgment. That's a lot of damage. But Leon actually going really hard here. Emma King's almost going to go down. It could be a double kill here for Leon. He's living up to the hype already. Double kill comes in. Not going to be able to pick up that jewel, though. She's going to be able to back off, but maybe a little bit over-aggression there from Samuel.
Asita completely zoned out of the fight with that afterburn meant that, realistically, as a Samuel, when you're in the middle of the fight, that's the least enticing place for you to be. He's also gone the Broken Myth first, which is something that I don't mind, but you want to build those stacks before you start a team fight if you've got the Broken Myth. And getting caught out by the afterburn is just not what you want to see happen there. So really good engage by Just Man. He is going down that Aftershock Storm Crown build path that we thought he might go down. It is going to be the CP Glaive picked up here. And also the fact that, Leon just untouched. I felt like they focused so much on Just Man because of the fact he was the one that put himself within the firing range. But actually, Great Kali couldn't find an opportunity to jump into the backline and start pressuring Leon. This is the kind of team fight that Team Secret is going to want to take. If you can draw attention away from Leon, he is in that state with the Sorrow Blade almost breaking point power spike. He will just shred through the sort of the front line of Asita if he gets put in that position. If Asita gets isolated like that again, it's really bad news for us.
And speaking of bad news, Mowgli actually had to burn the Crucible there. That could be really big. Emma King does have the Force Accord available to use whenever he feels fit.
Yeah.
Push is going to be in favor of Mouse Sports here even. And with that, I mean, Leon's going to have to be so careful here. And he hasn't even got anything to protect himself. So any slight misstep here and Emma King can really capitalize.
I'm just looking at Mowgli versus Emma King. Oh, okay. I was somehow wondering how Mowgli ended up having a whole tier 3 item above Emma King, but Emma King did invest in the Iron Guard contract. He has also now picked up tier 2 boots and Dragon Heart, so maybe he invested a little bit more in his movement and obviously had that sustained in the Iron Guard contract. I was just wondering somehow how Mowgli ended up an entire tier 3 item above Emma King. Because Emma King's ideally going to need a Crucible of his own for that Burst of Judgment, because that can be very scary if not dealt with properly. And then also you have to wonder where the Atlas Pauldrons are going to come in, because you're going to need Atlas Pauldrons against the Jewel for sure. Definitely slowing down her attack speed can be quite key to keeping your carry alive in the backline. So a lot of itemization choices from Mowgli. It does look like he's picked up the armor and might now move towards the Atlas Pauldrons. Hellfire Brew comes out early here. Asita unfazed.
Yeah, completely. It just tickles him, really. A tickling of fire. Leon going fairly aggressive, though. Emma King is going to take him really low. Beautiful Crucible comes out from Mowgli. Nothing really too much to say apart from Just Man jumping in. He's doing so much damage, and the tower aggro's perfectly there. But no, the Jewel comes through with the damage. Drifting Dark comes through. Leon somehow picks up a kill in the middle.
What the hell?
She jumps in. Double kill, triple kill for Leon. He's living up to the hype already. Ace comes through. Turret destroyed, Scoundrel. What was that?
I told you, if there was one player that can do this, it is Leon. Absolutely putting the team on that mid-game power spike of that the Ringo with the Sorrow Blade and Breaking Point. What a god! Positionally, I thought they were dead. I thought Team Secret had screwed it up. Like, literally, tower diving, That ultimate from Jewel came out, I was like, oh no, they've put themselves in a terrible position, but they still survived. Great fountain timing from Mowgli, and give all credit to Justman. What a bloody afterburn that was onto the Jewel. Mid-flight, knocks her away, stuns her into the wall even more impressively, and her back was turned away from Ringo, meaning max damage done to the Jewel. Insane team fight prowess from Team Secret right there.
How and where did Team Secret come from? I mean, Mowgli's might be a little bit caught up here. He's actually just going to back away. He's not got a problem, but wow. I mean, I want to see if they can capitalize off more of this, because Scoundrel, look at their turret. Hardly any damage on their tier 1 right now, and they've had this massive breakthrough in gold lead as well. 4,000. Justman maybe looking for a little something here, can't find anything. Leon is just going to pop off now. This guy is 6-1 already.
Yeah, he's got the Tyrant's monocle straight up off the back of that fight. This is a massive power spike for Ringo right now. This, ideally, is your endgame build. Sometimes people like to add another Tyrant's monocle in, but he's going to have this one already. Actually, there's an early Crucible coming in. Justman, wow, he commits!
Justman going in. Asseter's going really low again. Drifting Dark back. Leon's just doing so much damage. You can see him running up and perfectly standing aside for the dual ultimate as well. No problem. Hellfire Brew is going to come in. Justman gets stunned. He gets locked up. He gets taken down. But Leon's here with the damage. He's just chasing them down. He doesn't really care about the damage traded back. He should care about that, though. The Finn does trade up the kill. And the King, though, he might be able to turn this one around. Mowgli's going low. He's going to go down. Jewel's going to pick up the kill. She's going to pick up the ace. And they're going to push towards this tier 1 tower. What a fantastic little turnaround there. I for sure Team Secret was going to have Team Secret even was going to have that one.
Justman just overcommitted ever so slightly. Leon, you can see, was very sort of apprehensive about committing to that fight. The reason Leon did so well in the previous fights is because all the attention was drawn away from him. It allowed him to build up those breaking point stacks, and when you've got, a number of breaking point stacks, 10 or so under your belt, that's when you're going to start to really hitting fairly hard. Also, the fact Leon actually sold his armor. I don't know if you realize he actually had a tier 1 armor earlier. He sold it now. He actually got the Halcyon charges as well for the energy regen to make sure he can continuously use Achilles shot. Because remember, Achilles shot has just had a energy increase, I believe, on the last patch. So, it's the people who like to spam that ability. Oh, the pull comes through, though.
Forster, God, Leon taken really low. He's out of the fight now, but look at him. He's still doing the damage. Finn's going to get taken really low. Justman jumping in, but he does manage to pick up Finn, somehow surviving the entire fight. Jewel just manages to whip the ultimate, but Leon still on the pursuit, decides to back off here. Team Secret with another fantastic kill. I for sure saw Justman going down there, but he just managed to survive with the help of the fountain.
I have absolutely no idea how Team Secret survived it, but I think it was a very late fountain coming out from Emma King. Remember when Finn, you use your quibble, your attack, your animation on your ability, it locks you in place for a small period of time, and you know what that does? If you don't hit anybody, it's free stacks for the Ringo and the breaking point, and Leon took absolute advantage of that. Jewel had already backed off, by the way. It meant that she couldn't commit to Ringo's position because she'd already used it, her jump to get out of the fight because of the threat of Justman, and that meant Leon was free to just absolutely ravage that front line of Emma King on the Mousesports lineup. And then the fountain was really late from Emma King. Actually had little to zero effect because he was basically already dead. Wow, I mean, that was, again, I've got to say, Leon is playing out of his mind here. Just, you can see his attack animations as well, his stutter steps. They are unbelievably good. Just repositioning to the correct position all the time in a team fight. I feel this guy is definitely living up to the hype that we managed to put behind him.
Oh, yeah, you said, we talked a little bit before the cast and said, you know what? He is probably one of the better players, but I'm going to have to throw myself. Esther's going to get taken really low here in the front line. Leon just sent out the Hellfire Brew. Drifting Dart does come through as well, but he's just going to get taken really low. Justman with a beautiful afterburner, getting forced to core to bring him back in to Emikin, but you're not long left for this world. Leon with the double kill. And with that second tier tower going down as well, that will mean the third one is going to get broken very soon. You know what? They're just going to face tank it here, Scoundrel. I don't think they've got a chance in all hell to defend this. Oh my goodness, what is happening? Team Secret already coming out the gate, so huge.
I've also got to give massive credit to Justman. His afterburns have been pinpoint precise. Unbelievably precise. Just take, for example, that last small engage and team fight. He isolated Asseter twice And the second time he did it was in the midst of 3 bodies. We have this thing in Vainglory called body blocking, where you stand on top of a bigger target to try and stop yourself being targeted by basic attacks or targeted by abilities. Somehow, Justman picked out Asita from essentially a needle in a haystack situation, and that basically made him free money for Leon. And Leon, 15 breaking point stacks by the end of that fight, shredding through Emmet King, who's only got a tier 2 armor. Goodbye, Asita.
Goodness, Asita afterburned again. He will be burning up here. Drifting Dark, forced a chord, does miss. But beautiful again. You just spoke about Justman doing amazing afterburns, and you just saw it again.
Unbelievable how aggressive they're allowing Team Secret to be as well. There is no reprehension from Mousesports to sort of stop Team Secret making these aggressive plays. When you have a Jewel, you need to be the team making aggressive plays. Jewel is not a hero that will use kiting. She's not a kiting hero by any stretch of the imagination. When you build a Jewel like this, especially with the Tornado Trigger, double turrets, Monocle, Sorrow Blade build, you can see that it's all-out aggression. If you're having to peel back against the likes of a Glaive, who has gone down this almost semi-CP build path, and you're not able to jump in and put pressure onto the Ringo, there is no way in hell that you succeed in this composition. There's no way. If Jewel is peeling, you've already lost.
She's peeling, you've already lost. And that's exactly, unfortunately, what's happening here. Oh my goodness. Emma King forced the cord, unfortunately misses. Hellfire Brew does come out. Here's Esther. Emma King going really low yet again. Just look at Leon's damage. Those breaking points that are stacking up so quickly. Afterburn comes in. Esther is caught yet again. The damage is going to come through for Leon, but he's not actually targeting Esther at all. And the Kraken is just destroying Mouse's face. Jewel is going to jump in, but Leon is not going to focus her at all. The Vein Crystal ends up falling, and that will be Team Secret taking game 1 by an absolute storm.
How did you like your introduction to professional Vainglory, Jaws?
I have no idea what just happened. I've never seen play like that before, honestly. Leon is just an incredible laner, man. I mean, I'm so excited to get into game 2 already, honestly.
I tell you what, I'm bloody excited as well. I mean, I've got to be honest. That game was facilitated by Justman and Leon. I've got to say, Mowgli did a great job. But when you play Adagio in the captain role, there's very little you can actually do wrong. I mean, as long as you're healing the right targets and getting off first of judgments correctly, fantastic. But all of that was off the back of Leon's incredible positional play, and the fact that Justman, the way he was playing the team fights was always pushing Mousesports back. And like I said, if you have a Jewel and you're trying to kite backwards and you're not the team that's being aggressive, you're not the team that's looking to make plays, you've practically already lost yours.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it just didn't really happen for Great, did it? Great didn't look so great in that match. And 3-1-4, not a terrible scoreline, but just every single time Leon was just on top of Esther. As soon as he got taken down, he just focused down Emma King. And Great, just, yeah, one death, but he just wasn't a factor, it seems.
No, I definitely think that it's really difficult to look at it this way, because obviously Asita was always being isolated by the Glaive, so it made it look worse than it was for Asita, because he's such an easy target, especially because Samuel likes to take the front line with that Malice and Verdict. But I've just got to say, I think it was Team Secret playing better than Mousesports playing badly. Team Secret just played a blinder.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they're warmed up enough to take a game off Team Secret. We're going to jump straight back to the desk. We'll see you guys very, very shortly for game 2.
All right, thank you very much, guys. What a game to kick off Spring 2017. For a little bit there, Mousesports certainly did have a pretty strong lead in the early game, but Team Secret, man, they know how to pull back.
They turned it up real fast. I mean, Leon, I'm sorry for going against it there, buddy. He came out with that level 10 infusion. The whole team was playing well. I think Justman really setting up a lot of these fights. Disengages, engages, was all there, but yeah, Leon was just on point.
I was probably most impressed by Justman, kind of an unknown a little bit into this game, hasn't really been on a top team previously, but just so much aggression, playing off role. He's normally going to be the captain for this team, playing in the jungle position because of having to use that sub, and just absolutely set up so many fights perfectly for Team Secret.
Honestly, his afterburns may well have been some of the best I've ever seen. Asiter, I mean, how do you deal with that, right? He was struggling the entire game to position. He had a reflex block. He did use it on a few crowd controls, but Acitor just couldn't get away from Justman.
No, he couldn't, and that's kind of the deal. You know, I think with Samuel, you have massive damage output, but you do have to kind of be sneaky about how you're approaching the fight. You have to have a perfect angle on your Drifting Dark, and once that goes down, it becomes really obvious to the enemy team, like, okay, well, we're going to wait for that to time out. We'll go back in.
All right, and speaking of, how they were doing this, how Team Secret won these fights, let's take a look at a replay where they actually got an ace early on when they were still in the back.
Yeah, and right here, again, you see they go a little bit under the turret, playing very aggressive, but look at Justman coming over the wall and just isolating Aster as much as possible. Beautiful positioning from Leon all the way throughout. That was kind of throughout the entire game. But again, Justman coming in, interrupting the rocket leap, and just setting up the triple kill. Really beautiful play.
And Leon, he nearly died like 5 times in that dive, right? He was just constantly bouncing back and forth between safety and danger.
This is like a trust exercise right there. Like when your buddy's going to catch you and you're like, okay, well, his teammates caught him right there. Because how many people are going to walk underneath a turret, 3 enemies alive, you're on like, what, 15% health, and you're like, I'm just going to stand my ground, just stutter stepping, don't mind me.
Yeah, and I mean, the other thing was, it was a fight shortly after that as well, where we saw Justman go in. It was they were all clumped up. All of Mousesports were together, and he still managed to find just Acitor in that mess. They ended up losing that team fight, but that was still just super impressive to see him having the accuracy to pick his target when he went in.
Very strong stuff. Let's head into draft for the second game and see if Mousesports can bounce back. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, you get a point for the season for every game that you win in a series. Team Secret, the first team, Spring 2017, to be making their way towards that championship. Can Mousesports
top of the table
equalize things a little bit? Let's find out.
Surprise, surprise. Team Secret taking the first win of the season. Okay.
Well, I really hope that Mousesports comes into this second game with a bit of a better draft. I mean, Scoundrel kind of mentioned it at the end of that last game. It wasn't so much that Mousesports played poorly. They played very well, but I just feel like their composition was just vastly inferior to the composition that Team Secret were able to pick up in the draft. Like, Team Secret just won that draft, and it ended up allowing them to win the game.
Yeah, I don't think it was, it was a better draft, but I don't think it was a complete out draft. Mousesports, though, they get to start the pace off here in Game 2. Would you like to see them, I mean, it sounds like you would like to see them take a little bit of a different draft strategy.
Absolutely. I feel like they need to have a little bit more early on aggression in their draft. They were very much looking for, like you said, a little bit towards the late game. They came out of the gates very aggressive early on. I feel like if they have a composition that they can play that style with and benefit better from that early aggression, that they could then, prevent Team Secret from being able to get into the game.
So Mousesports, they're still going with this Lyra ban for their first take off the board here. Now, considering that Team Secret had strong performances on the Glaive, the Ringo, I mean, Mowgli as well on that Adagio, right? Everything did so well. With 2 bans, you could have said, hey, no Ringo, no Glaive, right? Potentially. But they decided to go with Lyra still.
You could have. I mean, I think Ringo's really good, but I don't think it's like a game-winning pick necessarily. It's a very strong pick, but it's got to make sense with what you drafted. It would have full-on synergy in game number 1. Adagio's going to be banned out by Secret, so our healers are off the board here. No surprises. And Mousesports, however they want to set the tempo, they can go ahead.
Yeah, they've got plenty of options. Lance is going to be their decision. I was about to say, Lance would be a very strong pick for them. Really helps control the early game and can prevent your opponents from getting rolling in the mid game. And that's exactly what I feel like they need and how they play. So,
Mowgli back on that Finn once more. I like to see that for sure. We got second ban coming out now for Team Secret. What do you think they're going to look to take off the table here?
When you look at Mouse and what they've accomplished here, it's kind of interesting because they came into in game 1 with a kind of off the wall composition. So the question is, do they go with a more directed ban to Mouse, or do they go with a more meta ban themselves? I think it'd be safe to go ahead and take out the Ringo, take out the Vox, take out the Glaive. These things would be quite okay.
Yeah, and this is one of the things I really like about the double ban system is there's so much more to think about now. Normally you could be like, oh, well, we're just gonna ban the Ringo. They can either ban the Vox and let us get it, or ban the Vox and vice versa. But now there's so many extra layers to the draft. They're gonna go ahead and ban away the Black Feather, and that's one of those picks that can definitely sort of control the mid to late game if it's allowed to go unchecked.
Right, and this is a very Mousesportsy kind of hero as well. I think they do very well with that, and especially with Finn. You get into team fights. He wants to control an area. of effect, throw those quibbles down, be able to pull some people, and Blackfeather definitely has some escapes out of that.
It also guarantees that now Team Secret is going to be able to have their choice of laner if they'd like it. Obviously, now Mouse can only ban away the Ringo or the Vox if they want to take one of those two off the board. I would like to see them actually leave both of them up so that they can potentially, take one or the other, depending on what Team Secret does. But we saw last game, they didn't care about the Vox. They didn't take the Vox at all.
No.
And we'll see what they look for. I want to see...
Well, it goes back to hero pool. I mean, I personally, I don't remember Kali playing too much Vox.
Yeah.
Mousesport's actually going to ban away the Samuel, even though they played that last game. Team Secret goes for a Kestrel in response.
Very quickly as well.
Yeah, very quick Kestrel pickup. They knew they wanted it, and we'll get to see some more plays.
Yeah, if you guys got to catch the intro video, like one of the major wombo combos that Mousesports love to pull is this Force the Cord into the active camo combos. And we're going to see, I mean, is this going to be a weapon Kestrel? Is it going to be CP Kestrel? The CP Kestrel Finn combo is pretty devastating.
It's dirty. It's so dirty. It's like just a massive... if you hit it, if the Force to Cord is not blocked, which some of the teams have gotten into the habit of letting the Force to Cord hit late game, just so that they can block follow-up things. If you don't block the Force to Cord, you're going to get just blown up your entire team. So it can be so devastating.
Mousesports, their answer to this, or at least the first part of it, is going to be a Ringo. Obviously a super strong pick right now, but they have one more option here to maybe round things out.
I think the Glaive makes sense here.
Completely agree.
I like Glaive into Kestrel. It's one of the picks that can get past the active camo very fast, and a lot of times it's hard to lock down. Sky, incredibly mobile as well. Should do okay.
Yeah, and Sky, we've actually seen plays in previous seasons where like the Force Cord hits, and Sky is just able to immediately Surrey strike out and avoid like the follow-up quibble.
Or onto the backside.
Yeah, exactly. So, can use that mobility really well in this team. And so I like what Mouse has done here.
Team Secret now have a chance to put their last pick on the board. What goes well with this Kestrel and Finn combination?
So many things.
Yeah.
Like the old weapon Kestrel, you would say like, okay, then I'm gonna get like a CP laner, but that's kind of out of the meta right now. But with this team, with Leon on the team and Mowgli's influence, they could really pull out almost anything. I would be more inclined to see a CP Kestrel out of the jungle and a weapon laner come out here. So we could
like
see
a
Vox, but he's gonna be outranged
Gwen.
a little bit. Gwen could come in. That would be a nice way to go ahead and skedaddle out of an impale, something like that. So there are options here. Baron, I feel like it would take too long for him to scale up this game.
Yeah, absolutely. But like you mentioned, Leon has such a deep hero pool. It's really tough to predict what they're going to pull out, because if they're putting that Kestrel in the jungle like we would both prefer to see, they can go really wherever they want with this.
That's going to be the Gwen. You guys called it. Skedaddle can be a very useful tool for getting out of the crowd control coming in from the Lance. Looking at the compositions, which side do you favor heading into Game 2?
I like the Secret draft here. I think it's very strong.
I also like Secret, mostly because I'm just a huge fan of the combo. The Wombo combo is just so good.
Who isn't?
I'm curious to see, like, what point in the game do they really power spike heavily? Is it just once that Force to Cord comes in? Are they going to have enough crystal power to blow people up that
I think
time?
it's Force to Cord. So having your one shot available, you get a couple points into the one shot. Now you're sniping people across the map, but also getting your overdriven Quibble, I think, is another big power spike. Once they can kind of control the area of these fights, will be a big deal.
Yeah, I think the level 8 mark is going to be one of the key points for Team Secret if they don't get themselves rolling even before then.
All right, well, it looks like we're already on to the Halcyon Fold, so let's just get this game underway yet again with Jaws and Excoundrel.
The battle for the Halcyon
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, my name is Jaws, and I'm joined by the beautiful Excoundrel, and we are back
beautiful.
onto the fold.
Nice of you,
Yes.
mate.
Oh, no
That's
worries,
nice of
man.
you. Thank
I'll get
you.
you back. Mouse and Team Secret, man. They've almost switched compositions. I say switched. We do have the Kali on the Ringo this time. Will it work out any different?
I'm more interested to see if Leon is going to go into the jungle this time round and Justman's going to go to the lane. Because with a double crystal bit on the Kestrel, you would imagine that Kestrel is now going to move to the jungle, because CP Kestrel in lane isn't particularly great, just because minions block your glimmer shots. It can be hard to land the damage. And if you're going to pick a weapon power carry that isn't if you're going to pick a weapon power carry into Ringo, Vox doesn't actually do that well into Ringo, and Gwen is probably the second best choice in terms of range carries. Doesn't have the damage output of Ringo, and yeah, it is. Leon's actually switching up into the jungle here, and he's going to go into the jungle. We're going to put Just Man in lane. So there you go. The versatility and adaptability of Team Secret coming straight through. And you know what CP Kestrel is so good at doing, Jaws? Securing camps. And that's why Team Secret are going to go straight for this test and just allow her to play backs as well.
Yeah, mid-contest, and they decide, you know what, let's back off. And I think Leon has decided, you know what, I've actually had enough of carrying from lane. I'm going to carry from the jungle this time. And just instead go for the Kestrel. We did see a couple of Kestrel picks in VIS 64 as well. And they really do. If they get ahead, they can just absolutely hard carry. It's actually quite disgusting watching a fed Kestrel. She is going to go fairly aggressive here. But one thing I want to know, is Asatur going to be able to stand up against Leon? Because Leon's already being so aggressive.
The one thing that sort of Kestrel does struggle with early on, and you can see it here, is her energy issues. So she might have to try and snipe this away and get some healing camps. Not quite. Yeah, not quite. Nearly sniped it away, but that's one of the things that Kestrel can do. She's very good at sniping camps, very good at blowing jungle camps up very quickly. But as you can see, Kestrel doesn't get energy issues in the early games. You have to get those healing camps to regenerate your energy, or rather the Treant buffs and things. And Leon will eventually pick up a Void Battery. I imagine he's going to work towards the 4 crystal bit, maybe a Void Battery on top of that as well, because that is generally the best way to power spike a CP Kestrel. And what I like about this CP Kestrel is it generally outranges everything that Mouse Sports are bringing here. You know, Mouse Sports won't be able to commit very easily unless they land a really good impale. And actually, the CP Kestrel should be able to get a lot of damage done to them before they can even find an opportunity to engage yours.
Yeah, and that's really terrifying, because if Leon just sits in the backline and Mouse are just trying to engage, then you've got the Gwen to kind of deal with as well. Obviously, the stun in her kit is just, it's not going to work out for them if they just instantly try and jump on either of the carries, I feel. I mean, Mowgli, the analysts were talking about it, like, he is such a good Finn player. Does get resisted to the slow or the stun even, the impale's not going to land, and he's just going to back off here, and he's just going to be such a devastating force, I think, into this game. And wow, nice pull in, and that still already takes a turret hit.
Yeah, Mowgli's most famous captain hero is Finn. I mean, I think if anyone thought of a hero that Mowgli has played the most and has had the biggest plays on, Finn would be it. So yeah, the analysts were completely right to highlight the fact that, whoa, we have got Mowgli on potentially one of his best heroes here. He's come back to professional Vainglory. He had a pretty solid first game with Dagio. Now we're going to see him strutting his stuff on one of his best heroes. I also want to keep an attention here. Just Man is actually going to start to just waltz out of the way of Emma King on this lance.
Yeah, he's got skedaddle as well, so he should be all right. However, Leon is going to come in, and that's a massive damage done to Emma King. He's going to have to speed himself up, run out the way with his boots. Asatur there, trading up a lot of the damage. Mowgli taking a little bit as well. I like company used. Kali just is going to have to back off here. Leon just with a commanding position in this lane, and that mustache burst is just a no-go zone for Mouse Esports right now, or Mouse Sports even right now.
I tell you what, Emma King's probably thanking his lucky stars that those minions were absolute MVP there. Emma King overcommitting just a little bit here.
Ooh, wow, that was a glimmer shot. Someone was coming through and just sniping him out. And yet again, Emma King, I mean, he did play the Finn last game, resistant to the kind of all the stuns and what have you. But this time on the lance, he's going to have to play a little bit more safe, and something he's not doing already. I think he should play a little bit farther back.
So this is an interesting point that I wanted to raise, Jaws. When you have a Finn and a Kestrel, a CP Kestrel especially, it makes it very hard for the opposition captain to know where to itemize. You obviously want to pick up the Crucible ASAP against the Finn, but one of the biggest counters to a CP Kestrel is a contraption, because you just land the scout traps everywhere. It means it's very difficult to find active camo flank positions, it's very difficult to sneak around the map. And so it makes it very difficult for the captain to know where to itemize. And by having a Finn, it kind of extends the safety and power period that a CP Kestrel has, because it's going to be very difficult to keep up with vision without having a... Oh my god!
Oh my god, that damage! Mowgli just stealing that one away from Leon. That's his glory now. What was that?
Oh, I thought he was going to go 4 crystal bits, but he's gone heavy prism and 2 crystal bits. Still a lot of Lincoln damage, and Leon shows us exactly why those active camo flank plays are so important to try and scout out, and why having lots of vision against the CP Kestrel is absolutely necessary. Really interested to see where Emma King goes, whether he says to his carries, just pick up your reflex blocks, I really need to get a contraption and start laying scout traps everywhere, or he actually goes for the Crucible ASAP and then kind of delays his vision control.
I mean, that's going to be the problem, and hopefully we'll get to see in a couple of seconds what he actually wants to itemize, because Leon just blowing people up already. Pure damage on his side, and with that one-shot, one-kill as well, ready for him, Scoundrel. I mean, Kali is going to have a little bit of a problem on his hands. Does it like Leon's going to give them a break just for the moment? He's going to farm his backs now. And Emma King, I want to ask you a question real quick. Is Mowgli a better Finn player than Emma King? Is he going to show him how it's done this game?
I don't know, man. I think that's a really difficult thing to call because they're both very different support, so both different captain players. But Mowgli certainly has got the fame behind him. And Emma King, I would say, I've been more impressed with his Arden. But Mowgli, like I said, if there's one hero that Mowgli is known to play, it's definitely the Finn. Oh wow, potential engage here.
Death from above does come down, doesn't really hit anybody, but Mowgli's going to get taken really low. Same with Callie. One shot, one kill! Watch out, buddy. You're just going to get sniped from across map. Leon with the pitch-perfect skill shot is going to be able to take out Callie. And I think that's going to be the first turret down in the game. And he's just trying to dissuade that, but he's going to go down as well. That's going to be one kill over. And Asita's going to go really low. They're just going to tower dive this one, not a turret dive this one, not a problem. Just Man taking a lot of damage, same with Leon. But that's going to be an almost ace coming through and turret destroyed.
Unbelievable. I mean, the damage coming out from Leon right now, he's gone Heavy Prism, Eclipse Prism, Crystal Bit, and he's got loads of energy regeneration built in as well. Does look like it's going to be the prioritization of the Crucible over the Scout Trap, but you can see Emma King investing into lots of Scout Traps, lots of flares here. Vision's so important against a fed Kestrel, but again, you know, you can clear those out, and if you don't have the chance to shop, you know, you're going to be struggling to keep up with the flanking and the active camo plays from Leon. I think this is going to be a game that Team Secret can snowball, and I've got to say, Justman has been very quietly hitting his power spikes as well. Credit to that stun onto Asita as well. Unbelievable pinpoint precision.
Oh my
really, again, just polished play from Team Secret. This is what we expected from them. We expected them to be polished. We expected a player like Leon to do this kind of thing.
Oh, that damage. That was a little bit of a misstep. Kali did not stand a chance, Scoundrel. There's no way he should have stepped in that bush. Asita even being a little bit aggressive here. Mowgli just taking a lot of these hits. Death from above does come through. Asita's going to get the ultimate off as well. Justman's going to get rooted. Nice hit wall, but the turret's already destroyed, so it won't trade up any of the damage. Leon already following them up. Flair does spot him out. Emma King's on the wrong side of the base. Kali's going to be here as well. He is going to provide a little bit of backup. They're going to jump onto Leon, give him a walk into the wall. Does pick up the stun, but Emma King taking so much damage. Almost going down. Oh, one more shot would have done it. One shot, one kill.
Look at that damage!
His health just disapparated, and Leon's just going to try and go in there. He gets the kill at the end. What is happening, Scoundrel? Yet again, Leon just coming up with, hey guys, get him a backpack. I'm just going to carry this game from whatever position.
I've got to say, George, before I go into some analysis here, I like the word that you invented.
Go for it. What is it?
Disapparated.
Disapparated.
It's the mixture between
Potter,
disappeared and evaporated.
Yeah.
I really like that word. I'm going to use
Harry Potter reference, man. Come on. Get with your pop culture.
I'm not a pop culture guy.
Nah, same, to be
As
fair.
you can see, I'm a very old fuddy-duddy type chap. Looks like Mowgli going aggressive here. Leon not too far away. One thing that I do like that Asita has done here, he has picked up the Frostburn first, which I know Jackson is probably triggered to the end of the Earth by, but I genuinely like the Frostburn on the Sky first against the likes of Finn and against the likes of like this CP Kestrel, because if you can get any kind of damage down onto her, she doesn't run anything like a reflex block, so it's very easy then to try and lock her down as long as you've got vision of her, and the slower that you can make the CP Kestrel, the easier it is to get onto her and sort of blow her up. So you can see Leon playing the very classic CP Kestrel as well. No reflex block, full damage. You don't expect to get hit. You shouldn't get hit. It's all about that massive range and the duking around with your active camo. I really like what they're doing.
Oh man, Kestrel, such a strong hero, and then you put it in someone like Leon's hands. The active camo, obviously, is just proving to be such the catalyst to their victory. Leon's just catching everybody out. Sentry does go down, so we've got 2 lives remaining. Asita trying to take back some of his jungle, but it is not going to happen at this point, I don't think.
Team Secret have got complete control, and again, Emma King's vision is right now next to none because he doesn't feel like he can invest that much into it because he needs the things like Crucible.
Watch out! Asita almost going down. One shot, one kill does get blocked by the reflex blocks, but nope, doesn't stop Justman. He's just gonna get the kills. regardless of what happens. Leon, with the active camo, stealthing up, trying to find Emma King here. Trying to find someone at least. Callie, you're a bit too far forward. 1-shot misses, 2-shot misses, 3-shot misses. Will it matter in the end? Apparently it did. He will get healed up from the fountain there, but still, yet again, Team Secret, man. We hyped them up before, and I think they're deserving of this hype.
They're absolutely deserving of it. Emma King just using the Gideon wall to try and juke people away. Nice use of the Crucible there, because realistically, the only thing that you will be crucibling, I think, for the most part, will be that Hellfire Brew.
1-shot, 1 kill again. How
I
does
just
he keep
completely
hitting
missed that.
those? Emma King goes down as well, man. You look away from the screen for 2 seconds. Leon picks up a double kill. I'm not sure anybody would blame you for missing that one. Turret isn't going to be long for this world. Callie, look at this guy. He just can't do anything. Almost gets hit by the ultimate from Just Man as well. But Team Secret, yet again, just playing up to their hype around them.
Okay. This is Team Secret making a team like Mouse Sports actually look almost amateur. And then that's unbelievable. Because Mouse Sports are an excellent team. They've definitely always been top 4 in Europe. They've always performed at a very high standard. The analyst desk talked about their performances at live championships. They were very close to making finals. And these are 3 incredibly skilled players. But right now, Team Secret is tearing them apart. This is a contest, Jaws. This is a massacre. This is an absolute slaughter from a Team Secret who have come out to send a message. And that message is, we aren't just as good as the old Team Secret. We are better. And we will show it, and we will dominate, and Europe will be our throne again.
Their throne. I think they're going to take it at some point at least. If they keep putting the performance up like this, oh my goodness. Asita did not stand a chance. Leon tried to snipe it away with the 1-shot 1 kill. But Just Man coming up huge. 2 turrets left, and Emma King, I mean, he's just kind of disheartened, I think.
Yeah.
Not really much they can do. Nice and Pale does get the Gideon wall back. Just Man going really low. Reflex box coming out. Leon, though, is just going to be able to stealth away. Just Man almost going down, but they've just got no damage behind them. Callie has just not had a chance to kind of hit his power spikes.
Look at this damage!
Oh my god, Acid, he stands right in front of him, takes him out, gets stood up against the wall. He finally goes down, Scoundrel, to Callie. Mowgli is in a little bit of trouble here, but he's got a lot of HP. Might actually just be able to solo out Great Callie. Emma King just trying to chase him up. Impale is resisted, of course. Just Man is running down the lane after him. The roll comes through. Mowgli might go down. He's just trying to get back on Callie, but Gwen is here. Just Man doing a lot of damage, but Emma King is going to be able to run away.
That is exactly what CP Kestrel could do, and that's what CP Oh, the snipe! He finds the snipe cross map, blows up Ringo! And that, again, is another example of what CP Kestrel can do. Against no vision, against no scout trap, you set up those traps and people walk right into them. And especially since you're now at the point where the active camo is extended enough that you can chain active camos together. That's exactly what Leon did. Completely obliterated Asita there in that base. And you can see now, Emma King is now working towards a contraption, but it's probably too little too late at this point.
Yeah, you talked about the itemization that had to come through, but yeah, too little too late it looks like, and Gold Miner is going to get started up. I've got a pause on my screen, I think.
Yeah, I think mine says pause. I think
yeah.
If anyone can actually see this on stream, I would laugh, but mine says friends goof.
Yeah, same. I'm like, it's a pause
goof
in there somewhere, I think, but a friends goof it is.
Friends goof. Okay, we're in a friends goof right now, but I'm
Yeah.
sure we'll get you back into game ASAP. So, I mean, I feel like we could break this game down, Jaws, but it has just been the Leon show again. Justman has been almost understated at how impactful he's been, but realistically, Leon making these flank plays, hitting his glimmer shots, he's hit a very big item spike in terms of his items at this point. In 14 minutes, he's almost at 3 tier 3 items. You don't go defense as CP Kestrel. Leon is devastating.
Doesn't need to go defense. Come on,
that's the point. I mean,
Yeah.
if you build defense on a CP Kestrel, you're already losing. You know, I talked about if
doing
you
it wrong.
Yeah, exactly. You're doing it wrong. And Leon knows it, obviously. And and this is something I mentioned in VGL, the Finn and Kestrel combo, it makes it very difficult for the opposition captain to know where to itemize.
And that's exactly what's going on here. Emma King just he's trying to finish his contraption ASAP, but I don't mention as well, Leon's got 100% kill participation, 8, 1, and 4 right now, and he is at 12 and 1 on the board. He is the only kill on his team, the only death even on his team. and just really popping off. And it's only a matter of time now that Team Secret will end the game. I mean, can Mouse Sports get back into it? I don't think they can. And realistically, I mean, it's a showing from Team Secret.
Yeah, I don't think there's many ways they can find themselves back into this game. But you have a CP Sky. Again, if you can get to that backline of Kestrel, you can juke her glimmer shots. You can blow her up. She doesn't build defense. So when a Sky gets 3 items, that's kind of a good power spike for her. Look at this though, Leon. That is ballsy, my friend.
Yeah, are you paused still? Are you in Friends still?
Oh, I'm paused, so I will continue for it. I was about to let you take over. Just Man taking a lot of damage. Asita going in, actually gets the kill, but goes down to a crit right at the end. It was a massive double active camo to start this off, and now Emma King is the one trying to escape. He will have to run into the middle side of the jungle, but no one can save him from the devastation that Leon is ensuing. They will give up though and head back towards this base, try and push in on these 2 turrets.
Wow, there you go. The 2 turrets will probably fall very, very soon. Can't see, still in Friends.
Do you know what, Jaws? Restart the app, my friend, and I will continue by myself for a little bit. When
that's a good idea.
Into it. So Leon just clearing away this jungle. He's still starving farm away from Mouse Sports, and you can see, he's got a little bit of a CS advantage over Asita, but Asita is now working towards his Eve of Harvest. I think Eve of Harvest is great, but realistically, now that the contraption is here, Leon might find it more difficult to make the kind of plays that he's been playing. That double active camo stun into the glimmer shot was absolutely ridiculous, and now that the contraption's here, those scout traps will start to spam them out. It'll be very difficult, and you'll have to play a little bit more of a range game. Whoa, we're here.
Oh, Mowgli's going to come in. 1 shot, 1 kill is dodged, but it doesn't matter. He dodged straight back into the rest of Team Secret. Emma King goes really low. He's not going to survive. Kali is probably not long for this world either, just running the opposite way to his base. Just Man, this isn't even fair now, is it? Leon's going to chase him down. The permanent stealth, and just, yep. See you later. Ace comes through, and I think that'll be the end of the game there, Ace Scoundrel, as I just rejoin as well. Team Secret with such a decisive 2-0 victory over Mouse Sports. The hype is real, ladies and gentlemen, and these guys just look so strong coming into the season.
16-minute wins in both games. That might not seem hugely impressive, but considering I think the average game time of an EVA late game was, upwards of 20 minutes, I think, at one point, this is a huge performance by Team Secret. And like you said, and we've sort of mentioned it, it sends a message. And it sends a message that they aren't just back, they are better than ever. What an amazing performance. Obviously, hats off to Leon for coming to the stage and proving that the hype around him is completely real. Just Man, I think we kind of understated how good he's been. He was very good on the glaive in the first game, and in this game, once that contraction came out, once Leon wasn't the one making those backline plays, he stepped up. He'd already hit massive item spikes, and you saw those 500, 600 crits he was putting out, Jaws. It was pretty insane. Gwen still an incredibly strong laner.
And it wasn't even that. It was the 1 shot, 1 kill snipes. I mean, that were the highlights for me for sure, just getting those cross-map plays. But that'll be it. I think Team Secret, man, they are living up to the hype, like you said. But we're going to jump straight over to the analyst desk. They're going to break down this game a little bit more. And we'll see you guys very soon.
Indeed you shall. Man, Team Secret starting off the series very strong, 2-0 in their first matchup over Mouse Sports. Mouse Sports, I'd say Glimmers of Hope in Game 1, Game 2, not so much.
They don't want to hear anything that had
Game
the
2
word
was
glimmer in
Glimmer
it.
shots.
I think they were outdamaged, they were outclassed, outdrafted, everything outplayed. Like, every single thing was going against them this game, and really it was just a highlight show for Team Secret.
Yeah, kind of the power of that CP Kestrel coming through here. It's incredibly strong early on, just that level of damage. You don't really expect to be taking that much in one go from just one ability when she comes up from the jungle. It's really insane.
There's 2 things that stand out to me. I mean, one, Ringo is not a very mobile carry, right? Yeah, like you get your twirling silver, you got a little move speed, whatever. Sky, also, when you're CP Sky, you lock yourself into position a little bit more with your forward barrage going down. That allows for glimmer shots to be landed just that much easier, and that's all the CP Kestrel really wants. That's all Leon really wants, and he took advantage of it.
Yeah, not only that, but having the Finn there as well. You know when the Polite Company goes down, they're going to get pulled just that little bit, and so you can really predict where your opponents are going to be as you fire off that glimmer shot. It was just really well played. The accuracy of Leon for the majority of this game was what impressed me the most.
Yeah.
And speaking of Leon and his incredible plays, let's actually take a look at a replay real fast where he, just made that play happen, decided to go for a little bit of a dive and set something up for the team. You can see he was very aggressive right now.
Yeah, it gets that forward glimmer, the active camo down. But what really impressed me is just that one shot, one kill going down. It actually didn't connect there. It was, I thought it was a different one, but they ended up just really being able to rotate around, setting up fights with those active camos.
That was just so silly. That one right there, he had stealthed past the whole team, like right under the feed, drops the active camo, and then they're like, what do we do? Ringo tries to back up, but it's just too late.
Very good stuff for our first matchup between Team Secret and Mouse Sports. We're going to be cutting to a short break, but when we're back, we've got Denial Esports, the recently acquired Beyond Horizon, up against Rising Lotus. You do not want to miss it. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the desk. My name's Action Jackson here with Humanist and Tasty Bacon, and we've got another great series coming up for you guys. Denial Esports up against Rising Lotus. Denial Esports, of course, formerly Beyond Horizon. They were just acquired days ago.
How cool is that?
Something
Yeah.
along those lines very, very recently. So it should be exciting for them. They've got to have a lot of momentum coming into this series with the boost that you get when you're picked up by a big org like that.
I mean, in so many ways, these guys are riding a bit of a wave. This was a team that battled through the Challenger Series last season. They faced up against Snow Tsunami, a team that had made it to multiple live championships, consistently a team that was in the top 3 live championships. They knocked off Snow Tsunami 3-0 in the challenge battles. This is a team to be reckoned with.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you mentioned, just getting signed, they're going to want to not only have that momentum at their backs, but they want to prove to this organization that they made the right decision in picking them up. So look for them to come out with a fire under them.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at the roster for Denial Esports. As mentioned, they were formerly Beyond Horizon, and they were only just acquired, so we've still got that graphic. Bastion, Artemis Grace, and I'm the Doom with subs Kiyama and Tesfaye.
Yeah, one thing I think we should mention here, Bastion, this is a world's level roamer captain right here. He was playing for Sinnoh Avalanche. This guy, if I remember correctly, all the way back to Autumn Live Championships Europe's in Poland last year, he was there playing for a team, and he's been at multiple Live Championships, so he knows what he's doing. He's coming into this team that's already battled their way through the Challenger Series, has shown that they have what it takes. We know he has what it takes. I think it's going to have really good synergy.
It was also a key part of the Snow team that was able to beat Team Secret at the Live Championships, and they are, Bastion is one of the reigning European champions at the moment.
Yeah.
That is a very good point. But this game, they are going to be up against Rising Lotus. Let's have a look at their scoreboard now. You see Hell's Devil, Lure, Agony, Flobby, and Rom Gemsword. These names, man. Come on.
Yeah.
That's why we let you handle it.
Rising Lotus, I think this is a strong team. We've seen, we talked about teams that can take games off of the top teams. I think they definitely can do it. I'm really looking to find consistency out of these guys if they can string a couple series back-to-back, and I'll really start to get in their corner. I know they all have the talent. They're all very high-level players. Lore, definitely a playmaker. This is a guy that'll be aggressive. He was in jungle last season. I think he'll be in the lane this season.
Yeah, and this is another one of those teams that came up through the Challenger system, so it wasn't as recent as Beyond Horizon Now Denial, but they were at the Live Championships in Europe when we were out in Cologne, but it's still a team that did come from that Challenger system, so it's always great to see these teams kind of that, come up through the community and through those challengers into now the top 8.
Yeah.
Absolutely, and fairly shortly we're going to have the draft ready. It's hard, at least from my perspective, and maybe you guys, the analysts, have better insight, but it's hard with these two teams who have a lot of newer players joining to really know what direction they're going to go in the draft. Do you think we're going to see kind of safe play? Are they going to go for the meta picks? Do they have some maybe glass cannon strategies we might see?
This is just my opinion based off historically, because I haven't got a chance to catch up with Denial, formerly Beyond Horizon. But with Bastion as their roamer, as their captain, I think he definitely has a very aggressive play style, sometimes backfiring on his team, but also in a very unique way, setting his team up for surprise attacks where a lot of opponents wouldn't expect it, right? So I think he brings that to the team. Artemis Grace, fundamentally very sound and definitely a playmaker as well. And I'm the Doom. I jokingly have called him I'm the Broom because he seems to come in and just clean up in these fights when it matters most.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to see kind of a little bit more of what we expect from the draft here, and a lot of meta picks coming out because you don't really want to take too many risks in the first week. It's like you mentioned, points are so important this season especially, that I really feel like for the first week or so, until the teams get a better feeling of their opponents, we're going to see a little bit more of the meta focus.
All right, well, the draft is ready. Let's find out exactly what they're going to pick as we head on into it. Denial Esports up against Rising Lotus. Again, graphics-wise, you're still going to see Beyond Horizon on your screen. They literally just got picked up, but that is Denial Esports on A side.
All right. Well, let's get into it right here. Bacon, you feel that they're going to stick to the meta? I feel like Beyond Horizon might remix things a little bit here.
Either way, I'm interested to see how these two teams play out. These are, again, two of those lineups that changed drastically during the offseason, so there's a lot of questions to be answered.
Well, it's going to be a Dodgio off the board to start here, Beyond Horizon, sticking to the current meta. And we say meta as it's developed thus far. We haven't had a ton of time,
exactly.
right? But things are starting to play out, and I don't think we've really gotten too deep into things. One of the things about, in the update we're currently in, I think mini comps are very viable.
Yeah, absolutely. That's one of the things that we've actually seen kind of echoed in the challengers that we've had thus far. Every single hero has been played in each region, so there's been so much diversity across the board. A lot of teams are willing to try out really any composition because there is so much viability.
All right, we'll be on Horizon. There's a couple safe picks here. I think going into the Lance off the bat would feel pretty good for them. Also knowing that Bastion's on this team. One of the picks that specifically for this team, I wouldn't be surprised to come out. It's gonna be Kestrel first pick. I was thinking about Flicker for this team. I know Bastion, he likes to run the Flicker. We haven't seen too much of it, but in the Challenger Series, correct me if I'm wrong, I was looking over your notes, it had a pretty high win rate.
Yeah, it had one of the highest win rates across the board for both regions combined. So it's done pretty well. Not a huge sample size, but still a lot of success from it. But they're going to go for that Kestrel. I wouldn't have been surprised to see a Lance come out either. Bastion, we know, loves to play the Lance. It was one of his most played heroes last season. And so Kestrel, see, they're burning into a little bit of that bonus time, trying to figure out what they want to contend with this, knowing that they're going to get 2 picks in a row, but there are those 2 bands in between. They go ahead and take the Lance.
Yeah, they take the Lance.
It's interesting stuff here. I mean, Rising Lotus picking that Lance up into the Kestrel. We've seen this just a second ago. Do you think they're worried about a similar kind of comp? Maybe they ban away a Finn here.
They definitely could. Beyond Horizon probably would go into that kind of cheeky style of play. I don't think they have to, definitely. Maybe go ahead and get rid of... You could go ahead and get rid of some of these top laners that we've seen picked up. We haven't seen any of these teams go to Vox, but they're definitely leaning into the Ringo. So
we haven't seen any Blackfeather play yet because Blackfeather was banned in both of the Team Secret versus Mouse Sports games. So I wouldn't be too surprised if we do see a Blackfeather another ban, or if he does get through, we see him picked up. But
Lore is a big Blackfeather player as well. Yeah.
Well, it is going to be the Finn ban, like I was thinking might happen. I can do this analysis thing, too. But Denial Esports, they have a chance to answer here. The question is going to be, what do they want to take off the table for Rising Lotus? What goes well with the Lance? What doesn't work if you're playing a Kestrel? Maybe a Sky, Glaive? Those are things which you mentioned, can handle.
I would expect either a Glaive or a Blackfeather ban here if I was Denial.
Yeah, I like the Glaive ban. It's just so incredibly strong right now, specifically in that kind of cooldown Aftershock kind of build, right?
Oh.
Yep. And it's just insane. It's going to be a Koshka off the board.
Koshka, another one of those heroes that can take over a game if left unchecked. And so you can see with the Lance being on the opposite side, I feel like maybe it was just Denial saying, okay, if we were going to let them have the Koshka, we wanted to make sure we would have the Lance on our side. So without being able to have the Lance, we don't want to deal with the Koshka.
Yeah, fair enough. Cath comes out here.
Correct me if I'm wrong, this is something that Bastion used to play a lot of.
The Catherine?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's played his fair amount of Catherine.
So that could be relevant, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Who knows? But Denial Esports, they've got 2 picks now.
Yep, and well, one of them's going to be the Rhyme coming out. Rhyme has been super popular in Europe, specifically, on this patch. It hasn't really had the same level of popularity in North America.
I think it's
Europe has really loved this
low-key popular in North America. We got to wait for that to come out. It's a very strong pick right now.
All right, well, we'll see what they do decide to round out their composition with. You feel like they need to get a captain, because I highly doubt they're going to have Rhyme or Kestrel
Hashtag
be a
Rhyme
captain. But I would expect something like either the... I would really expect the Arden, possibly a Fortress, but it's going to be the
Arden's really good with this comp. I mean, Arden gives so much to your Rhyme. You're going to go ahead and just slingshot him forward. If he's in a bad position, just go ahead and give him that nice little Vanguard that he needs. And Rhyme's controlling in the area of effect, right? So Gauntlet adds to that as well. I like it a lot.
Kestrel has so much room to move, right, in this composition because you've got this really beefy front line. The Rhyme is very threatening in his own right. Celeste as the last pick for Rising Lotus.
It makes sense because you have that Lance who's likely going to be the jungler. He's going to be weapon power. You want to get a little bit of crystal power in the lane. I'm glad they didn't go for the Ringo for the crystal power. But bringing out the Celeste, Celeste or Scarf are really still kind of the 2 go-to mages
it's
if
all
you're going to have
into
a
the
mage.
Kestrel, too. Like it's an answer to the Kestrel. I personally, I like Scarf a little bit more. Celeste will do just fine. One of the things we have to keep our eye on this game, though, Artemis Grace is known for his Kestrel.
I think they also wanted the Celeste here because it gives them another stun option. They have 3 possible stuns on their team with the Githian Wall, of course the Merciless Pursuit, and now the Core Collapse as well. So a lot of reflex blocks are going to be needed on the side of Denial.
That's a very good point. We'll have to see if they can deny that crowd control with the reflex blocks or not. You know, if you had to favor a team comp, if you had to predict someone to win this series, who would it be?
Denial Esports.
I think Denial.
All right, and that's comp based. Is that maybe the players?
It's a little bit of both. I think It's more the comp, but it's also a comp that fits the players.
That's a fair play. I mean,
Yeah, pretty much mirroring that sentiment. I feel like Denial just picked really well into their personal strengths.
and I'm really excited to see this Rhyme and how it pans out, right? Because Rhyme Arden, I agree with you, is just really nasty to deal with on the front line. Complements that Kestrel super well. That being said, with 3 stuns on the side of their opponents on Rising Lotus, maybe they just like stun him, lock him down, stop him from generating that fortified health.
Maybe.
It's an option.
Or maybe not. I think it's going to be incredibly hard to take this Rhyme down. It's going to be insanely hard. He's going to get stunned up and then put himself against a wall where he gets Githian wall stunned and maybe impaled in place and the core collapse to follow. But that means Celeste is going to have to be in the proper position. She's going to have to be rotating on time. I just don't think that's going to happen here.
Not only that, but he's so tanky that that time, because assume he's going to have at least 1 reflex block. That leaves 2 stuns available. Is 2 stun durations long enough to prevent Rhyme from being able to get all that fortified health?
Let's find out as we head on to the Halcyon Fold for Game 1 of Denial Esports versus Rising Lotus. It's going to be a great game with Jaws and Excoundrel.
Hello guys, welcome back to the game. Unfortunately, we're going to jump straight into a pause. Thank you very much, Analyst Desk. It's now time for us to do our tiny bit of analysis before the game actually gets underway properly. Excoundrel, how are you feeling about this one, man? I mean, Lance in the jungle.
Yeah, Lance, it's not something that we have kind of not seen in the past. I definitely think Lance in the jungle still has a place. I don't think it's as strong as it used to be. They nerfed a lot of those weight ratios on his weapon power. It's kind of very much a snowball kind of hero. I'm not so convinced. But what it does allow is it gives you a buffer period. If you're getting ahead, it gives you a nice buffer period for Celeste to get to the late game. And where Celeste shines is definitely in the late game. So I can kind of see the theory that they have gone for here. Plus the fact that you do give yourself the best opportunity with this Catherine and Lance to land those impales. And those impales are super impactful when you have the weapon power Lance.
Yeah, they just do so much damage. It's actually terrifying. I mean, one of the first times I played this, played Vainglory, was against a Lance in lane, and I was just terrified because as soon as he impaled me, half my HP would disappear. So going the weapon power route is definitely going to be quite a pain for Artemis, I think, on the Kestrel pick. But it's going to be a Kestrel in the lane this time, not going towards that jungle.
It's going to be a weapon power Kestrel as well. So the first weapon power Kestrel I think we're going to see. And it's something that has been becoming more and more prevalent with the rise of Ringo, because you just have that range advantage over him with the glimmer shots in lane. So if you can get the harass down onto the Ringo, you kind of reduce his efficacy. I actually, I'm on the other side of the fence. The analysts were talking about Rhyme's going to go pop off. And I still think that Denial Esports are going to have the advantage here, but I definitely think there is enough CC to stop the Rhyme, especially with Celeste. You know, if you go Relentless Pursuit into, or Merciless Pursuit into Impale, into Core Collapse, you've got plenty of time, especially with the burst that the Catherine and the early game burst that the burst of the Celeste and the early game burst that the Lance has. I actually think there's plenty of time.
Speaking of early on burst and early on luck up, First Blood, Rising Lotus, that just wasn't even fair.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we expected, that combination between Lance and Catherine. Really, really strong, and you have to be fully aware of that as Artemis Grace, unfortunately, was caught out, and already the gauntlet has been thrown down here by Rising Lotus.
It has indeed, and Rising Lotus coming up pretty big in this early stage of the game. Fashion taking a little bit of damage there, but Bomb's going to have to be a little bit careful. Does get stunned up, does get killed. I am Doom, bringing the Doom, and he does manage to take out the Catherine out of the game. So 1-for-1 trade in this early stage of the game. However, 500 gold lead in the pockets of Rising Star Lotus.
And if I wanted to give my gold to someone on my team, especially in the early game, I certainly want to give it over to a Rhyme. And that's not the start that you would have wanted to see Denial Esports have if you were the opposite side in the form of Rising Lotus. It's the Rhyme who gets a little bit of an early lead. He is one of the best farming junglers in the game, especially when he gets a bit of CP behind him. He will completely trounce you and farm. And if you can accelerate him towards his item points, like an Eve of Harvest, a very early one, it's going to be a lot harder to take him out. And I think that's where the analysts will come true with their prediction, that if he gets that early Eve of Harvest, no matter how much CC you have to land onto that Rhyme, he's probably going to struggle to die. And also, another point that I want to raise is, if you're trying to land all your CC onto the Rhyme, that does give you all of the time in the world as the Kestrel to get to that backline with active camo and blow the Catherine up. To blow the Celeste.
Yeah, well, exactly that. And on top of that, We've got Bashin, obviously, with the Gauntlet. Just provides so much zoning potential for Artemis just to kind of roam around, which is, I think, is going to be the most terrifying thing, honestly. We saw what we saw what a really fed Kestrel could do last game. I mean, it was CP, obviously. This one's going the weapon power build, but still, nevertheless, it is absolutely terrifying.
And that's something that Humanist touched on, and I think he actually said it in a really lovely way. I love the way that Humanist kind of mentioned this. He said that the Arden is going to slingshot the Rhyme. Now, one of the main limiting factors for a Rhyme is the fact that he has to actually invest into a lot of movement speed, especially against ranged heroes that are major threats to him. With the Arden, you kind of relieve some of that pressure because of the Vanguard. You provide him with the movement speed that he needs through the Vanguard, allowing him to potentially be a bit more aggressive with his build. So I think this is a big combo to look out for. As look, Rom Gemsword doesn't manage to land Merciless Pursuit there, and Agony not going to find any love with that Impale afterwards.
Nope, no love whatsoever. And with that, Bashin is going to be, he's going to have to be quite vigilant in this lane. That CC follow-up, what like we saw earlier, is just so terrifying. Jungle has intensified. This game will surely intensify as well, as I Am the Doom is going to find Agony, but they're just going to back off. Vanguard on I Am Doom as well.
Yeah, the slingshot Rhyme again. It's
Here
double melee into Rhyme is exactly what Rhyme wants. The only worry for him could be the Celeste. But like you said, with all that movement speed and the fact that Artemis Grace is going to be a threat to the Celeste, I do like what Denial Esports have done with their composition. Let me paint a picture of a team fight for you. You know, he's going all in on the Rhyme. He lands a couple of those spires. He gets a lot of health back with the Eve of Harvest. It's really difficult to take him down. Celeste is committing the damage. Suddenly, from the sidelines, out pops the Kestrel, blows the Celeste up, and then Denial Esports has won the fight.
And then GG, basically, from that. We'll see if that does manage to happen. That was a beautiful picture you painted, my friend. Well played.
You know what? In my spare time, I am an artist with words, my friend.
Artist with words. I was going to say, do you watch a lot of Bob Ross?
Bob Ross is my personal hero.
My personal hero. Teaches me so much about Vainglory.
Not just Vainglory, life.
Life in general. I Am Doom, Siege and Agony, something about life. Life against a really strong Rhyme. Nice double impale there. He's going to be able to get away. However, Artemis, you can see already, jumping on top of the Celeste. And that's exactly what you said earlier, that they don't want to happen.
Yeah, and it just zones the Celeste away. And if Celeste isn't there to deal the damage to Rhyme won't die. Against a Lance and a Catherine, it's just not going to happen, although they are looking for it right now.
Oh, they are looking for it. I Am Doom is going to get stunned up, stun lock. He escapes with an inch of HP. I'm not sure how he's still alive. Artemis is in the front line. He's just taking so much damage, completely out of position. And that'll be Agony actually picking up a kill there. I'm not really sure what Artemis was thinking. He was just so far out of position when I Am the Doom was low.
Yeah, what he was actually doing was trying to kite away so that they had to commit to him instead of actually trying to get more than just one kill. He didn't have the energy for an active camo, so unfortunately, the issue was that he was a sacrificial lamb. It's allowed Rising Lotus to get some vision down with these scout traps, got complete control of the mid jungle area, but they haven't capitalized on it with anything more, which is actually a bit of a saving grace here. And I think now I'm the Doom will return just, you know, trying to farm up best he can. He's actually going for a broken myth first, or at least he's got the piercing shard. Could still go for the Eve of Harvest because he's got that battery in his kit, but if he goes to the if he goes to the broken myth first, that's going to be huge damage output for him, but slightly less sustained.
Yeah, that damage output is definitely something he needs. I mean, you could just rely on Bashim, right, just to provide you with the protection. Just rely on
I guess so. Yeah.
Your captain player, you might as well. Agony, it's going pretty low. He's going to have to back off. I think that's going to be the main problem. I mean, how are the Lotus guys going to actually engage onto Deny Esports? I mean, Artemis has just got so much protection in the world, and then I Am Doom can just run at your backline. It's so terrifying for the Lotus guys.
That is the problem, because if the Rising Lotus guys aren't, you know, essentially blowing up a Rhyme, which is a very hard thing to do, they could either always make the decision to try and isolate the Kestrel, but as weapon power Kestrel, it's very easy to slip into active camo because the time between taking damage and being able to pop into active camo is a lot lower with weapon power, because that's the way it scales. So again, the decision making here for Rising Lotus could be quite difficult, because commit to I'm the Doom, he's a harder target to take down, and you might actually end up losing your Celeste to the Kestrel anyway. Commit to the Kestrel, it's a more slippery target, and then you leave the Rhyme just absolutely destroying everybody because that's what a Rhyme does. It's a sensible draft coming out from a Denial, but look at the damage.
Really, it might be a sensible draft, but I'm Doom is just going to get taken really low here. He's going to have to back off. Agony chasing. Impale did land earlier, so he hasn't got that up just yet. Bastion is going to be able to go away as well. However, contesting jungle camps like this, when Celeste is not with you, it's a little bit aggressive, but Artemis is safe to farm in the lane, and it won't be too much happening, but I am the Doom. He's going to have to be a little bit more careful next time.
Yeah, definitely, make sure that you have to respect that power spike. That is a big power spike for Lance, by the way. Picking up the Sorrow Blade, it gives you huge damage on your Impale. You've got fairly decent scaling. Not as good as it used to be, remember, but it's still decent scaling. So once the Sorrow Blade is picked up for Lance, it's a pretty decent power spike for him. I'm going to be interested to see where he heads next, because classically, Lance does not scale with attack speed. He actually sits at just one attack speed, so he never actually scales with levels. So buying things like a breaking point aren't as effective on Lance as they are on other weapon power carries. It's better to just go full weapon power on him, like double Sorrow Blade or picking up a tension bow. But the pickup of the heavy steel either indicates that he's going to go towards another Sorrow Blade, or he will be considering some form of attack speed item.
A double Sorrow Blade Lance. Agony will literally hit Artemis and she will evaporate, I think, off the face of the fold. However, Agony, they are just wandering around towards the shop, and no real attention has been paid to the gold miner. There's not been any aces as of yet, so I can't imagine that's going to be the point of contention in any time soon, at least. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, speak to me about Celeste in this situation here, because we're seeing, obviously, Artemis just being so aggressive, but you mentioned she's going to have to get to the late game, but is she going to be kind of the pinnacle fighting force, or are they going to have to rely on someone like Agony to actually kind of dish out most of the damage?
No. Definitely as the game goes on, Celeste will be the target that is supposed to be dealing the damage. As a Lance, your damage falls off incredibly quickly. When you get towards the late game, a little bit of armor is really going to sort of shut you down. And if you aren't landing your Impales, you aren't doing very much damage anyway. So I definitely think Lance is this buffer period for the Celeste. And then the Celeste will hit 3 items. That's when she'll start to do some real work on this hero. My only worry is that because Celeste, they build a little bit like CP Kestrel, you don't really need to build defense, because when you hit level 5 on your Heliogenesis, the range is so long that it doesn't actually... You never actually feel that threatened. And that's where I am going to start to worry, because if Artemis and Grace can find a flank position on the Celeste, especially with Catherine not having the need to build something like a contraption, I'm kind of worried for Lur. He could get absolutely blown up, and if Lur isn't concentrating on the Rhyme, then Rhyme can just run.
Oh my god, I'm going to have to interrupt you there. I am the Doom is going to roll in. Does look like Bastion is going to use the gauntlet as well, but Rom is just going to get taken solo. Artemis is free hitting in the backline, while I am the Doom is just distracting them completely, but Bastion's actually going to get taken out there. One shot, one kill, completely missing. He goes into stealth, Yithium wall into the wall. I am the Doom is going to pay the price for it, I think, but Rom actually goes down as well, but Lance... There comes the Sorrow Blade damage. He picks up a double kill. He picks up the ace. And that will be only a 2-for-1 trade. And that will, well, 3-for-1 in fact. And there will be the tower as well going over to Rising Lotus.
Not only the tower, also the gold mine. Big global gold swing in their favor off the back of this as well. And that is the kind of fight that I don't think that Denial Esports can take. If they go absolutely toe-to-toe, Celeste being zoned as well by the... the Kestrel being zoned by the Celeste as well, I think that's the kind of fight that Denial are going to lose. What they really need is for Rhyme to be attempting to soak the damage, and then allowing Artemis Grace to find a flank position on this Kestrel. And again, I'm not totally sure I'm on board with this broken myth burst. I would have much preferred to potentially see an Eve of Harvest to give the extra little bit of sustain to I'm the Doom, because it feels like he's going down super quickly in these team fights and is being zoned away far too readily. Got to give credit to Lur on this Celeste. He's doing a great job at placing these Heliogenesis. It's absolutely fantastic the way he is zoning both I'm the Doom and Artemis Grace at the same time, meaning that actually I think Denial are finding it very difficult to find the engage that they want.
Yeah, and the biggest engage that they do have, you mentioned earlier, is Bastion just kind of leaping in and just popping the gauntlet and then seeing what happens. I mean, you might just want to lay it down here, in fact. Agony's going to get taken really low here. Bastion gets stunned up against the wall, but they're straight onto Artemis in the backline. Solar Storm comes out, reduces the Celeste's HP by half. Agony goes really low. Tremor Blast as well. Oh my goodness Lord, somehow surviving in the backline, but gets caught up, runs straight into the gauntlet, ends up getting taken out, and Artemis is coming through with the damage. This is exactly what they wanted to happen. I Am the Doom picks up the Catherine as well. Agony's gonna have to run away. He's in agony, no HP remaining, and that is going to be the tier 2 turret, in fact, going to be almost taken out here.
You know what the crucial moment in that team fight was? The missed impale. It left Lance left for dead, basically. Remember we talked about Finn's animation on his ability where he kind of gets stuck in place for a moment in time? It's even worse on Lance if you missed your impale. You become this big target to Rhyme to say, land a full damage Frostfire. I absolutely dare you. And he did, and the damage was insane. Really, really high damage output from the I'm the Doom, and now he's working very quickly towards his Eve of Harvest. They found that opportunity to re-engage, and all credit to I'm the Doom to making that happen. That re-engage is what sold the fight. And do you know what was great after that? Artemis Grace found his target. He used that gauntlet, Celeste walked straight into it, Artemis Grace wanders over, lands a couple of glimmer shots and basic attacks, and Celeste is dead. Remember, there is very little armor on Celeste right now, only the armor that the shielding will provide eventually. He hasn't actually gone for strictly armor items, so if Artemis Grace can find that flank, it's really good.
Yeah, like you said, he just falls by the wayside as soon as Artemis gets on top of him. He has been doing a fantastic job though, like you mentioned. 2-1-2 right now. He's had quite a big impact on the game, only missing 1 kill participation. Tension Boat is picked up here by Artemis.
That's interesting in its own right.
Yeah, definitely.
Because this is quite late in the game to get a Tension Bow, but Tension Bow is very good. And people don't often think about it with Kestrel, but her Glimmer Shot counts as a basic attack, so it's ability and basic attack in one swift move. So you can land all portions of the Tension Bow by landing the basic attack portion of your Glimmer Shot. It has to be before it explodes into that crystal explosion, but I mean, this could actually be devastating to the Celeste with no armor.
Well, this could be devastating. Ron gets locked up by the gauntlet. He's going incredibly low. Artemis misses a Glimmer Shot, hits another one, but she is going to be able to speed herself away with the boost. Agony just jumps on I'm the Doom. Last Tremor comes out to try and dissuade them, but they're still not dissuaded. Bastion, he just wants Rom dead. 1 shot, 1 kill, not landing. Agony gets a 2-man impale, picks up 1, picks up 2 with the auto attack. Artemis is going to have to run away here. He does use the stealth. He's swimming away in midair. Not sure how that works either, by the way. Agony's going to have to back off as well. And that's going to be a massive 2 kills there for Rising Lotus.
And potentially a cracker as well. And I don't know how much Artemis Grace can do about this. I think the Tension Bow is great because it's better against things like Atlas Pulses. You're not becoming basic attack dependent. You're loading more of your kit onto your Glimmer Shot. But I'm really worrying for, you know, how... No, not quite. It would have been very, very huge if he had.
Artemis, wrong place, wrong time. Lance, see you later. That damage is absolutely ridiculous coming out from Agony now. And Celeste does manage to pick up the kill. They got the Kraken Scoundrel. They've got it in their sights. And Rising Lotus really coming back from the small early game deficit they had against the Nile.
Yeah, I actually can't remember a point where Rising Lotus were actually strictly behind. But they definitely pushed that advantage, and now they got to the point where Celeste is at 3 items. This is a massive power spike for Celeste. Look at the damage those supernovas are doing, 482. And actually, I'm the Doom. I think I'm the Doom has been struggling in these fights as well. He's been getting locked up quite frequently. Doesn't have a reflex block of his own. They're going in right now.
He's going to get locked up again. His health just disappearing from your screen. But Rom is going to go really low as well. 1 shot, 1 kill comes out. Does hit Leo on the back line. Triple stun there from the gauntlet. That's going to be huge. Artemis picks up 1. He's going to be able to chase down Agony. He's so low. They haven't really got many resources left to them. Artemis, he still wants this so bad. Rolls over the wall. Law hasn't got too much resources left. Agony's going to go down like the sacrificial lamb that he has to, but Law, is he going to be able to get away? I think he is, but if you look at the base, the Kraken just knocking on the Vein Crystal doors. They do end up all recalling. It's going to go down just in time, but wow, what a turnaround fight. But bashing it, Scoundrel. What? That gauntlet was huge.
That gauntlet was absolutely insane. And actually, Lurs picked up the reflex block as well, so not going to be quite as an easy target as he was previously. Oh, Artemis Grace didn't quite go for the ace because he knew that scout traps would probably ruin his day versus the Celeste. I'm the Doom has now got his Aegis, really like that, basically allowing him to negate some of these stuns. You saw that he was basically next to no impact in that last fight because of how quickly he got chained together. And the analysts were talking about, is it going to be enough? The core collapse into the Impale, into the Merciless Pursuit. Absolutely enough. It really, really is enough. And you can see he was almost dead off the back of that. Had to stick to these 2 items right now, going into the full defense mode, probably going to pick up a full metal jacket. There's no real point having an Atlas Holders versus this team because Lance doesn't really have any attack speed, so... this is on edge right now between these two. I definitely think Celeste is heading to mega late game mode though.
Yeah, it's always scary, especially when it's a Celeste. She's hit, when she just, oh my god, when she just hits the A abilities, it's actually ridiculous damage. You said a minute ago, like 400 plus is ludicrous. However, Agony, he's actually split off from the rest of his team here. This might be a little bit of a problem. Gauntlet goes down. They will be able to reflex block out of it, but Catherine will not. However, she's just getting chunked out. There goes the Agony. He's just going to come in. Blast Drummer comes out as well. Triple Silence will mean they will not be able to use any abilities. One shot, one kill comes out. Lure in the backline gets hit, but the health bars, how are they not disappearing at this point? Artemis still on the aggression. Agony going really low. Reflex block comes out to survive a little bit of that burst damage. I Am the Doom is going to get stunned up here. But Rom Gemsword, how is he still alive? I have no idea.
My word, I mean, I'm the Doom gets a bit of damage down at the start, but then practically does nothing, but it's bought them time to potentially take this Kraken. Look at Rising Lotus, though. They are running, they are accelerating, they are sprinting to try and contest this, and look at the health bars. It might have to be a complete whitewash by Rising Lotus. They're going in.
Denial might be denied here of the Kraken take. We'll have to wait and see. I Am the Doom just can't get in this fight, and Bastion is taken out from the sidelines there. Who's going to get the Kraken? It's going to get opened up, and in fact, Denial were not denied. They managed to pick it up in the split-second ending there. That was absolutely incredible steal away. From Gemsword is on the side. One shot, one kill does hit Agony square in the side. He will get taken fairly low, but I Am the Doom splits up here. He's got a lot of sustain on this side, and Artemis still doing a lot of damage here. And they're letting the Kraken walk down the lane, Scoundrel. What is this game? It's turned on its head again.
That was such a... Oh my god, they pick up the kill onto Lance. That was way too risky, I think, from Rising Lotus. Do you know why both Lance and Celeste didn't want to commit to the Rhyme? Because Artemis Grace had that flank position. If Celeste walked into that brush, she was a sitting duck for Artemis Grace to land a couple of really big hitting glimmer shots. Oh, this is so close. I'm the Doom with that. I think it was a Spire. I think the Spire basically secured the Kraken there. He single-handedly kept Team Denial Esports in this game. So close right now. The Rhyme, although it's not getting huge amounts of work done in team fights, that was a big game-defining moment, you have to say.
Definitely the game-defining. Like, they're on even objectives now. Completely even. They've got 2 turrets left each, and they both had a Kraken. The gold is near enough the same. At this point, I'm not sure it matters all too much, it being 1,000. And what is going on? Already, we've had an incredible best of 3 previously, but this one is going to turn out to be such a close one. Bastion looking for a little something here. Does dive in. Vanguard's back. What can Denial Esports do to secure this game, man?
Well, I don't know, because finally, Rom Gemsword has picked up the War Treads. That's something I was trying to mention for ages, but never found the right opportunity. He only just got the War Treads fairly recently, and against a Rhyme, do you know what's so good? Extra movement speed, especially extra movement speed for your targets that need it to escape Rhyme. Oh, finally the War Treads come through. You expect that Agony probably picks up a set of War Treads as well, and then it's going to be very difficult for I'm the Doom to get anywhere with the damage output that he has. He probably won't be able to land any damage at all, and this is kind of a worry now for Denial Esports. I felt like they've been slowly and more struggling to get that Rhyme damage down. It's going to be even harder when you've got this super mobile team facilitated by potentially 2 sets of War Treads. So keep an eye on those builds coming up from Rising Lotus, because if they get all that movement speed behind them, I don't know if Rhyme's actually going to be able to find his targets.
Oh boy, we'll see if he does. And can I just mention as well, Lure has actually picked up the Shatter Glass.
Wow.
He's going to be doing so much damage. Oh, whoa, Bastion. Oh dear, Gauntlet goes down. That's such a massive cooldown as well at this stage of the game. 50 seconds. That's so big, and that could cost them the next fight. We'll have to wait and see if actually Rising Lotus want to commit something here.
Depends how hard Rising Lotus want to commit, because remember, Kraken isn't up right now, so there isn't really any way to force a fight very easily, rather than just running in. And you don't want to run in. If they are the team that gets engaged on, and then they peel back, actually Kraken has just respawned. If they are the team that gets engaged on, and then they peel back, that's the perfect position for them, because then they're using their movement speed abilities to peel for the Celeste, which is kind of what you want to do right now. That's at the stage of the game that we are in, Jaws. We're in the peel for Celeste, Celeste carries the game stage, and that's going to be the game plan for Rising Lotus. This very aggressive without the gauntlet, but it is only 10 seconds till it comes back off cooldown for Bastion.
Yeah, 10 seconds remaining. That Kraken being up as well does mean both these teams are not going to let this one go easy. Is I Am the Doom going to be able to take this one away again? We'll have to wait and see. They are just wall treading in there. Gauntlet goes down, knocks off 2 people. Agony's taking a lot of damage there, but you can see the Solar Storm comes out, does so much, but look, I'm not sure he can do anything. Artemis is going to come forward. He's going to take a fair bit. Fountain comes up, heals them all up. I Am the Doom is in the front line as well. Ends up getting stunned up by Romsword. He might just go down. 2v3 situation. Agony's going to roll in there. Oh my goodness, this could be the turnaround they wanted. Artemis is split up. Bastion, the last member alive. Might be a complete ace.
This is game. This is
with the
game.
double kill. Agony comes through huge. Scoundrel, is this it?
This is it. This is it. They are going to run straight down towards the Vein Crystal. The pause comes through. What are you pausing for? There's nothing to pause for. The game's over.
It's
Oh.
over.
I mean, that was the feel for Celeste fight. That was keep Rhyme as far away from Celeste with Githian Wall, with War Treads, with stuns, with whatever the blinking hell you can manage. And then that chain CC comes down onto the Rhyme. Analysts asked whether it was enough. It has been enough. I think there was a big missed opportunity for Denial Esports this game. The big missed opportunity was that I actually think had an Eve of Harvest come out first on the Rhyme, he would have had to sustain in the early game team fights. He might not have got taken out in a couple of them. They might have been able to snowball off the back of that. They would have been the ones with the movement speed advantage. They would have been the ones dictating the pace of the fights. But the problem is Rhyme went down a couple of times in early fights, or at least forced out because he was on such low HP. And actually that bought the time needed for Celeste. And when Celeste gets to 4 items, there's not many heroes in the game that out-damage her, Jaws.
Yeah, not at all. You could see the Solar Storm just hit, I think, all 3 of them, and they were chunked by at least half. Like, in the back line, you just see the Celeste, like, crippled and burning, like, oh, please, so much damage. And then, like, that was the end of her life, realistically. The rest of her squad just jumped on her, and that was the end of that. That was such an amazingly well-played team fight from Lure as well.
It was
Wow.
really good. And actually, this is, you know what we talked about, that the Lance was a buffer for the Celeste? He has been an incredible buffer. I mean, not only was he dictating and putting out huge damage in the early game, in the late game, he became this peel bot with the Githian Wall. It was really, really good. And now they're finally going to get that chance to move down and take that Vein Crystal, Jaws.
Yeah, they would indeed. Have you unpaused Dick Scoundrel?
Yes, I have, buddy.
I have not.
Well, I'll do the honors then. They're taking the Vein Crystal turrets right here. Death timers are going to be too long for the opponent of Denial Esports, and Rising Lotus against what most people consider potentially superior opposition are going to take the first game of this best of 3 series. What a game from them. What a game from Lure on this Celeste as well. Perfectly executed team fights. It really was a fantastic display. And again, on a Celeste, Jaws, you can go super aggressive because you have that range advantage, and against the silent. And actually, there's something I forgot to talk about. Almost this entire game, Jaws, didn't really talk about how impactful the silence from Rom Gemsword had been. I mean, if you silence a Rhyme, he can't get any of his abilities off. He can't regenerate any health, and he becomes almost a sitting duck. So silence into stuns, it kind of made this Rhyme feel very useless.
Yeah, that blast tremor just wreaked havoc. You could see, like, a couple of the times when that went off, he was just kind of standing there because, like you said, he can't do anything. And he's just like, I can walk up and basic attack you, I guess. But he was just taken out of the fight. And execution of the team composition from Rising Lotus, just absolutely fantastic.
My final point is that this tension bow, I like the idea about it originally, but with a breaking point, it doesn't make sense. You need to go more down the basic attack route, I think, if you're going to have the breaking point. I just my personal opinion.
Well, there we have it. Rising Lotus 1-0 up on Denial Esports right now. Will they make it a 2-0 or Denial come back? We'll have to wait and find out. We're going to jump straight over to the analyst ask, however. Thank you very much, guys. We'll see you very soon.
Thank you very much, Jaws and Scoundrel. All right, game 1 out of the way. Rising Lotus looking pretty strong. There were moments when it looked like maybe Denial was going to come back, though. It was a very, very back and forth game.
It really was. I think, you know, this is just kind of a battle of the Kestrel and the Celeste back and forth.
Yeah,
on
absolutely.
who could get damage onto the course, who could get more damage. At the end of it, it was that front line of the Lance and Catherine that did such a good job. You saw, like, Denial, they did a full-on engage there at the end. They tried to do everything they could. They just couldn't ever get onto that Celeste.
Yeah, not only that, the protection of the Celeste, but the ability to turn fights around. Because that fight, it started off looking so good for Denial, but then Rising Lotus was able to turn it back around in their favor. That's something that they did a couple of times.
Yeah, and really, there were moments where I feel like the game could have just dropped, you know, and it could have gone the totally other way. So maybe going into Game 2, that's something riding on the minds of Denial Esports. They're like, oh, we nearly came back into this one. It was so close. And, you know, speaking of that, let's actually take a look at a replay real fast of where Denial Esports were starting to struggle a little bit here.
Yeah, and this is kind of what I was talking about. This fight was actually, they had just lost a turret, and then the ability to turn it back around and take the fight. They were retreating into their side of the jungle, managed to get a pick onto I'm the Doom, and then just immediately pulled the trigger and turned that fight back around. That's what they were able to do on the fights that they won, was absorb that initial damage and then come back fighting.
Yeah. You know what I would have liked to see, Jackson? I think I would have really liked to see this Rhyme build a little more defensively. And this is crazy, but just don't even worry about getting the damage out of the Rhyme necessarily. Like, use him to lock the Celeste down, get him into the backline. He's incredibly durable. If you build a lot of defense, he can get through that backline almost better than anyone can, especially, you know, with the Vanguard coming out of the Arden there. And then let Kestrel kind of build up some breaking point stacks and go to town. She can actually chunk through those frontline targets, but you have to have someone to control the Celeste so she can't move back and forth.
That is a very good point. Well, we're ready for the draft of game number 2. Let's see if Rising Lotus have as much success this time around. Wonder if they're going to go for a similar kind of composition here, or if Denial Esports are going to stop them from doing that.
Yeah, well, that strong front line definitely worked wonders for them in game number 1. I would actually like to see them do that because they seem to really know how to play that specific style of composition.
Yeah. I think there was also a really good argument for the CP laners, the Celestes, the Scarfs, and a lot of people have gone away from it saying, oh, it's not too effective. Well, you know what? If you get into a composition like this, it has a lot of effect. There's massive damage output. Celeste built 1 defensive item, had 4 offensive items, and it really shone through at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. The protect the carry sort of style for Rising Lotus. So see what they're going to do. They're already using that bonus time just on this first ban. Really trying to decide what they want to do. You know, it's a lot of those mind games coming through. You know, trying to decide if we ban this, then we expect they'll ban this, and then we'll be able to pick. Like, you have to think multiple steps ahead.
Yeah, you definitely do here. Well, it's going to be Kestrel banned right off the bat. Rising Lotus don't want to deal with any of that.
Yep, not too surprising. I mean, Kestrel can really take over a game in the early goings. It gave them a lot of trouble early on. They were able to eventually deal with it, but they want to be able to just deal with it right off the bat.
Yeah. And, you know, we mentioned it before. It is one of Artemis Grace's top heroes, even though it didn't pick up the win for them there. Lyra comes through as the first ban.
Yeah, that's the other thing with that first Kestrel ban. It forces your opponents to say, okay, are we going to ban the Lyra or the Adagio? Are we going to leave both of them open? Either way, you're guaranteed one of them. Rising Lotus takes the Adagio.
I mean, Denial Esports, what is the best possible power pick answer here? Maybe the Glaive or Ringo, something we've seen paired with Adagio before to a pretty devastating effect. So could go that direction.
They again have multiple options. Glaive, Ringo, Lance, all very viable. It's going to be the Lance coming out. We typically see Lance being thrust into one of these top 4 spots on the draft board.
And I like to see the Lance come out here instead of that Glaive or Ringo, because it definitely does define your draft a little bit more when you pick up the Ringo, and it allows your opponent to say, okay, well, we're just going to get someone that can dive onto the back line and burst that target down. Lance, it's a little bit more up in the air, right? We just saw it in jungle position. We know he's a great captain roamer, so we'll see where it goes.
Second ban for the side of Rising Lotus, the final ban of this draft, now on the clock. Lots of options. Again, that's one of the big things that we're going to be emphasizing and stressing a lot during this double ban format is the amount of options. And where do you go with it? They ban away the Ringo, even though it didn't actually appear at all in the previous draft.
Do you feel like Denial Esports maybe they take their laner here, knowing that Kestrel and the Ringo are already off the table? Or do you think that just means that Rising Lotus maybe say, okay, well, Adagio is going to go on the lane?
It's tough. They're going to go with the Vox. This is the first Vox of the day, right? Yeah, so I was really curious to see when this would come out here. I think it's a safe pick. You have the Lance. It will help control up the area that Vox wants to kind of dash around in, fighting. That's a strong pick.
I also like this pick because it could also dissuade your opponents from picking a really tanky frontliner, because then the Vox has the option to go Crystal Vox and just focus all of his attacks on that big tanky frontline target, get those resonance bounces. So just picking up the Vox here could actually, change your opponent's game plan this early in the draft.
Oh, Gwen's going to come out here. I like Gwen into Vox. It's very interesting. They do stack up pretty well. Ultimately, the damage output will be a little bit easier to execute on for Vox if they have the same item build path, but it's a little bit more of that mobility. You have the stun coming out of Gwen, so, if Vox kind of gets caught out off guard, could be burst down.
So does this mean we're probably seeing the Adagio in the roam position? They need to pick up a jungler now, or might we see a jungle Adagio or a jungle Gwen?
I would assume it's going to be a Captain Adagio at this point. We talked about it earlier. A lot of the teams have come out and said they really like Adagio as a captain. And when you have that Gwen, I don't really feel like either of those two fit great in the jungle. Samuel, though, definitely a good jungle pick.
Yeah, especially you have triple range here now. So this is going to be really good. And that's one of the ways that you want to beat Fox. You want to outrange him. And I think this is a nice draft to do so.
Arguably the same for the Lance, right? I mean, he can impale deep onto one target, but if you kind of spread and scatter as soon as he tries to go in, he's going to be barraged from all sides.
Yeah, definitely.
It could also then, I was mentioning the Vox build path based on what your opponents pick. There's no big tanky frontline target on the side of Rising Lotus. So now the Vox is going to want to go weapon power. That means he's going to have to get extremely close to all three of them. Like, they can really just kind of create triangles around the Vox if they can get their positioning right and just shut them down. It also may now
force
the
we know
Lance
they're going to
into
spread
cap.
out, right? We know they're going to spread. They're not going to clump in the situation. So beyond Horizon, they want someone that can 1v1 situationally.
Yep.
All right, now
Exactly.
what's that pick going to be here?
It's kind of tough because, the Black Feather would have been a perfect one, but they banned it away themselves. So it's kind of one of those situations where you can draft yourself into a hole here.
What about a Sky? I could see that kind of being able to find whoever's the weakest link and just dash onto him, start going for that fight.
I feel like CP Sky would do fine into the Adagio, but Gwen and Samuel would probably have a pretty good time.
Rhyme could be a possibility.
Oh!
I was hoping that we wouldn't see him for a little while longer.
I mean, it just makes sense here. Look, you got squishy targets. They're going to be spreading out.
He is very strong in a 1v1.
Well, 1v1 if there's like
Acrobounce.
minions around.
I'm thinking because it's going to be Crystal.
Yeah.
So the 3-ring Circus is very strong in a 1v1 situation, be able to heal him up a bit and just have so much burst.
It's going to be pretty strong.
Is it going to be Crystal for sure? Like, do you think that makes sense here?
I think that definitely makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So Ozo, I mean, this is something we haven't seen a lot of in past seasons, but we've been hearing.
Solid Worlds.
Yeah, that was a little bit anticlimactic, though. Just saying.
All right, so check it out. No, one of the things though I think we should keep in mind, and like why I think Ozo is a little more effective. He's always been fun, and in the right hands, you could, get work done. They reduced the cooldown on his ultimate on that Bangarang now, so at level 1, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's 70 seconds now. But it's basically, you can go through your jungle rotation. Like, once you're level 6, you get your jungle rotation, rotate up into the lane, try to get a nice acro bounce off. If you land 3 bounces, laner's down 50% health, and Bangarang as necessary. But you go back to your jungle rotation, it's up for almost every single rotation, so it's pretty effective.
Yeah, not only that, but, they have the Lance. So you don't have to worry about that massive Ozo counter on the other side. It's all
they knew what they were
planned.
doing.
So do you think then that this sort of is the power pick they needed as last pick for Denial to lock in having a comp advantage here?
I don't know if it gives them necessarily an advantage, but I think it gives them the tools that they need to win the game.
All right, well, let's see if those tools pan out. We're going to be throwing it back over to Jaws and Excoundrel for game number 2.
Begun.
Thank you very much, guys. And oh boy, it's Ozo. Scoundrel, what do we have here? This is going to be an absolute stellar game. My goodness, I've not seen Ozo in a long time.
Yeah, Ozo's been making appearances here and there. Definitely down the CP route. He's got the burst capable of sort of getting to that backline. Acro Bounce and Bangarang. Ridiculously good gap closing abilities, especially bursting someone. Already the route comes down as Rom Gemsword.
Already Bangaranging around. Rom Gemsword is going so low. They might just dashboard. They will. Bastion's picking up the kill already. Wow, what an incredible first blood coming through, and the aggression from Denial. Come on.
Also, the presence of mind from Artemis Grace to say, I'm going to wait to level up a skill. Ended up taking Sonic Zoom first. I mean, classically, in general, I generally see Voxes take Resonance first because they like to sort of... Oh, he just died to the blinking...
Oh my... No, he's going to die!
No! What the hell just happened?
What? How did Agni get those 2 kills?
Because he was the last person to damage him,
No!
and the Elder Treant
Why?
killed them.
Oh my god, Bastion, what were you guys thinking?
I feel like they over...
worries.
Oh my god, I can't even make an excuse for that. I like sometimes to say, oh, but sometimes, you know, this happens. No, there's no excuse for that at this level of play.
Bastion and I'm the Doom. Come on, man. What was that early? It's like, it's all right. We'll give you a little bit more of a fighting chance, right?
But they're already 1-0 down. I don't think they can afford to keep...
even though they are 1-0 down. Yeah, come on. We were just messing first game, we promise. All right. Well, that's a really good start for Agony, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, not only do they get 2-0 on the Samuel, not only do they recuperate their losses in the middle of the jungle, they also get the Elder Treant, which... We've had discussions about how good Elder Treant actually is. Not that good, really. Not worth losing first blood over anyway. It's not that big of an objective. But if you can get it, it's certainly nice.
2 kills. I just can't believe that. I saw I'm the Doom and I was watching him. I was like, are you actually going to be able to kill that? And I'm like, oh my goodness, here we go.
Hey, Jaws, it felt like I was watching you play.
Oh, what? Well, there's a couple of times maybe I have died to the jungle creeps, yes.
Hey, look. We need a new broken shard for Vainglory, and I guess we found it.
Oh well, I guess it's me. Oh great. The new guy steps in. It's like,
not you, mate. Don't worry.
Oh. Great.
Okay, let's reset, Jaws. Let's pretend that never happened, and let's carry on with the game.
Let's carry on. From Gem Sword, boy, taking a lot, but hey, with Samu being this far ahead, I mean, this is going to be incredibly hard. I can imagine for Denial to actually kind of counter jungling now. Do you not think?
The issue is that Ozo's a very snowbally hero. So, you know, if he can get ahead, then he can really get ahead. He can punish. The acro bounce is a ridiculously long range in some cases. It can be very frustrating as a carry to play against a really fed Ozo. But by losing this early game, he's going to delay his Aftershock build. He's going to be slightly behind where he'd want to be. And if Samuel could pick up something like a Frostburn quickly, then he actually limits how good Ozo is at sort of getting onto that backline. And that's the name of the game here, Jaws. It's getting to that backline. Ozo was picked specifically because he's very good at getting to a backline, very good at bursting a backline. And I feel like huge opportunity from that early game has been thrown away to kind of accelerate that Aftershock build and start to put pressure on these carries.
Oh boy. You know, sometimes when teams do VOD reviews and they're like, right, so we need to do this different in the early game, we need to do this in the mid game, this in the late. It's going to be like, okay, so let's not die
to a camp.
to a camp in the early stages. Wow, that's a few big items coming through already, and that's woof.
I mean, there you go, Frostburn already finished at 4 minutes 23 into the game. Frostburn has already been finished for Agony. That is going to put a huge spanner in the works for Ozo, who has yet got the Aftershock. But remember, Aftershock, 1v1 just took place.
All right, I missed that completely.
1v1s are hard to catch because sometimes you don't feel that they're hanging. But, I mean, Lur just walks up, 1v1's Artemis Grace, and Gwen proving herself to be very strong still. Here we go.
Oh, banging around. Laura gets taken up here, but he's going to be able to survive it. The heal did come through from, I believe, that was the Fountain, and I'm the Doom.
I think it was. It was both. I think it was Fountain and Gifted Fire potentially.
Oof, almost back up to full HP already. But I'm the Doom, just not being able to get on that back line. You mentioned, obviously, and rightly so. That's what he's good at. Just could not take out Lure, but the damage still coming out from him is pretty big still.
Had he not died early on, had he got that Aftershock a bit quicker, that would have been a dead Gwen potentially.
Yes.
Or had that 1v1 not happened, Artemis Grace might have Sonic Zoom to pick up the final kill there. But yeah, I think a big deficit now for Denial, and I think I've never liked Ozo when playing from behind. I think Ozo when playing from behind can be really difficult to make work. So now you're kind of putting your eggs in that Vox Tyrant's Monocle, double Tyrant's Monocle breaking point build, which is very strong when you get to it. And Vox is one of the better carries at closing in on a backline. But you can see here already lots of early investment going into defense items for I'm the Doom. Not uncommon for an Ozo, but even more so in this situation, he's going to need them.
Yeah, for sure. He's going to need to survive a little bit longer than he already is. And with that, you do have a Rising Lotus. They do have tower pushing priority. Gideon will, however, Vainglory comes in and he's going to pit bop around, but he isn't going to be able to do anything. He's just getting taken so low time and time again. Drifting Dark is going to come back with Agony. The health bars are low and flashing for Rising Lotus. However, no kills picked up from Denial. The survivability of this team is just so massive as well with this Adagio pick.
Yeah, really, really close call there, you'd have to say. I definitely think Ulur gets locked up, but Gift of Fire will do the work. Keep him perfectly safe at the end of that. You're right that the kiteability is very good. I mean, both Buckshot and the Frostburn with the Drifting Dark makes it very hard for both Vox and Bastion to close in, especially if Ozo is the one to initiate. And the one thing that's very good against a Vox is slowing down his movement speed in a way that even with Sonic Zoom, it is still hard for him to kite or hard for him to dive and find his targets. So I think they've done a really good job here with that very early Frostburn on the Samuel. Definitely the item of choice that I would have taken, and it's good to see Agony following suit.
Yeah, and with that, I think they're going to be looking for a fight here at least. They've got ultimates on the side, and Bastion hasn't got his roll, but not going to matter all too much. Whoa, nice start on the backline there. Hopefully able to follow up, however. Artemis just kind of shaking that one off, no worries. Brushes that one off and just kind of returns to farming. Gold miner available as always, but not really highly contested. And I can imagine now, just Rising Lotus, they've got such a lead. And Impale does land. Bangarang coming in. He does bop straight onto Agony. Agony's going to be able to zoom out there pretty fast. Bastion taking really low here. He's going to have to be really careful. And I think that'll be it. And Rising Lotus yet again, just kind of kiting out Denial.
Yeah, if that Acro Bounce had landed on, and this was sort of like a more even game, that could have been Agony going down. Bangarang not actually used, still on cooldown. And I don't think he's found a good opportunity to use it at this point in time. But those Acro Bounces, usually when an Ozo Acro bounces onto a carry, you are incredibly worried for that carry's ability to survive. But to be honest, I'm not so worried. Ozo's only got Aftershock. He's really heavily itemizing the defense, including the reflex block. Not really doing huge amounts of damage right now, Jaws. And that's great for these carries, especially the fact that now both got reflex blocks. They have that shielding and also the flat shield that provides. When they pick up some shielding towards the Aegis as well, Ozo's going to feel even more useless. It's been a really good start here for Rising Lotus. We just need to keep it up.
Yeah, they need to exactly that. Bastion locked into that animation like you were mentioning earlier, taking a lot of damage here. A couple more shots will do it. Ooh, just missing. Agony almost getting there, but I'm the Doom is going to acrobats in, and all right, he's just going to straight back to his tower again. Yep, see you later. Straight back to the turret, not a problem.
Now they've got that siege potential, double range gives you great siege. Actually, Gwen gets locked up, but remember, she's going to get acrobats
going in. Acrobats comes in. The ultimate coming through, but no! Whoa, my goodness! Artemis just gets disintegrated, kill traded over. Gwen is gonna fall. I am the Doom is going really low. Just nothing left in his kit to do any more damage in Agony yet again. Just with the damage traded back into it. He's 3-0 at this time. Scoundrel, he is just an absolute menace for Ozo to deal with.
I have to say, I'm sorry I baited you. I said acrobats in, definitely meant Bangarang. It's because we've been switching those names a little bit.
Baited me.
But I think there Artemis Grace played like he had his double turrets monocle already. If he had his double turrets monocle, I fully support an aggressive Vox play like that. But
Acrobats coming in. Rom's gem is going really low. He just might be caught out here in Agony. They just went too over aggressive. They're trying to steal some jungle away. Thought he's going to be able to kite them out. Bastion going fairly low. That'll be it, yes. And yes, Bangarang's the ult, obviously. And nice bait.
Sorry, I baited you. I tried to subtly tell you earlier, and then I said it myself. So just
I got
thumbs down, scoundrel.
Feels bad.
So I think I actually genuinely think Rising Lotus could have actually won that fight. You know, they just backed off there, both Lure and Agony. I genuinely think they could have won that fight because you've not even got one Tyrant's Monaco and Artemis Grace right now. He's really not doing damage.
Nice double stun though. Silence comes out as well. Bastion also taking a lot of damage, and yeah, double Tyrant's Monocle is kind of the breaking point, as it were, for this guy to just kind of pop off. But I just can't believe the poke. Yeah, exactly.
I see what you did there, Jules.
You got me. You caught me.
Yeah, I think again, That is the big power spike for Vox, and you kind of want to get it as early as possible. Whoa, they're going in, that's a lot of damage.
What is this? Bastion just going in super ham, but it's not going to matter, I don't think. I am the Doom, bring in the Doom. He's going to fall straight on top over on Gemstone. I don't think he's got a chance. He's seeing slowed up left, right, and center. However, the heals are still coming out. Bastion almost falling to the turret as well. Agony trading up a lot of that damage, but I am the Doom finally coming up big there. Does manage to pick up a kill there.
Finally, Ozo starting to find some element of success in these fights. Artemis Grace, though, taking a lot of damage. Bastion trying to go in here, doesn't get the stun. Would like to see ASAP and Eve of Harvest coming out for Agony, but he is getting a lot of energy coming back from that Corrupted Genius, so doesn't have to worry too much. Definitely think Eve of Harvest should be on the cards for him, though, because you can regenerate huge amounts of health with Drifting Dark and those empowered Malice and Verdicts. Whoa, Bastion still trying to go in here. Really tempting fate, you have to say.
Oh, every time he seems to go in, he's at like sub half HP. He's like, you know what? I'm gonna make a play now, and now. Like it's quite terrifying because, like you mentioned earlier, you're locked into that certain animation, and it can be quite terrifying, especially
if you land the impale animation. It's shorter. If you miss it, it's not.
You're done. You're basically done though after that.
Yeah. So it's kind of like people talk about impale being all in. It's even more all in than a lot of people realize, because if you don't land it, you're suddenly stuck there with your lance stuck into the floor like, ah, crap.
Oh dear, we'll just leave you to die, not a problem. Sacrificial lamb and all.
Yeah.
Oh well. Well, after that dreadful early game, it does look like I Am the Doom is pulling back just a little bit, and that's what I wanted to see, because we mentioned don't see Ozo a lot, and it's very exciting to see him. And Bastion, however, getting another root, beautiful Githium wall. Here comes Ozo. Here's the damage we wanted to see, and Lewis just fighting back here, but I'm not sure he's going to be able to do much. I Am the Doom is just going to be able to almost destroy him. One just bouncing around left, right, and center. Artemis even is the guy you got to look for. Takes out the Gwen. Agony on the back line just gets rooted up. Here comes Ozo yet again. Double kill comes through, and finally he's picking up the speed. He's picking up the kills, and the Crystal Sentry will be the next on the menu, and maybe even a tower here.
Oh, I've got to say, Rising Lotus not playing with the respect that they need to give this composition, but Bastion with an excellent Githian wall meant that Ozo got so much damage down across the team, and he's going towards an Eve Harvest. He's going to be even harder to kill once he picks that item up. Artemis Grace is almost at that 3-item power spike that a Vox needs to succeed. I think that just Rising Lotus are playing with enough respect, with enough vision, and they're kind of, I think they imagine they are further ahead than they actually are.
Oh, the gold mine does go down. In fact, it goes over to Ozo. Laura's going to have to be careful. He's going to have to run away here. And they are just chasing down Ron Gemsword. Drifting Dark's going to come through. The heals as well from him aren't going to be enough. Impressive indeed. Artemis is going to be able to pick up the kill.
Yeah, and again, now the huge lead that I think Rising Lotus once had, they've just gifted it back. And somehow, a double kill to the Elder Treant team have found a way back into this game through hanging on and finding the fights that suited them. Admittedly, I've got to be honest, fights gifted by Rising Lotus. But, you know, you take it where you can get it, Jaws. And if you can take it and capitalize on it, like we have seen Denial Esports do here, then, you know, all credit to them, because Double Tyrant's Monocle now finished on Artemis Grace. He's going to be hitting like a truck once those breaking points stack up.
Man, that's going to be a terrifying situation. They're going to have to burst him down fairly fast. And you did mention the ability for Bastion to actually take control of some of these fights, because it seems to me at least, Rising Lotus is just mispositioning and just walking into Githian walls.
I think you've hit the nail on the head, and a lot of it is to do with not respecting and not vision.
They
wow,
might
another
walk
fight.
one into again, and Artemis, look at the damage from this guy, and even Ozo is doing so much work. I Am the Doom just coming up tops here. He's going to pick up one, in fact two on the side of Artemis. That's going to be an ace, and the Crystal Sentry is going to go down as well. That early game start, I was sitting there like, are they going to be able to come back? They're proving me that they are.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to take Kraken off the end of this as well if they want to. I actually think Rising Lotus have said, do you know what, Denial, we're gonna give you this game. I hope you enjoy it. Here's the game. Take it in your hand. Keep it warm, because we're giving it to you. They definitely completely threw that early game advantage that they had They allowed Ozo they gave him that opportunity to get back into the game. He's doing a lot of damage with the acro bounce right now. Double Tyrant's Monocle finished on the Vox. And look at this, they're baiting with the Kraken.
They're baiting. Oh my goodness, that bait worked out perfectly. Artemis just with the deeps yet again. They're going to get rooted up, however, by the Treant. Rom Gen Sword, yeah, sacrificial lamb. He's just going to be left to die. Double kill coming through. Yet again, Artemis, 7 and 2. Those breaking point stacks, like you mentioned, stacking up so fast. Double Tyrants, 2 Monocles. Unreal.
This is why Vox is so heavily prioritized. He's one of the only ranged weapon power carries that can make this build work because of his mobility and that Sonic Zoom will basically stack a line to stack very quickly on the breaking point. Really, really solid play from Artemis as well because he had a pretty challenging early game. All of Denial Esports had a pretty challenging early game and they found their way back in. And admittedly, I thought this series was over. I thought Rising Lotus had this in the bag. I thought they were going to run away with it. But wow, Denial proving me wrong. They found their way back into the situation that I never thought they'd find themselves in. And again, Piercing Shard now picked up by Iron Doom. The guy who I literally built an Aftershock at the same time that Samuel got a Frostburn has now almost got his third item, which will be that Broken Myth.
I love when Ozo's go in because they just bounce around and then just bounce back out again. But he is going to bang around in. He's going to get reflex blocked. He's taking a lot of damage there. He's going to have to escape fairly quickly. Crucible pop there as well by Bastion. That Kraken is doing a mean bit of work on the turret. Same with Artemis as well. They're just going to be able to take it out. No worries. Turret destroyed. They're going to back off. And you could say they're just popping off right now. And a question for you real quick. How do you wear 2 Tyrants Monocles? Like 2 monocles? Do you wear like both on one eye or like both on either eye?
Like you can tilt it at like maybe 25 degrees and have it like form like a giant X over your head.
Woof.
You know, do you know what I mean?
Badass, yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like use your head as like the center sphere, then have one monocle on your left eye tilted like to the left, then rotate the other one and tilt it to the right. So it forms like a big X in front of your face, and then you've got 2 Tyrants Monocles on. Do you see what I'm getting at?
I see what you're getting at.
Yeah.
I see what you're getting at. Oh, come on. A pause comes through. My goodness. I mean, that's how you know a Vox is scary. He's walking to you with 2 Monocles on his face.
Yeah,
but,
dude, I would be scared of that.
Yeah,
I'd be scared of. Whenever Glaives sometimes built 2 Monocles, I thought, how scary would a Glaive with double Tyrant's Monocle coming at you? I'm pretty sure Glaive's blind, right? So Glaive doesn't even need the Monocle. Is Glaive blind? I'm pretty sure Glaive's blind.
He looks it. I mean, he's got like a bandage over his face,
he
right?
He's like, wears the bandages all over his face because obviously he ripped Ringo's arm off in like some sort of bet. I never read the lore until if Glaive was blind or not. I have to double check that.
Well, if he is, he's just wearing it for a fashion statement, then, right?
I would wear a Tyrant's
Monocles
for a fashion statement though. That look pretty badass, you know.
They do look pretty badass.
Anyway, let's
do you know what is badass?
Let's reel it back in.
How Denial are just opening this game up.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is because of just some poor teamfight positioning over and over again from Rising Lotus. Admittedly, they had that early game that was strong, but they never really found those executing blows. It always felt like they were kiting back and not dying. And that's great against an early game Ozo if you can manage to maintain that. The one get out clause that I think Denial Esports have had is that the fact that in the late game, the reason Gwen maybe isn't so high priority as Ringo and Vox is that she doesn't deal with the same amount of damage. Her damage output compared to a Ringo and Vox just is nowhere near as good. So you're getting to the point in the game now where you've got this Vox with the double Tyrant's Monocle and Breaking Point up against Gwen, just not dealing the same levels of damage.
Yeah, and we'll see if she can kind of pull this back. She's 1-5-1 right now, just not had the impact that they had last game. And I want to see if they do change up the draft as well. If Denial Esports do take this game off Rising Lotus, they'll be 1 apiece, and this series has just been backwards and forwards if that happens.
It's been an absolutely insane series for the sort of how close the game has been. We saw a Team Secret series where they completely dominated, and now we're seeing, oh well, going in.
Oh boy, my client is broken. You're gonna have to.
I'm gonna keep going. Here they go. It is actually gonna be Agony going down first. Artemis Racebeam is going down by the Sentry, however, and now it is just Gwen versus Ozo. Gwen taking huge amount of damage, gets locked up in the Impale. She turns around and gets a kill onto the Lance, but it is I'm the Doom show right now, and Artemis and Grace are going to lock Rom Gem Sword between their grasps. The pincers come down, and the Ozo and Vox walk out scot-free. They're going to push for the end here, and I think they can very well achieve it.
If they push for the end, that'll be it. I mean, taking this one-on-one. I'm just loaded back into the game and see everybody just kind of lying on the floor dead. And yeah, I think you're not wrong there, Scoundrel. Denial Esports taking this one. And it will be 1-1 in the series so far. However, I don't know, can they do it? Agony has spawned. They're going to just jump on him. That's a lot of damage. Artemis doing so much work. And in fact, actually, they're going to just run away here. And I think Ozo just giving up his life is kind of the right option here. Maybe taking Agony with him. Not enough work. He is end up going to go down eventually. And so it's going to be a 1-for-2 turret trade. Kraken is on the board.
It's a shame that Gwen doesn't feel like she can go Poison Shiv in this matchup, because I think Poison Shiv would be absolutely excellent, especially with the buffs that it received in the last patch, the extra 10 weapon power. But she feels like she has to go the armor because of how threatening the Vox is. If the Vox wasn't as threatening, I genuinely feel like Poison Shiv would have been an excellent buy for her as a 4th damage item, because she needs that damage output to keep up with the Vox, and it counters the Ozo really heavily. So, I mean, they're going to go for Kraken here though, Jaws. Can it get stolen?
Can it get stolen? I know Artemis has got a lot of damage. He's looking for it. Bashing as well. Doesn't like Rising Lotus. I'm just going to try and kite this one out. Here comes the damage. Who's going to steal it? No steal comes through. In fact, Low is going to be able to pick that one up. Bashin is now being chased here from 3 members. Githian Wall doesn't quite land. Couldn't get the Impale over the wall either. That's going to be a Kraken up here. This is actually turning into a real spicy game, as the Kraken is on the side of Rising Lotus.
Yeah, but one move, 1 foot out of place, and it will be a dead game for Rising Lotus. They have to play this perfectly. They have to try and run with this Kraken as far as they can go to try and end the game outright. Lure going in, very front line here. Acrobounce doesn't land, doesn't want to go aggressive without that backup of Bash. I think they're just going to wait for those timers to go down because of the turrets.
Yeah, I think they're just going to let those turrets go. I'm the Doom, facing a lot of Doom there. Acrobounce away, taking a lot of damage. That Drifting Dart doing so much work. Even Artemis is just kind of forced to back off. Bashin has spawned now, though. So it will be a 3-on-3 at long last. Broken Myth even being picked up by I Am the Doom.
Look at this, 3/4 health on the Kraken. They abandoned her because of how risky it would be to face up against a fully healed Denial when they were on about 3/4 HP. That is how safe the Rising Lotus team are playing right now. Again, that 1 foot wrong that we talked about. They don't want to put it out right now. They're going to say, okay, we got 1 turret with the Kraken, not gold efficient because we give them more gold than we gain. But it delays the game for us, and maybe delaying the game is all we need. It's going to be a full metal jacket completed by Lur. I am worried for his damage output. I am also worried for the overall damage output from Rising Lotus. I don't know how strong it is. You're really relying on Samuel to hit Empowered, Malice, and Verdict. And if he doesn't hit them, you kind of don't really have much left in the bank. It looks like Artemis Grace was potentially going for it.
Whoa, he is trying to go for something. The Ultimates come out left, right, and center. Bashin just trying all his best. He gets a double Githian Wall, and this could be the turnaround. How the Artemis going really low, does back out of the fight. Also doing so much damage. I Am the Doom just bang-a-ranging around and jumping left, right, and center. Just will not leave the Gwen alone. She ends up going down. Ron Gemsword as well in the back line. Just cannot deal with the damage coming out from this Ozo pick. Double kill for him. This is going to be the end of the game, Scoundrels. If they've done it, Denial Esports, they've taken the game, or what looked like Rising Lotus's victory at the start.
Oh, I thought Artemis Grace was going to walk over the scout trap there. The ace comes through, and he ends the game by himself. The Vein Crystal will explode. 1-1 apiece. Felt like there was almost a comeback there, Jaws. Artemis Grace was, I think, looking to apply pressure to the Vein Crystal or get lanes into the base. Overstepped and almost put himself into a death position. Escaped on a sliver of... I don't know how he escaped. And again, damage to get through the Ozo healing. I'm holding my hands up and saying maybe Poison Shiv would have been good on the Gwen. You know, the armor... If the Vox gets to you, you're probably dead anyway, right? So scrap the armor, maybe pick up a Poison Shiv. It might have been the only way for you to win that game.
Yeah, the only way you're going to trade up realistic damage. My goodness. We see Ozo for the first time in the day. 9-2-10 on that pick. I Am the Doom is gotta be a guy you got to watch out for. This will be interesting to see actually what he picks in the next one, because we are going to the 3rd game of this best of 3. And the thing is, both of these teams have looked so strong in both these games.
They looked fantastic, mate. I can't wait for the next game in this series.
Absolutely not. But we'll get a little bit more of a breakdown on that game. We're going to jump straight over to the analyst desk. Me and Scoundrel will see you guys very soon.
Thank you very much, guys. All right, our first Game 3 of Spring 2017. Going to be a good one. Humanist, I just want to give you your moment to talk about Ozo.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, what do we really need to say? I mean, I think it all came through. No, honestly, what were the strengths here in this fight? It was back and forth. This was a fight that came down to like who was going to last longer through these fights. They're just trading back and forth. And at the end of it, when Ozo was able to get his 3 items, I think it was Aftershock. He had an Eve and a Broken Myth. His sustain was much more than anybody else. And even when Vox was taken out of the fights, and it felt like he's 1v1 with a Samuel. Samuel's in his Drifting Dark, landing Malice and Verdict, and I'm actually sitting there and I'm like, dang, I don't know how this is going to go over the Ozo, and he takes it, So he got ahead, he played it really well, and I think the power just came through in that fight.
Yeah, and I also just really liked the composition they drafted the Ozo into. Like, it worked so well with that team because you have, we mentioned it a couple times, the Vox can throw down the ultimate and just silence the team. That allows Ozo the opportunity to get in or get out if he, depending on what the situation calls for. You obviously have the Lance to get those stuns, which can set up more acro bounces, and those acro bounces were just really phenomenal when they landed. A really, really nicely played Ozo from I'm the Doom.
And let's actually have a look at a replay real fast of the first fight where Denial Esports were really able to start taking the reins. You can see here a triple Githian wall to blow your mind.
Yeah, it was actually a missed impale, but then the triple stun really helping to set this up. And from here, it was kind of Denial just not looking back. You see, again, that silence going through, allowing Ozo to get some plays around, a nice acro bounce, getting damage onto the Samuel a little bit there as well. It was such a nicely played team fight, but really started by that Lance play.
Yeah, I mean, if there aren't breaking point stacks on Gwen, if they're not broken miss stacks on the Samuel, and Ozo's able to get on top of you with 1 acro bounce, and he can follow up with a bounce onto something and back onto you, it's really hard to trade evenly. He's just like a little life leech that just sticks onto you and is like, oh, get off of me. You can't do it, though.
You could say he's like a spider monkey.
Yeah, there you go.
But yeah, I mean, Ozo, it was cool to see him actually. He, I think, performed much better than I actually anticipated. I've heard, murmurs that he's finally getting to the point where people are going to be picking him up, and we really saw that here. This is just another element of the draft that people are going to have to be careful of moving forward.
I think this draft definitely had Bastion's fingerprints on it, though. It was clearly well thought out with the Lance coming in the beginning. You pick Ozo, 3rd pick on B side. That's where you want to pick it. You have the counters on your team already, but it's also setting him up. It enables them. So it was just a really smart draft.
So one thing I want to talk about as well, you mentioned this to me during the game. It felt like there was a bit of a difference in power spikes between the two teams.
Yeah.
We saw this Atlas coming out of Adagio, and you mentioned to me you were just like, that seems like wasted gold.
Yeah, I mean, on the surface, you can look at the Atlas and say, okay, well, they have this weapon Vox. If we get an Atlas off on him, we're pretty much just shutting him down, right? But when the Adagio is putting himself in range of the weapon Vox, he's putting himself in major danger. So it's like he actually never got to get it off. Well, I think he got it off a couple times, but it definitely didn't work out for them. On the flip side, I think it was a Crucible picked up for Bastion, and it had much higher impact because the Bolivians were coming out on top of his team consistently. Yep. He was able to go ahead and block those off. So whereas you had the second item come out for the Roamer of Rising Lotus not have an impact, you had the second item come out for Denial have a major impact, and I think that made a big difference in the game.
Yeah, and I also think, going back to that itemization, Scoundrel talked about it a little bit during that game as well, especially with the Gwen, having to go with both the Aegis and ending up with the Metal Jacket as well. That severely lowers her damage output, whereas you look at the Vox, only has the 1 defensive item. His damage output is just significantly higher as a result on the entire team. And, it's put them in a really tough spot, especially with that Ozo pick, because Ozo can ignore whoever he wants and get onto that back line. So you need to itemize against him, but then you don't have the damage. So it was kind of a real catch-22 for Rising Lotus.
Yeah.
All right, well, I believe the draft is ready for the next game, so let's get this one underway. It is the 3rd game of a best of 3. It all comes down to this. Whoever wins it will be advancing to tomorrow's games. Denial Esports up against Rising Lotus.
So both of these teams getting a point on the standings, so that's the good news for whoever is unfortunately going to fall in this series.
Yeah, these points are important just to pick up one. Yeah. Well, Beyond Horizon definitely showing that they're willing to stray away from the meta, maybe even start to set the meta a little bit themselves. But as far as these first couple bands, I would expect them to stick to our top current bands, which are usually our Lyras, usually our Adagios. They're going to go ahead and take the Lance off the board, though. they've played it a few times, show that they recognize the power, and it definitely makes sense like within your first set of bans here.
Yeah, absolutely. And Lance is just one of those picks that if you're not planning on first picking it, you probably should ban it away because it's so disruptive to multiple different compositions.
Yeah, it definitely is. Kestrel banned out for Rising Lotus.
Second game in a row for them banning away that Kestrel, so they just really do not want to deal with that hero.
All right, now we've got our first round of picks coming up. Denial Esports, what do you think they want to go for here? They could pick up Adagio.
Lyra is also
Lyra
available.
is the
I
pick
think
for them.
either of those two, definitely. I think those are going to be the first pick for each side is going to be Adagio and Lyra.
I'd lean to Lyra for this, Adagio for the other side.
Well, we'll see. I would expect that to be the case, especially now with the Lyra coming through. Like, I don't think there's much debate on this side for Rising Lows. Like, you almost have to take the Adagio here.
You don't have to.
It would be bold not to.
It would be very
let's
bold
put it that
not
way.
to.
I mean, that being said, you've got 2 more bans coming right up. If you decide you want to pick Glaive or Ringo, you then ban Adagio.
Yeah.
It's still a lot not giving away double heal.
Yeah, I mean, you're okay on this side, but yeah, Adagio does bring a lot to the table. It's a very strong pick here, and it makes sense.
Yeah, not only that, but again, my favorite thing about the Adagio picking it early in your draft is you have that flex. You can bring the Adagio into the lane, or you have them as your captain, so it doesn't give away anything. Whereas Lyra, especially now on the current patch, much more commonly used as a captain than as a carry. You can still use her as a carry, but her capabilities in the lane have been severely diminished.
It's only like the hardcore Adagio laners that are taking into the lane as a flex pick, though. So,
yeah, but they're doing really well with it.
Adagio is just he's so good. Black Feather banned out, but for Rising Lotus here.
So we'll see where they decide to go. The second ban has been the one that's kind of been all over the place a little bit. Like, we've seen Koshka banned away in this spot. We've seen, like the Glaive taken off the board. We've seen Ringo taken off the board once again here for Denial.
Yeah, and Glaive's on my mind here, but I think Beyond Horizon allowing that to go through is just fine. They got the Lyra, right? A nice bright bulwark will shut down his engages, his disengages, so that's pretty good.
Plus, they haven't revealed their hand as to who their laner is going to be, so the Glaive, if they do pick the Glaive here on the side of Rising Lotus, while it is still a very strong pick, they can just pick something that can, deal with it a little bit more efficiently.
Yeah, and as far as like we're talking about, Vox being one of, if not the top weapon laner right now, Lyra actually does pretty well because she can go up into that lane, just sit there, outrange you, just get those basic attacks off all day long. If you do manage to trade with the laner, she's just going to heal him right back up.
So Samuel going to come through for Rising Lotus. So power in the jungle. Samuel actually, surprisingly, even though he's been a very high priority pick, like a lot of teams have been picking him up, doesn't have actually the best record of success this season across any competition that I have seen thus far.
So including challengers, you're saying?
Yeah, especially including challengers. He is actually one of the lowest win rates across all of challengers for this first week.
I think it makes sense that people are picking this up, though. I mean, he has nice damage output before you're even ramping up into your second, third items. He can clear through the jungle nicely. He has great range. He has a disable in his ultimate. He brings a lot to the table.
He definitely does. It's just, it seems like a lot of teams have just figured out how to play against him.
I mean, maybe Denial Esports pick up a Glaive here, right? Because we've seen Glaive earlier on today, Just Man, destroying Acitor's Sandal.
Yep. I think Glaive would be a great pick here.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with the Lyra on your side as well. You can not only use that afterburn, but then knock them into the Bright Bulwark so they can't escape from that point, or have that extra slow. But they're gonna go for a Baron.
Yeah, we'd expect this to be the weapon Baron out of the lane most likely, unless we see a little bit of a little remix on that right there. But as far as their last pick, I think Glaive would add a lot to the table. We would see that cooldown-based Glaive build.
Does Glaive still work so well when you've got Baron and Lyra? I feel like Baron and Lyra, that says to me, hey, we're going to sit back, we're going to use our heal, we're going to use Bright Bulwark to give Baron time to just barrage you with mortars.
Right, but I mean, the thing is with the Glaive, I don't think you're picking up for maybe a little bit of burst damage to come out, but it's control. So if anyone's on Baron, you're peeling them off of Baron. If anyone's out of position, you're repositioning them. So that's why I would like it.
Not only that, but Baron takes a very long time to scale up, but once he gets to that late game scaling, he is a monster. What better way to propel you into that late game than by having Glaive constantly ganking from the jungle for you?
Or Rockets, which Baron has. All right. Well, they've got one more pick here. It's going to be the Celeste, so maybe Jungle Celeste? That's kind of the East Asian thing to do
Could be a Jungle Celeste, especially you're going up against a Samuel. So they're going to be kind of similar in that regard. Samuel will have higher damage output through the first 8 minutes of the game, but after that point, Celeste should start to outscale. She'll overdrive that Helio, will start to outrange eventually. Yeah, it's pretty unique. I think it'll work.
I feel like Rising Lotus need to answer with some sort of engage on their side now. There's just so much poke and long range. Like AJ was mentioning, just sit back, poke, harass constantly with the now you're gonna have Helios added to the mix of the mortars and the basic attacks from Lyra. You need something to be able to get in their face to disrupt that. Otherwise, they're just gonna poke them down and harass them constantly, and there's not gonna be an answer.
Rising Lotus really using their bonus time to great effect here. They want to find that perfect ingredient to their composition to deal with what Denial have locked in. If you were to head to supermarket, try and find that perfect ingredient, what would it be for this?
Ooh, it's tough. You want some range, some weapon damage here. It'd be nice to have it disabled, but I don't know if you're going to get all of that together. Gwen might be something that kind of fits in, but isn't necessarily the best. What do you think, Bacon?
I would actually like to see some kind of melee jungler come out and put the Samuel up in the lane. Something like a Krull or a Rona I would have loved, but Skye also very good because, again, they really needed that mobility and the ability to cut down the range advantage.
Yeah. I'm curious how the Skye, we've talked about this before, where it can be a struggle into a Lyra. You got to work around the Bright Bulwark for your Surrey strikes. Also, you do move fairly predictably. If the Celeste waits until after the beginning of that animation, maybe you get the core collapse down there. So Rising Lotus has to be careful how they use this, but I do think perhaps being able to get on the Baron in the back line could be quite strong.
Yeah, I mean, Weapon Skye historically is much better than CP Skye into a Celeste. As far as being predictable, you're a little bit more mobile in that weapon path. Also, in the last update, Forward Barrage weapon ratio was increased pretty significantly. I think 30% increase.
Up to like 70%.
Yeah, from like 40 to 70% or something like that. So, yeah, we'll see. I think it could be a decent pick here. Also, if Death from Above comes down, that is a disable. It's not as consistent as some other ones, but it's definitely there.
Certainly has all the elements that you were talking about earlier, Humanist Bacon. What do you think of this last pick? Who has the comp to favor here?
I do still favor the composition from Denial, just the massive amount of range. There is a lot of slows if they do try and go for that engage, but it's going to be so difficult to break through that line of harassment that's going to be coming out constantly.
Humanist, which comp do you favor?
It's can I add like a little if into it?
Okay.
If Baron trades evenly up through 10 minutes of the game, I would say that that composition should have a massive advantage because he will eventually outrange. His damage is going to be more. It's going to ramp up much faster than Skye's will, and we'd expect if Baron gets to like his second, third item on time, he should be 2-3 shotting that Skye by about the 14-minute mark.
All right, well, let's see if they can actually make the race to that late game power spike or not. Handing it on over once more to Jaws and Excalibur for game number.
Thank you very much, guys, and we are once again back onto the fold. Game number 3, Denial versus Rising Lotus. My goodness, and we're actually finally seeing a Lyra come through. She's not banned this time, Scoundrel. I'm pretty excited. How are you feeling?
How did Lyra get through? I mean, Lyra is so good right now. Lyra and Adagio got through, so it's kind of like an even trade in some respects. But Lyra, I feel, is just so good against the likes of Skye because she can't Suri Strike when locked in that Bright Bulwark, or you can just allow her to Suri Strike, then Bright Bulwark her in, almost locking her into a death sentence. Do like the pick up at the weapon power Skye, though, Jaws. Humanist was right. We had a bit of a buff on the weapon power ratio of Forward Barrage, and is better than CP Skye at dealing with something like a Kestrel. My worry is if you Suri Strike to deal with the Kestrel, and you get to the late game where Baron is just monstrous, you're going to die instantly anyway.
Indeed. I mean, there's not really long for you left to live after that, is there? And when Baron is mixed into it as well, you're going to be facing a lot of damage. And yeah, I'm happy to see Lyra. Playing a lot of Lyra, actually. She's just super fun. I'm not as pretty sure I'm not as good as Bastion though, that's for sure. I can ease on the Samuel though, and that's another interesting pick because obviously he's played it a little bit before and he's had some success, and he's going quite successful now after he's taking a lot of damage. Drifting Dart coming through, Bastion taking a lot. However, healing up, no problem.
Yeah, again, I mean, you're kind of looking at the timer for Rising Lotus, because if the Denial esports team get their game to the late game where you've got 3 to 4 items on both Celeste and the Baron, there's no way you win against that. The late game damage output is just too strong. So the pressure is on Rising Lotus to utilize Samuel's earlier spikes and be aggressive with this weapon power Sky. And Agony looks like he's trying to do that already.
Yeah, Agony's going really hard on I Am the Doom. No mana for either of these, though. Energy, even. And I Am the Doom still chasing Agony. It's just with auto attacks. Oh, he's almost going to go down. In fact, yeah. Who's the kill going to go over? That's the question. I think they want to give it over to Artemis. You can see in the top side, I Am the Doom. How did he... Wait, what?
Oh,
No! I didn't think that was going to happen.
Just give it to the Baron. Just give it to the Baron. Don't even take the risk of using your Heliogenesis. And that was just a bit of a mistake from either Doom. I think he was a little bit overeager to try and secure the kill for himself, and they ended up giving up first blood to the Samuel, which locked the situation in which Samuel was almost certainly destined to come out on the bottom of it, and gave him the advantage. Even, you would say, the winning trade in that situation. Really, really good start right now for Agony on this Samuel, because remember, they do need to be the team that is driving this game in their favor. They need to be the team that steps up and says, okay, we need to put the pressure on because we know we're on a timer, and the less more time that we give the Denial Esports team, the more time they have to just secure that ridiculous late game that they have.
I was very surprised. I'm not really sure what went through their heads there. I Am the Doom is going to secure himself the Elder, and he will just back off here. Bastion is going to come through. Agony taking a lot of damage here. Going to try and lock him up. Doesn't really happen. He's duck diving and dodging around these Heliogenesis. He's doing a really fantastic job of it as well, but he's just in the back line right now. Easily going to be able to get taken out. The heal does come through. Adagio with the damage, though, does come through. Samuel finally picks up a kill. Bastion going fairly low. Still chasing Agony, however. He's probably going to be able to get the kill here. Eventually picks him up, but Baron is going to be able to chase the Adagio. Ron Gemsword is going to get taken down. A really messy trade from both teams here. As he's going to be able to jump away, might just be able to get under the turrets. He will. And yeah, misplay from both teams. Both teams, it seems, Eric Scoundrel. Just the positioning was a little bit confusing from me.
Agony absolutely killed it with his, dodging around that Celeste, finding the kill, Corrupted Genius, like that Sith Lord, just smiting the Celeste with the lightning at the end there. But again, I just don't think Lure reacted quick enough, and obviously with Artemis Grace coming down more quickly. If there's one player in EU, by the way, who will play Baron, as Baron tends to be something that NA has played a little bit more of recent times, Artemis Grace is one of the players that will play Baron. He's played it quite a lot as well, so I think he feels very comfortable on this hero. And the more kills you give him, the easier it is for him to get to that 3-item mark that makes him so scary. So got to keep an eye out here for Rising Lotus. It's scary stuff right now.
It really is, and with Denial Esports just making such a massive comeback last game, you really got to watch out. And both these teams, I think, looking so strong coming into this game. Well, into this best of 3, in fact, not just this singular game. I think definitely something you need to watch out for.
Oh, no, yeah, I think it's all on the line right now, isn't it, for both of these teams? We said that, when we were doing our prep beforehand, we said this is probably going to be a close series because you're looking at the teams that are fairly close in skill level. You're looking at teams that probably are happy to be playing against each other now because they feel like they can get more points on the board that gets them through to the next stage of the tournament, which is fantastic for them. So that both teams will want to come out on top of this best of 3, and especially the Denial Esports team, just having been picked up, they'll be eager to make their mark and say you made the right choice in investing in us, Denial. You made the right choice of picking us up as a team. If you lose to Rising Lotus, who I think might be one of the only orgs left in the organization that you wouldn't consider a professional organization, yeah, that's a great win for Rising Lotus.
Yeah, it really will be. Proving themselves, well, both these teams really want to prove themselves coming into this match. Artemis Grace, Agony taking a lot of damage there on Gemsword. Solar Storm comes through, hits Agony in the backline, but Artemis is almost going to get taken out, but no, he trades his kill back straight on to Lure. He will just be able to just keep firing those rockets from the back line, and Lure just kind of overstepping his mark a little bit there, and still Rising Lotus taking a lot of damage. Artemis Grace, man, I want to keep my eyes on him. He's 2-0 already.
I'm going to look at
Agony,
this. Agony goes in.
Agony goes in. Yeah, just drifting dark towards Artemis. Just decides, you killed our Sky. I'm going to take you off the map as well. Doesn't manage to do it. Picks himself up a kill.
One of the major worries that I have for Denial Esports is if you see something like a Baron or you see something like a Celeste, your classic pick would be something like a Taka or Koshka to really drive home the advantage that you might be able to get in the early game, to deny them from farming, to stop them from getting to late game easily. The problem with the composition that you're seeing here from Denial, who actually starts the fights, who actually forces the issue, who says, well, Celeste actually
Hang on a
might
minute,
get
yeah.
killed.
I'm going to tell you who forces the issue, and it's going to be Lure and the gang. Agony is there as well. However, Adagio does pick up the kill from Gemsword. Shame on you, give it to your carries, but he will secure himself a little extra gold. And, yep, Celeste just being caught out there. I am the Doom, just spelling Doom for himself.
Okay, let's imagine for a second they don't get caught out. Which could be hard. Who actually from Rising Lotus turns around and says, I want to start a fight right here, right now? Like, maybe the Frostburn on the Samuel can do that, but it's not the most reliable form of engage. It's not like you've got a Finn. It's not like you've got a Koshka who can use the yummy catnip. It's not like you've got a Taka who can just dive in and demand an answer. There isn't really anyone that says and puts the gauntlet down and says, you know, fight me right now, Denial. And this is the problem that I think they're going to have against this Denial composition. Denial can happily just sit back and say, farm, clear waves, maybe contest gold mine if we get a good opportunity, and get to the late game.
Yeah, they've really they have that range advantage, which, yeah, like you mentioned, Rising Lotus may have a little bit of a problem to deal with later on. They're going to have to land something pretty spectacular in order to pull that off. And with Bastion as well, let's talk about Lyra for a little bit, because obviously we haven't seen her, and she is just such hot on the ban list at this moment. That is quite a shock she was actually let through. In fact, I thought the fight was going to start there, but Drifting Dark is going to come out. Ooh, Agony does get stunned up there. Solar Storm comes through. Agony taking a lot of damage, in fact. Bastion trying to trade up a little bit there as well. Not enough damage on his side just yet to do anything. But yeah, explain to me, Lyra, why is she so strong at this current time?
Well, the thing is that she's such a good lane harass. So, you know, she basically sits in lane with that extra base attack of the Principum Arcanum, and it makes it very difficult for the enemy laner to actually stay, because even if they take a trade, they actually just end up, you know, Lyra just ends up healing them anyway. So it's very difficult to actually trade versus a Lyra in lane. And do you know why that's good for Baron? Baron doesn't need to seek early trades. Lyra does all the trading for him. She just uses her Principum Arcanum, and then Baron can sit there. We've got to fight.
Oh my god, we got a fight and a half indeed. Bash is just caught in the middle of this. Does use the ult to get out of it, but Rom Jetstone is going to follow that up really fast. And Sky is going to be able to secure the gold mine. That's a nice little payout for them. They might be able to get more gold here if they do secure a couple of kills. Bash is just going to get chased down here. Sacrificial Lamb goes down, but he might not be the only one. I Am the Doom is going to follow suit as well. Agony's going to pick up that kill, and that is going to be not only the gold mine there, Scoundrel, but they're going to pick up themselves 2 kills as well.
But Artemis Grace did push the wave, so they can't actually pick up the turret off the back of that. Man, that was a little bit over-eager, you would have to say, from Denial Esports right there. A little bit, I guess, trying to force their advantage too much. Remember, they are a late game team. Even if they're ahead in the early game, it doesn't make them better than the opposition in a fight. You still have to deal with the prowess of a weapon power Sky. You still have to deal with the early game spikes that Samuel can achieve, you know, with just that tier 1, tier 3 item working towards a second tier 2. You still have to wait and say, actually, we need those 3 items to be able to fight in a full-on team fight. And I think maybe Denial Esports might have learned their last lesson from that gold mine there. They just lost a huge chunk of the advantage that they've given themselves.
Yeah, that advantage it went straight over into the pocket of Rising Lotus. We'll see what they can do with it now. Obviously, they are a turret down, so they're going to have to make some pretty sharpest plays in order to kind of take that one back, because like you mentioned, Denial, they've got a lot of poke potential, and that's definitely something you want to be scared of.
No, I think that is one of the major issues as well, especially as it goes longer and longer, and Baron's range is you know, going to become more and more annoying with those rockets. Huge poke potential. I mean, the poke potential from Rising Lotus is good as well, but you still have the healing from Bastion to be able to work through. So even if you get poked down with Agony, Bastion's still going to be able to heal people up fairly nicely. You know, the more health you pick up on Lyra, the more powerful her heals become. So, I mean, you see here just shaking off some of that early Samuel poke that they received there.
Absolute ridiculous amount of healing from Lyra. I'm not surprised she's so contested in pick and ban at the moment.
I mean, Adagio does the same thing, right? So
Yeah.
Adagio is kind of in the similar respect. We might have a fight here.
Hang on.
though.
Ion Cannon coming down. Hits 2. Where did that damage come from? They might be able to follow this one up. The heals do come through, and I'm not entirely sure how Law survived that one, but he did manage to get out. Did pop the ult as well, just to try and dissuade them a little bit. Whoa, what was that damage from Artemis Grace? I've got no idea.
Crits, massive damage from the Ion Cannon as well. Definitely heading towards the Baron that we know and love in that later game. Nearly at his Tyrant's monocle too, so, pay attention to that. They are going to the goal. Oh no, he gets stolen!
Oh wait, what?
It got stolen by Oblivion!
Stolen! Oh my god, Oblivion comes up huge. Agony. This guy's on fire right now. Left, right, and center, these goldmines are being stolen away, and Krakens for that matter.
I tell you what, Tasty Bacon was right. Samuel is, I think, in my memory, Samuel has had one of the lowest win rates of any hero in competitive. It's very difficult to make him work properly, yet teams still want to pick him because of how strong he can be. It's just executing it can be quite difficult. I gotta say, Agony's looked very good with it so far. Really good. Good steal there. He's now got his broken myth. He can maybe start to wind up the pressure that he can put down, especially when he builds up those stacks. Keep an eye on Agony. This game is far from over, although we are heading to the late game. So, once we get past 15 minutes, suddenly you're looking at the Denial Esports composition and saying, you guys doing a lot of damage.
Nothing we want to mess with. They might have to mess with it at some point. Entire Denial squad, they're just kind of rushing down the mid lane right now. I say mid lane. The only lane.
The lane.
The lane.
The middle of the lane.
Yeah, the middle of the lane. Yeah, that's what I was supposed to say. Well, jumping forward, you can see the... those rockets from Baron. You just see him come out. It's like, that's going to do a lot of damage.
You're at 3 items now, Jaws. This is what a 3-item Baron will start to do. He might even go for another Tyrant's monocle, and then that's going to be devastating.
Bastion, though, is a little bit caught up. Takes a lot of damage. Does boots away. I Am the Doom, though, is caught off into the side. He's going really low. Oh, my God. The Solar Storm just came through. Just turned this whole fight around. Law ends up going down. In fact, what was that? I Am Doom looked incredibly out of position, incredibly caught, and just... Solar Storm, see you later, health bars. Goodbye.
Was that a combination between Iron Cannon and Solar Storm? Because that just looked like it crushed the entire fight. Just like everybody was at like 80%, and then everybody was at like 10%. I literally turned my eyes away for just a second. I blinked, and the entire squad from Rising Lotus just melted. Absolutely melted. This is the power you can expect to see, especially from a Baron and Celeste as we get towards the later game. My word, what damage they are doing right now.
Oof, one wombo combo, and I think that would be it. I don't think Agony, like, he hasn't got that many defensive items right now, could even just withstand the level of damage. In fact, he might just get jumped on again. Agony going really low. Sky Ultimate coming through. 2 stuns. However, that's going to actually dissuade the entire squad of Denial. They get completely denied, and they're going to have to back off. That was a beautiful death from above, just stunning a couple of people up there.
Yeah, really, really, really good death from above.
No death, by the way. Just stuns from above.
Yeah, stuns from above. That's probably the way that, especially as a weapon power Sky, probably the name that you should give it, because it generally is mainly for utility. The damage output from weapon power Sky and death from above is next to none. So we look at the skills they've gone. You've got double overdrive for Nerd, by the way. Overdrive on the forward barrage and overdrive on Suri Strike, which is interesting because not everyone would usually overdrive forward barrage on weapon power Sky. But with the new, I think with the updates to the scaling, maybe it's a little bit more efficient to do that. Actually, you need to only have 2 points in death from above this time round. Gonna wait and see. Looks like aggressive movements from Artemis. Look at that damage!
What is that? Agony takes 2 hits in Scoundrel, and he was half HP.
That was 800 damage. 800 damage, and it is going to be the Sorrow Blade Breaking Point double Tyrant's monocle. Because of the range, it makes it very easy to pull off for the Baron. You will basically one-shot people. I mean, that's how good he is.
Agony, don't step forward again. What are you doing? Still taking a lot of damage. Solar Storm. Oh, it's all good. Iron Cannon. Oh, okay. That missed too. All right, fair enough.
Oh, Solar Storm missed. Oh, Iron Cannon missed. Yeah. But the real work is getting done through the basic attacks. They are chunking right now. And I think what a good thing to point out, Jaws, is the way that Baron's behavior evolves in his play as he gets later into... Oh, the face.
Oh, hang on a minute. Oh, Romgem. Oh, dear. Jump forward. Romgem in a little bit of trouble. He's going to go down eventually. Verse of Judgment. Will it do anything? I'm not sure it will. He falls, but Law is trading up a lot of damage there. Jumps straight onto the back line. There comes the death from above. Stuns not really going through, though. I Am the Doom again. How are you still alive? How? Just tell me your secrets. Artemis is just following Agony here. Drifting Dart coming through. There comes the Heliogenesis. See you later. Ace comes through. And there we go. Everything's coming through at this point. Even my voice. And Denial Esports not being denied this time. Sentry going down. Kraken on the table. What just happened? My goodness. I just can't. It's Baron damage.
Yeah,
Too much.
I think what the only thing that is worth saying at this point, Jaws, is let's admit that was a face check. No vision, no flares from Romgen. He just face checked. The only analysis that we need to give is this is Baron with 3.5.
Woo.
That is what he does.
Yeah.
This is the trade-off. You have a awful early game to trade off for this ridiculous late game. And if you don't have a team that can punish it, if you don't have something like a Koshka or Taka that can punish the Baron, he gets to this stage and he's almost unstoppable.
Nope, jumps forward. Unstoppable indeed. Still takes a lot of damage. Solus, oh my god, how? How are you supposed to deal with that? How? Just tell me, please.
I don't know
It's
if he can right now,
ridiculous.
Jaws. And I think that's
No.
why I don't know if Rising Lotus have a hope in hell of winning unless there's a massive misplay. Oh, he goes straight in!
Oh, Artemis goes straight in. Law taking very, very low. Oblivion not really hitting anything. Drifting Dart coming through. Ion Cannon goes through as well. Agony taking fairly low, however. And nobody just going down. Sentry is going to go down as well. Left from above, not really doing much. And, no, it's not. Look, he's trying to do something here. Drifting Dart coming through. Artemis, 2, 3 hits. Agony almost going down. Another 800 damage comes through. One last rocket will do it. There we go. He finally takes the kill. And that's going to be it, I think, a Scoundrel. Oh my goodness. Denial Esports. They're coming up huge. They're really proving that they are a team that you just cannot mess with.
They're also a team you can't give Baron to Artemis Grace with because he was monstrous this game. 2-1 over Rising Lotus. It looked shaky in that sort of first game for them. I was thinking maybe this team that I expected to win moderately comfortably could get upset by Rising Lotus, but they came back with a force, and we're going to see them tomorrow. I think the main point I have to make here, Jaws, is that we talked about it in the early game. There was no way to punish the poor early game from Denial Esports, and the reason is it was mediated by Lyra. Lyra is so good at stalling because of her bright bulwark, because she is such a force in lane, because she can do trades by herself with Prince of Arcanum, because she has the heal. She has this kit that makes it very hard to punish the early game. But Rising Lotus didn't help themselves by not really having anybody that could force the issue in the early game. They didn't have the likes of a Glaive, they didn't have the likes of a Koshka, they didn't have the likes of a Taka. So unfortunately, they had no way of pressuring Denial Esports, Jaws.
There we go. I mean, maybe it's back to the drawing board for their compositions, thinking maybe if we do come up against a Baron, we'll pick more of those aggressive all-in heroes. But with that said, we're going to hand it over to the analyst desk yet again, and you will see us, you'll see me in Scoundrel very, very soon.
Indeed, they will. Great game 3 there. Denial Esports managing to take home the series right after being acquired. I'm sure they're feeling good about that. By the way, guys, we're going to do a giveaway in chat for some epic keys, I believe. If you want to win that, go ahead and type in Denial Esports, all one word and lowercase, for your chance to win. Man, very exciting stuff, though. Baron really showing up in this series.
I'm telling you, Baron is a force to be reckoned with. His biggest weakness is early game. And that's why, when I'm looking at these matchups, it really comes down to if he can trade evenly with so many other laners, he will come out on top. Because as you put points into that ultimate, your range increases, and by the end of the game, you're hitting from a mile away, and you're hitting like a truck.
Yeah, I mean, some of those damage numbers at the end were like 500 plus on single attacks, and that's just absolutely insane. This composition in general was one that, kind of just echoing what the casters were saying. They needed some kind of engagement. They needed some way to try and fight them early on. They didn't have it, and when we saw the end result, eventually it just got to a point where Denial was just too much for Rising Lotus to handle.
Yeah.
Indeed, they were. Guys, we're actually going to be skipping over on broadcast, at least, the Cyclone G2 Esports game, because unfortunately there were some delays behind the scenes. So we're going to be going directly into Fnatic versus SK Gaming when we come back. Should be very exciting stuff, though. I'm looking forward to seeing how Fnatic fare after their performance at the preseason Invitational. We're going to be going to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the desk. Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ready for the fourth and final series to be shown for Europe today. We did skip over the third place one. If you want to catch up with what happens, though, it will be available on YouTube and Twitch as a VOD later on, although probably not today. So, let's start thinking about our next matchup, Fnatic versus SK Gaming. This is going to be a great one. You were talking earlier, in fact, I think it was you, Bacon, right? You were talking about the fact that this was two former members of Team Secret, the old powerhouse in Europe, coming up against one another in the first week of Vainglory 2017.
Yeah, Cavalifar over on Team Secret and Pomotoro on the newly formed team of Fnatic. Arguably one of the largest esports orgs to come in during this offseason,
For sure.
Especially here in Europe, and definitely looking forward to this matchup.
And speaking of Fnatic, let's just take a look at their roster. Some great talent here. Net Toilette, Techno JJ, Palmatoro, and their substitute player, Carol. Very strong stuff. You mentioned Palmatoro, of course, world-class player. Did go to the World Championship last time around. Techno JJ, I believe, was there as well. In fact, as well as Net, these guys all went to Worlds, right?
Yeah.
I believe so,
Yep,
yes.
they were there. Net and Techno were for Cerberus.
Yeah.
Yep, playing there. So
Gangsters.
yeah, they were all there. And one of the things I think, that we see behind the scenes, other players, competitive players would know about it, but all of these guys, while they weren't on the same teams, when they would be at live events together, and even online when they're just, ranking or whatever, these guys would always play together. So they're friends, they've had synergy that they've built up behind the scenes, and this is definitely one of the major teams to keep your eyes on this season.
Absolutely. So now let's have a look at their opponents, SK Gaming, and their roster. Some great players across on this side. Also, Jetpacks, Cavalifar, Tyrus, and their substitute players, Raf and Bayou.
Yeah, this is a bit of a shake-up for SK, and we've always seen them. They always seem to come back with a new roster. We've heard multiple times, this is the one that we feel is the one that's going to do it for us. And you got to figure, with Cavalifar joining, this was a team that he wanted to join to. He really enjoyed playing with these guys. That was why he switched over to SK. He felt like they matched the same level of drive and motivation that he had himself.
I mean, we got to talk to these players, after Worlds. Some of the players that were there, some of the players that weren't there. Jetpacks actually got to go watch. And, I was talking with him, and he's been around the scene for a long time. He did have to take some time off, but, he was there last season. He was the most motivated player. Out of everybody I talked to, he had the most motivation, and he just he convinced me sitting there talking to him. He was like, "Look, I'm gonna work harder than anybody this season. I'm gonna come back. You're guaranteed that SK is gonna have one of the best teams as far as roster is concerned. I'm gonna make sure it happens, and we're gonna be moving forward to live events."
This is their opportunity to prove that, right? I mean, you look at SK here; they're coming in with a very fresh lineup compared to what they've been, what they've had in the past. And Qualifier has new teammates flanking him. It's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, and you had mentioned it a little bit earlier. Fnatic, they want to redeem themselves after the preseason invitational, going out in the first round.
I wasn't even gonna bring it up.
Hey, you play with a chip on your shoulder. Sometimes that gets you that little bit of extra motivation you need to really, come out firing and come out on all cylinders.
No jet lag this time. Just saying.
Yep, exactly.
That's pretty good. That's always a good excuse.
I've
even though
still
about
got
that
to represent Europe on this desk, don't I? It feels weird. I feel like the analysts should be against one another and the host is like unbiased, right? But you guys are totally both North America biased.
I fire shots at anybody I can, honestly.
Yeah,
I mean, I brought up the OSA Worlds pick earlier, so that's not really EU shots fired.
Yeah,
necessarily.
that's
one of the
true.
things also I think we should mention here. A lot of these teams, we look at their rosters, we look at the top three, and we look at their subs, and we're like, how do I pronounce that name? Not quite sure who that is. Bayou and Raf. All right, so at any point, you can take Bayou and swap him in. He's going to have a major impact. He's a hell of a player. Same thing with Raf. He's a top-tier player. If he can control his passion and emotions, he can get a lot done.
And we know exactly how to pronounce their names,
Exactly.
which is my
Always a
favorite bit. All right, so are there any hero picks that you feel like, because we know a lot of these players from the past. They're pretty much all well-known names, in fact. We know what the meta is starting to develop as. What sorts of picks might we expect to see from these players in this meta?
I think with Fnatic, a strong pick that we'll probably be seeing will be a Lance if it's not banned out and they're allowed to grab it. They have multiple players that like to take that Lance into the jungle or into that roam captain position. I think they'll be pretty effective with that.
I also want to keep an eye on Ringo, especially for, again, Fnatic, just because going back to the winter season, it was actually Techno JJ when he was on G2, I believe. They were one of the first teams to come out with the feed the carry idea and like just put all of the gold as much as humanly possible onto your carry. And it was actually Techno JJ on Ringo that they often ran that strategy with. So Techno JJ definitely knows that hero inside and out.
Yeah, going up against Cave Volifar, who is
Yeah.
pretty used to that. Very similar
Absolutely.
thing.
All right, well, we do have the draft ready for game number 1 of Fnatic versus SK Gaming. It is going to be Fnatic on A side to begin with, so they're going to have first pick, first ban available to them. Guys, if you had to make a prediction before you see the draft this time, I'm mixing it up on you, who would you say?
Goodness. Prediction before the draft? I'm going to go with Fnatic.
I'm going to say SK. I think Cavalifar brings it.
All right, so why are you going with Fnatic? I'm curious. Do you think across the board, like maybe they've got a bit more of a consistent
Long-time
performance?
synergy between these players. I think they're all incredibly talented. This could be a top team this season. Like, even if you look to the live championships that we're going to have down the road, I see them probably being a top team there. And on the flip side, Tyrus needs to prove himself to me.
That's a fair point. I mean, he is one of the most unknown quantities in this equation. I'm hearing, by the way, that we've got a slight delay on draft, so we get more analysis.
Okay.
I want to hear more about the picks, because we had a brief discussion about Lance. That was a great one. What else works here, though? Because, for example, Cavalifar, we mentioned Ringo earlier on. We've seen him historically have very strong performances on more, I think, than anything, the weapon carries, right? This is a great patch for him.
Well, yes. But in my mind, nothing beats his CP Sky. Even though the CP Sky is not the strongest pick necessarily right now to fit the draft, he could always pull it out. But playing the weapon Sky, it's a little bit different play style, but I think that's something that he could adjust to and make work over time. Ringo's definitely a major pick for him. Any of the weapon carries, he does pretty well with. Also, he's a big Vox player.
Yeah, you also have to be very careful of Cavalifar pulling out one of those melee lane carries, because that's another thing that he has done multiple times in the past. Going on to the other side, though, I think you also have to keep an eye on Kroll being a big pick for Palmatoro. This is one of his most well-known heroes. And Kroll, I actually feel, is really strong in the current meta because there's such a focus on the weapon carries. And Kroll can do very well on them if he's able to get in and get a couple weakness stacks built up.
That's a very good point. And looking towards Jetpacks for a second, this is a player you mentioned. He was around a long time ago in the scene quite prominently, took a bit of a break. What might we see from him? Because it's been a long time since he was really in the limelight.
I think Jetpacks is fundamentally a sound player. I think sometimes he takes risks where he shouldn't, but at the same time that throws your opponents off, because it's actually like there's a kind of like joke sometimes when you're playing against like bad players and you have a skill shot and you fire it where they should be and you miss and you're like, what? I'm better. How did I miss that? It's because you don't know what they're going to do, but you start playing up against good players, it's more predictable in a sense, which is weird. But Jetpacks is past that. He's like back to the point of being unpredictable, which can backfire sometimes, but can also make his team come out on top.
That's an interesting way of looking at it. It's certainly the way I like to look at it when I miss skill shots at the tier of play that I'm playing at.
No, but if we
me.
see flickers come out, if we see Arden with the dragon blood first item, he's the kind of guy that's going to be doing it.
Can't miss skill shots if you don't have skill shots. Arden, baby.
I like it.
I don't know. I don't know if Gauntlet might count as a skill shot. Kinda. It's like a really big skill shot.
If you're playing the Arden, I'd call
borderline.
it. Okay, it's a skill shot if you can drop it and you're dropping the stone on top of it.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Like,
that's a fair way of looking at it.
anyone can like put a turret in the middle of a gauntlet.
All right, so Bacon, what are some of your thoughts about picks here? What would you like to see?
I would really like to see the Kroll come out. I always like to see Kroll come out, regardless of if he's strong on the current patch or not. But I also want to see, as far as the captain position go, I would love to see something like a Fortress and just have one of these teams just go super aggressive.
Fortress with like a Ringo and just...
Yep. And just, try. I really want to see one of these teams be hyper aggressive, just in your face, constantly trying to dive their opponents and just, not really give them a chance to react to what they're looking to do.
One other thing we got to talk about as it, bears to this match is the fact that this is a Group A match again. So the winner of this is playing against Team Secret tomorrow. Now, I find that especially funny because no matter which way it goes, we're going to have another former Team Secret alumni matchup in day 2, right? Who do you think has the greater fire in their belly to try and match up against Mowgli tomorrow?
Oof. That's tough to say. I'm assuming that they left, on decent terms. So I don't really.
Yeah, we don't know the
know
full
the backstory necessarily. I think when it comes down to it, probably Fnatic would be happy to, because these guys have been battling against Secret forever, right? So they want to knock Secret down. They want to be proving that they are the top major org over in Europe right now.
I almost feel part of it might also, I feel like Kvalifar might have a little bit more of a drive because, you know, one of the things that he always talked about was the drive and the motivation and the desire to take this fully seriously, you know, make this his full-time job. And that was some of the problems that, like, the Team Secret organization started to have. Like, it just got a little bit shaky for them, and that was where things started to fall apart. So I feel like Kvalifar, like, if he can win today and then go on and beat Team Secret tomorrow, it'd be a little bit of vindication, I almost feel, for him, of knowing that he made the right decision. Because I know, like, talking to him at Worlds, you know, the decision of staying with Secret or going somewhere else was really, really grating on him at the time. So I feel like getting that little bit of, you know, resolve in that he made the right choice could be huge for his and the entire team's momentum going forward in this season.
It's an interesting point. We are going to be ready for the draft now, so let's head on into it. Sorry for the delay, guys. We've got Fnatic up against SK Gaming. Fnatic, as mentioned before, is on the A side, banning away Adagio very quickly here.
No surprises. Adagio Liver are always going to be in these first 4, you know, bans/picks. I feel like for at least a couple weeks.
Yeah, well, the question is, SK, I mean, they were kind of spending some time there, maybe just figuring out how the next pick ban phase would go. They take the Lyre off the board. Lance is going to be picked up for Fnatic. I mean, this is a go-to pick.
Yeah, absolutely, and not anything that we weren't expecting to start this off. Now, this is where SK could try and shake things up, or do they just kind of go with what's been standard thus far? You know, again, using a fair bit of time here, whereas Fnatic right away, like their picks were, their ban, I mean, they were had their first ban in before we even almost loaded onto the screen. The Lance pickup came immediately after the Lyra ban. Like, they're very on top of it, whereas SK definitely taking a little more time.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm trying to think about the draft here. And like I said, Tyrus, a bit of a wild card for me. But I talked with Jetpacks. He had a lot of faith in this guy that was coming through, and so that's super important. Arden, right off the bat, this is definitely a Jetpacks hero. He loves this guy, and Arden should have a decent impact this game.
Yeah, and you were talking about the motivation of all these players on SK. I feel like they wouldn't have picked up Tyrus if they didn't feel that his level of motivation and dedication matched what Jetpacks and Kvalifar were going to be bringing to the table. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing Tyrus get out there on the fold and see what he can do. Now the second ban for SK, again, putting a lot of thought into every decision they make in this draft.
I like the fact that they're being very measured about this here. You know, Jetpacks, I certainly used to get the impression that he was a bit, maybe a player who would jump to a conclusion in a draft kind of quickly. He was, I'm not sure what the phrase I'm looking for is. You know, he would really just jump to action.
I mean, he has strong opinions.
Yeah, but Kvalifar, on the contrary, I think is like a very level-headed, very slow-paced, methodical guy. So I think that mixture is really helping them out when it comes to these drafts.
And they got to be careful, though. They are getting pretty low on their bonus time, down to a little over 20 seconds there. But they are going to ban away the Kestrel, so that's going to be those no active camos coming through. No.
I like it. I mean, you definitely have Kestrel players over Fnatic right now. And it's not something that Arden really wants to deal with necessarily.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see the second ban from Fnatic going to come out, the final ban of this draft.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what they go with here. They've got a lot of extra time to work with if they want to really think about, okay, why is SK picked up this Arden first pick, right? Like, what are they going to pair it with? What would you pair it with?
There's so many options.
Yeah, it's really tough to say at this point. We talked about Kvalifar being a very high-level Vox player. I think Arden Vox is a decent combo when it comes to like dealing with the Lance to bail that Vox out of a sticky situation. Ringo's still on the board. The synergy is not too insane, but Ringo having high range, and if he's a weapon laner, he can fight in and around the edges of that gauntlet wall. Those are just different ways that you can look to take advantage of Arden's kit.
Yeah, I like the Glaive ban here because Glaive Arden is another one of those very strong combos. So taking that off the board when you know that your opponents have the next pick coming up.
That's pretty old school Europe meta, not going to lie. That's back in winter 2015.
Blackfeather.
I think
very nice.
First Blackfeather of the day, as he has been banned out in, I believe, every other game that we've seen thus far. So that could actually be huge. A lot of these teams have been very wary of this Black Feather, making sure he doesn't get on the board. But on the flip side,
Oh!
Petal
Okay.
action.
ooh, Petal and Jewel.
Wow.
Wow. Didn't Fnatic pick Jewel at the preseason invitational?
Yeah.
That
I think they
didn't
did.
go so well for them. As an aside.
The one thing I do want to say, though, is other than those last couple picks, these two teams taking so much time on the majority of these picks, it just kind of shows you how much this matchup means to them. Like, they want to make sure that they get as good of a draft as they can possibly think of, and they're both kind of trying to think what their opponents are going to do. There's a lot on the line here in this matchup.
I'm really curious about Jewel plus Petal. It doesn't seem like two heroes that necessarily have the same goals in mind in ways that they fight. Jewel is very, always go forward, never show your back, because that's where you're going to take the bonus damage. Petal is more like I'm going to kite backwards, jump away constantly, right? So that's kind of interesting. SK do round out with a Vox, probably for Kvalifar.
Yeah, and as far as that whole Petal Jewel comment you just made, I mean, maybe that's where you look to see Lance as kind of the anchor for this team, when Jewel can fight kind of in that range, and Petal can bounce around. And sometimes we have like a Rhyme who's on the front line, and you have someone poking from range on the backside. Jewel kind of fulfilling that role, but having a little bit more damage output, not as durable as a Rhyme, but a little bit tankier than someone else you might have put in that position.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really a standard composition. It's not something that we would expected it to have come out, but that's part of the wonder and the joy of the double ban is we get some compositions we maybe aren't used to. That being said, I do definitely prefer the SK composition this time around.
100%.
You feeling the same?
Yeah, I'm
All
feeling
right.
the same way.
So, I mean, would you say that based on all this, SK is your favorite to win this game just based on composition? Do you think they have anything else up their sleeve that's giving them that edge?
No, I think this is compositionally. I mean, the teams both stack up pretty well. Fnatic on paper, without any draft information, I might give them a slight edge overall in a series, but they're pretty even.
I felt SK before the draft, and I'm still feeling SK after the draft.
Dang.
Even more so.
SK fanboy.
All right. Well, I believe
Kvalifar fanboy.
I heard some people talking about you and your predictions earlier on Twitter. I wonder how accurate they're going to be. we were talking about keeping track of them over the course of this season. I'm not going to make any predictions. Can't track me making bad positions if I don't predictions if I don't make bad predictions or predictions at all.
There you
All
go.
right, we're ready to jump on the Halcyon Fold, ladies and gentlemen. Let's throw it on over to Josnick Scoundrel one more time.
The battle for the Halcyon Fold has begun.
Welcome back to the Fold, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jaws. Obviously, I am joined by the lovely Scoundrel. We're into another beautiful best of three as well. My goodness, this one looks pretty stacked to me. Fnatic versus SK Gaming. For me, a few familiar names on the Fold today.
What a way to round out day one here of the EU VG8. Fnatic versus SK, Kvalifar versus Palma Toro. Battle of the chaps who were on the same team not so long ago. And now it's going to have to be Palma Toro with his new team in Techno JJ and Net Toilette, two very familiar faces on the European scene. With Kvalifar teaming up with Tyras and Jetpacks. Tyra's not had as much, I guess, exposure as both Jetpacks and Kvalifar, but has been impressive in the sort of competitive setting that we've seen him in. And I've got to say, I'm very much looking forward to this.
Oh, indeed. And we just said in the loading screen there, we're like, what happened in this draft? Like, there's so many odd, like not odd, but like different picks. Obviously, first time we're seeing Petal today. Jewel is being picked up yet again, and we have a Black Feather too. There's a lot of interesting things that have come out that draft phase for sure.
Yeah, and Kvalifar got his Vox. I mean, if there was one guy that I know plays Vox to a very high standard, it's Kvalifar. He's always been a fantastic Vox player, and with the strength of Vox right now, we have to keep our eye on how he performs. Interesting that Petal has been picked up by Palma Toro. Obviously, Petal's still devastating in the solo queue. Even despite the nerfs, she's still very strong. But it's going to be Palma Toro feeling confident enough to take him, and I actually think it's going to be a really good pickup, because I don't know how easy it'll be to deal with the Munions, even despite the resonance bounces. Don't know how easy it'll be to sort of blast through those Munions as the Black Feather and the Vox. So we'll have to see how that one pans out. If Techno JJ can play Jewel the way that Jewel is supposed to be played, all in.
All in, and speaking of all in, Net Toilette going really low here, just gets the impale. I thought he was going to live. Tyrose says, not today, my friend. Chases up, picks up first blood, and Palmatoro just kind of not in that fight whatsoever.
Yeah, I think that was more Net Toilette getting caught out a little bit by Tyrose. Remember, you can slow people down quite nicely. He found the executing blow as well. And Palmatoro probably couldn't really do much about it. He was farming his jungle. He didn't really feel like that was going to be a threat in lane at that point in time. And Net Toilette unfortunately just caught out very early on here. First blood straight over, but actually Fnatic are still the ones with the gold lead.
Yeah, that's all down to the farming of the minions right there. He's already 10 up, Techno JJ, so something to keep in mind. And that dual pick, we've seen it once before today. Do you think it'll have a bigger impact in this game coming up against Kvalifar's Vox?
Well, actually, Vox is very mobile, so Jewel might find it difficult unless she gets early movement speed, or we see a very early war treads coming out from Net Toilette to actually keep on top of the Vox. But remember, when she is facing a target, she takes reduced damage. So as Kvalifar is kiting backwards, he won't be doing as much damage to Techno JJ as he potentially could be to other targets, for instance. So keep your eye on that. But again, Jewel into a target that can kite quite easily and readily, like like a Vox, that might be a little bit more difficult.
Well, I'm going to have to interrupt you there real quick. Jetpacks, he's diving on in. The entire Fnatic squad, in fact, just getting sent really, really nice Githian wall onto Jetpacks. Does stun him up against the wall, in fact, but nothing too crazy happening just yet. But Kvalifar, you already saw, and if you was paying close attention to him, his positioning in that fight just enabled him to get so much damage down onto every member of Fnatic.
Yeah, and actually the Munions do a good job of actually delivering resonance bounces. That's the one thing that Petal will struggle with into Vox. The Munions deliver resonance bounces quite readily. So again, they took a lot of damage, and actually, because obviously as a weapon power Vox, you actually max your resonance bounce first anyway, because Sonic Zoom's great, use it for repositioning, use it for kiting, but you actually get a lot of base damage out of those resonance bounces early on. So you're going to see Kvalifar start to really do some early damage to these team fights, even despite not building CP. Also want to point out we're going to see a CP Blackfeather here. So the poke from Tyrus is actually going to be very strong, and it makes it a little bit more easy to deal with the Munions as the Blackfeather, because your on point will be doing so much damage, you might actually be able to burst through them quite quickly.
We'll see if he can be on point. And nice pick up by Palmatoro there, and again, a nice pick up by Net Toilette. We'll get some nice little power spike items as they just wander back to the lane, and that's going to be pretty big for them, surely.
Yeah, absolutely. The Fountain means they can team fight more readily. You're not seeing a Fountain on Jetpacks yet. I don't know how close he is to it. Doesn't look like he's going to pick it up right now.
I think he's got enough.
No, he's not. He's actually got 2 contracts. I didn't even notice this. He's actually got 2
there you go.
contracts.
No, he sold one. He got it. He got it. They've also found a fight there. They've also got a fight. Githian wall onto Tyrus into the wall. That just in time Fountain does manage to save him. However, still going down. In fact, Jewel, being the absolute monster that she is going to be able to pick up the kill. Nice return again. Palmatoro just managed to get in those Munions on the back line, and Kvalifar just being kind of caught out there. I swear that Fnatic was just kind of mispositioned, but they really turned that one around.
Yeah, you didn't have the power spike of the alternating current on Tyrant yet. He was still stuck on a heavy prism and a blazing salvo. And again, Vox with just a breaking point. Not a huge amount of damage output at this point in time. We talked about it in the previous game. You kind of have to wait until you're at the sort of breaking point double Tyrants monocle to really sort of come online. So yeah, I think just a wrong place, wrong time for Fnatic, because for SK. Fnatic had the power spike of that Frostburn already completed on Palmatoro. You've already got the Sorrow Blade on Techno JJ as well. Got a lot of early damage coming through. Yeah, huge. I've got to notice that they're buying contracts that you don't regularly see here, Jaws. Both Jetpacks and Net Toilette investing in them.
Yeah, that's kind of odd. And, whoa, speaking of odd, Kvalifar does get jumped on, Githian wall backwards, in fact. Does use the boot to escape, but you cannot escape Techno JJ. Beautiful DPS. I was trying to think of a word there. I was trying to think of something funny, but it didn't happen.
I think DPS is completely fine.
All right.
Perfectly good descriptive word. And actually, this is how you play Jewel. All in, on your target, blow them up. And I think Kvalifar definitely on the wrong end of those Thunder Strikes right now. He's really, really punished for it. Actually has to pick up a very early armor here. How much damage is Jewel doing?
Yeah, she does obviously have that Sorrow Blade, so she's hitting like a truck or like a small Yeti. Is pretty sure that's what she's riding.
She is riding a small, I don't even know if it's a small Yeti. I think it's a fairly large Yeti.
I think it's pretty big, yeah, alright. At least 2-person size, or a lance size Yeti.
I mean, again, it's hard to compare sizes because everyone's kind of the similar model size in Vainglory. But you imagine if this was done to real scale, that Yeti would be pretty big.
Be pretty big. Be bigger than one of the turrets, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And Petal will be tiny, actually. So, yeah. Thank God shit, isn't everything done to realistic sizes. Oh, get him all into Tyrus. He's going to have to back off there using his mobility. Not a problem, though. But Fnatic just constantly, big red button as well, onto Cavalify, just constantly just pushing them into their turret, just leaving them no room to breathe.
Really interesting that they've got these protector contracts coming through. It's something that we were going to talk about. Usually you see Iron Guy contracts coming through or whatever, you're just trying to heal up and sustain and jungle, but 2 protector contracts coming through. I like that versus the Jewel. You know, you're expecting a lot of heavy bursts from the Jewel, and Jetpacks wants to aid the protection on both Cavalifar and Tyrus with a protector contract and his Vanguard. But it's interesting you're seeing it from Net Toilette as well. Maybe trying to protect Techno JJ as he goes in, you know, give the protector contract to Techno JJ, meaning he's a little bit safer when he jumps into the fray.
Yeah, I'm definitely curious to see, because I never seem to see them when I'm playing games, at least, and I haven't, coming from the Vainglory Invitational as well, I didn't see too many being picked up, so yeah, a bit of an interesting buy, bit unique in that sense, but we'll see how they do want to use them, like you said, maybe give it to the guy that jumps in, like Techno JJ, but it seems to be working out so far, 3-1 with a 2k, almost 3k in fact, gold lead. So that's going to be really nice for them in that back pocket, and crucially, we didn't touch on it, the turret going down as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Really good start for Fnatic. Palmatoro, often considered one of the best junglers in Europe, you know, showing how diverse he can be. I know Petal is a very strong pick right now, but Palmatoro looks like he's having great fun with it. Remember, he'll also have great control of team fights with his ultimate, those minions exploding, healing his team, which is great for Jewel, because imagine Jewel jumps in with her gap closing. And 1 second, we're going to fight. I'll talk about it afterwards.
Oh, hang on a minute. Yeah, talk about it in a minute, because Jetpacks is just getting jumped on. Gauntlet comes down, he leaps up in the air, gets a double stun as well.
Whoa!
Techno JJ just gets disintegrated, and Cavalifar picks up the kill on the box pick. Palmatoro going low as well, but those minions just going to, yeah, those resonance bounces are kind of annoying when they're following the minions.
Yeah, the minions just delivering those resonance bounces, so, you know, maybe you don't have to deal with them. Maybe Cavalifar prefers it, just that they're going in.
Oh, yeah, please come towards me so I can resonance bounce you. Turret is going to go down. Will they chase afterwards? I'm not sure they will. Palmatoro escaping with an inch of HP is going to be able to survive, but Techno JJ, that damage that he received in that fight was just exponential.
Yeah, but he got stunned facing away from the team, and that's where Jewel is weakest. She has a barrier that I think it's like 270 degrees. I can't remember the exact degree, but basically 270-degree arc around her, I think, is reduced damage. And when she turns away, you hit her in the back, and that's where she's exposed. So, I mean, she walked directly into, or actually, I wouldn't say walked, I think it was a great placement of a gauntlet from Jetpacks, and that allowed them to then blow her up. I think Tyra's got a great executing blow, and I think Cavalifar picked up the final kill there, but I mean, it was just a really nice play by Jetpacks. Actually worked, Cavalifar.
Hang on a minute, Cavalifar, Githian wall from the Impale, somehow surviving still. Techno JJ, he's facing away, the weak spot of any player, or at least any of the plays I make at least. I don't know, man.
I like the way you wrapped that one up, Jules. Yeah, let you do that again.
Oh my goodness. I don't know what happened there. Palmatoro manages to escape, and SK Gaming, they secure 3-3.
Oh, Cavalifar's dead.
Oh,
no, he's not.
No, he's not. Scoundrel, you spoke too soon. Oh, Impale, it misses. Oh, no toilet. Oh, he's going to be fine. All right, all good.
Yeah, somehow, I mean, Cavalifar's had some real fancy feet this game, dodging Impales left, right, and center. And he's nearly at the double turrets monocle. He's already nearly there. Already nearly at the double turrets monocle at 11 minutes. This is going to be great for him because that's a huge damage spike. Be chunking through. If he can get to Palmatoro in the backline, Palmatoro is just dead. I would like to talk about how these team fights function for Fnatic, right? You commit with Net Toilette and Techno JJ. Palmatoro from the backline uses his ultimate, those minions explode, healing Techno JJ and Net Toilette as they've committed as the melee characters. And then obviously dealing the damage to the team and slowing down, making it easier for Techno JJ and Net Toilette to land the damage they need. I think Tyra's maybe got caught out potentially, but we'll use the Rose defensive, as I like to call it. The Rose offensive to get away there.
A bit more of a defensive play. I like the play on words, but that will mean Goldminer is going to go over to Fnatic. So that small push did result in a nice little swing of gold. 300 each in their back pockets.
Yeah.
And Techno JJ, so he's obviously going the weapon power build right now. Is he going to pick up a second monocle?
Not with the Blazing Salvo. It's more likely he'll go for a Tornado Trigger potentially, but a lot of armor is starting to stack up on Cavalifar and Tyras, so he might consider a breaking point. I wouldn't recommend it though. I would still prefer to see the critical strike coming out from Jewel, because that's kind of where she shines. So you probably work towards a Blazing Salvo here. It's interesting that he didn't go that first over the Tyrant's Monocle. Usually see the typical build path is Sora Blade into Tornado Trigger, and then you pick up the Tyrant's Monocle afterwards.
Well, they're pulling the trigger now. Jetpack's gorgeous over the wall, but they're just going to follow him through. Not a problem. Even Net Twilight using the combat roll as well. He didn't stand a chance for that one. They're still going to chase it, however. No turret remaining. Remember, Cavalifar, nice. Happy feet there. Wombo combo. Almost. Big red button's going to follow it up. Palmatoro going in. He gets the kill as well. Githian wall into the wall. There's no petal kill for you today, as Palmatoro is going to pick up the double kill and the ace. Turret next on the menu. And that means they are going to secure themselves a nice lead. 2k gold and 3 more kills as well.
And you know what? Techno JJ on this Jewel. Jewel's favorite item on the menu is global objectives, because she just shreds through them so quickly. Goldmine dead in seconds. Turrets dead in seconds. It's exactly what you expect from a weapon powered Jewel. So you'd give 1 inch of the game to a Jewel, she will just destroy everything on the map. And again, that was a little bit more like Jetpacks getting caught out, and then unfortunately Cavalifar and Tyras tried to commit to the fight. Jetpacks died. Unfortunately, then they were out of position. Kind of punished there by Jetpacks being a little bit caught out. But again, they're still hitting their item spikes. You're still nearly at, well, you're working towards a Broken Myth now for Tyras. Once he finishes that, it'll be great. And obviously, you've got that big item spike for Cavalifar, who's now picking up a reflex block. Going to stick with just the Tyrant's Monocle and the breaking point there. So just that build. Actually, look at this.
Cavalifar, he does have double tyrants, but will he have the damage to follow up? Palatino is going to go down, almost falls in fact. And in fact, the entire squad there is just trapped in the corner. Tyras is going to be able to pick up the kill finally. In fact, a double kill coming through, and that is going to be it. The turnaround from SK Gaming. Ned Dwellette didn't stand a chance. Triple kill. We spoke about it earlier, Scoundrel. Double tyrants with the breaking point. You can see those stacks as well. Absolutely huge from him, and you can tell he's a Vox main.
And do you know what? That was all because Jetpacks made a play that was kind of redeemed himself. Jetpacks brought himself back from the brink of flame almost back to a redeeming position. And what he did is he basically got Palmatoro in a position where Cavalifar could commit to killing him. You know what we said right at the start of this game, George? We said if Cavalifar can find a position where he can start basic attacking Palmatoro on this petal, this petal was dead. And you know what? That petal died very quickly.
It was actually shocking how quickly he did die. Palmatoro just didn't stand a chance. Just the Minions not really helping him either. And that's the funny thing. They're just kind of impacting him a lot more, I feel, than they're actually helping him, just because of the resonance coming out from Cavalifar.
Well, if Fnatic are the ones to engage and force SK on the back foot, then the Minions are great, because they are a tool that slows down the enemy team. They heal your own team members. They deal a good amount of burst damage. When you're the ones kind of being defensive, they can actually be a bit more of a hindrance, like you said. You know, the resonance bounces start bouncing off them. You know, they basically they're not as effective on the defensive as they are on the offensive. Whoa, Cavalifar, that is ballsy.
Yep, speaking of offensive, Cavalifar, he's there doing 3 damage again. Scoundrel, please someone stop this man. Palmatoro doesn't stand a chance. He's going to have to run away here. Nedwalat, lot long for this world. Cavalifar, this guy, just ballsy, my friend, but he can do it. He can do it. Unbeatable ace as well. The buff's going to come through. What are they going to do? That's the question. And I think a Kraken is going to get taken here. SK Gaming.
Cavalifar with those happy feet again. I mean, he just steps up and says, hey, Lance, try and hit me, mate, because there's no way you're landing those skill shots. And Cavalifar, the cheeky frontline Vox, kites it backward, gives Jetpacks the opportunity to land a great gauntlet. And this is a bait. It was all a bait, mate. And I rated it 8 out of 8 because Cavalifar brought them in and said, I'm overextending, guys. Commit to me. And you know what Fnatic did? They committed. And that's where Jetpacks pounced with the gauntlet, locked them in, and Cavalifar was suddenly like, yeah, You're not locked in. I'm not locked in here with you, mate. You're locked in here with me. And he just completely obliterates them.
Anybody who's in a tight situation with a Vox, just it really burns. Realistically, Palmatora again just didn't stand a chance. Had to run away. But did you see Techno JJ in that fight? That's my question, because all as I saw was the Yeti fall over.
Yeah, pretty much. That's kind of what I saw as well. Interestingly enough, you don't often like to go defensive items on a weapon powered duel because you just want to be able to burst their carry instantaneously. He has gone the breaking point build as well. This is not a bursty duel build. This is not a bursty duel build by any stretch of the imagination. This is not the duel that jumps in your carry and two-shots them. This is the duel that has to build breaking point stacks. And as a weapon powered duel in the melee range of a double Tyrant Chronicle breaking point build, you know, Vox, that's not a duel that's going to get many off. This is a build that's kind of hindering Techno JJ more than aiding him.
Oh, well, this is the breaking point of the game. Nice. Gauntlet comes through. He's going to stun up two people. Techno JJ, this is your time, my friend. This is where you have to pop off. The Kraken is going to go down. They are going to secure two turrets, but the Vein Crystal is being attacked. Can they do it? I don't think Cavelifar is going to let them. The Vein Crystal finally gets shattered, and that will be SK Gaming taking game one off Fnatic. My goodness, are they going to ban Fox? Yes, they are.
I think if you're going to ban a hero versus Cavalifar, you ban Vox. Cavalifar is such a good player on that particular hero, and given how powerful, Humanist talked about it, you know, he's considered probably the tier 1 laner right now, you know, in the right situations. And that was a perfect situation for Cavalifar. Again, Techno JJ's build. Yeah. I mean, I'm not a big fan of breaking point on duel. I don't think you get the opportunity to stack it. You're supposed to jump in, blow someone up, and be like, yo, deal with me. In this situation, with the kite of the on point, the Vanguard, it made it way too difficult. I don't know. I don't know, mate.
I don't know either.
Do you know who does know? I think the analysts know.
The analysts know exactly that. We'll throw it right back over to them. We'll see you guys very shortly, but analysts, take it away.
All right, so Cavalifar getting the first point against his old teammate. Very strong stuff from SK Gaming in Game 1.
Yeah, I mean, that Vox, just Cavalifar on Vox looks so strong. And it was really, once Blackfeather got a couple items under his belt, really, really smart play from Tyrus throughout.
Yeah, they played very, very strong. They were behind. Mm-hmm. They held it together. That's the hallmark of a really dominant team down the road, especially here in Week 1. It's nice to see with this new roster. They're playing very well. I was actually thinking about the builds, through that game when they were on the back foot and feeling like maybe a weapon Blackfeather with a CP Vox. I mean, they're clumping up a couple melees. They got Petal, Munions to go ahead and bounce off of. But they turned it around. Once they got their item progression, Cavalifar knew exactly when to go, and boy, he just pulled the trigger.
Absolutely, and let's look at one of those examples, actually. Around 16 minutes, we got a fight here from SK Gaming, really running away with it.
Yeah, and I really love the aggressiveness from Cavalifar here, but then the big thing was this gauntlet. Beautiful placement, doesn't catch anyone on the stun, but they can't go anywhere, and it just allows Tyrus to then go ahead, get up some stacks, and start getting those broken heart stacks, and then, of course, Vox just building up that breaking point, doing massive amounts of damage.
By the way, guys, if you want some background knowledge on what's going on in our background series, Cyclone and G2 are actually 1-1, so they're tied up. We got one more in that series to find out who's going to be playing up against Denial Esports in the Group B semifinal. The VODs of this will be up on YouTube/Twitch a little bit later on. But moving into Draft 2 of this series, and Fnatic versus SK Gaming, what are the sort of change-ups you'd like to see from these teams? I mean, what would you like Fnatic to do to maybe adapt? They've tried some experimental stuff twice now in the only matches we've seen from them. Hasn't worked out super well.
Yeah. No, I think this is a weakness of this team. When we look at it, sometimes they need to just stick to their guns, stick to what they do best, and not think outside the box too much. I'd really like to see something that Palma can
So they should pick Taka? And think inside.
That's where I was going with it. Think inside the box, boys.
Well, so Humanist wants to talk pick. I feel like they just, it's one thing to go for these, crazy sort of out there comps, which I love seeing them, but I love seeing them when they work.
Yeah.
And so I feel like you can't really go for these unless I'd like to see them much more on the B side when you know what your opponent already has, and then that last pick doesn't come out and completely counter everything you're going to try and do. But as we get into this one, you can see it's going to be SK taking a lot of time on this first ban. They do end up taking away the Lance.
I think that's smart, right? I mean, Lance is something, like Humanist said in pregame, that Fnatic has a lot of players who can do well on.
Yeah, I mean, they can put that in the jungle, they can put it in the roamer captain position, and find a lot of success with it. It's a very safe ban here.
Well, for now, the other ban for Fnatic, I mean, got the Lyra and Adagio there. Do you ban one of those, or do you let them both through so that you can guarantee you're getting one of those two? I generally lean towards leaving them both open and taking one of them yourself.
Against Jetpacks, I'd leave them both open. I don't feel like those are either of them are his top picks.
Yeah, Jetpacks generally is the player that likes to get in your face and be one of those big tankier captains like the Arden or like we just saw.
Pedal ban. Fnatic really must be putting some weight on this pick. I mean, they picked it last game. It didn't work for them. They're still banning it against SK, who haven't even shown it historically.
Yeah, well, it makes me feel that maybe they've done some scrims up against each other as well,
possible.
right? Something that they feel and they've learned between each other.
Yeah, especially, you know, again, we don't know how the Team Secret breakup happened, but if they left on good terms, they're definitely friends, you know, can set up some scrims with each other as a result there. So, yeah, that could be part of it.
All right, SK Gaming now with the chance to go ahead and lock in their first pick. Are using a decent amount of their bonus time here again like they did last game. Definitely want to take...
See, this is where a lot of teams would just be like, blah, Lyra. But, you know, they sit there and they really think about it for a second.
And they pick Adagio, not Lyra, which you...
I bet Kvalifar takes that to the lane.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
That's an interesting... I mean, we were talking earlier about the fact that sort of it was more of a jungle thing right now.
Can't build Dragon Blood contract on Adagio.
That's true.
I mean, you can.
Or you could.
It's just not,
not
very good.
It's like an Atlas on Adagio.
But there's going to be the Lyra coming off, so Fnatic leaving both of those two open, grabbing one for themselves. I really do hope we see the Adagio up in the lane, because Kvalifar on Adagio should be really fun to watch.
Super strong. That's one of his top picks.
Yeah, just hoping for that carry Adagio. Like, I want to see the carry Adagio because it's disgusting what this pick can do once you get into the mid to late game. Blackfeather very wisely banned away by Fnatic here.
Yeah, I think that makes so much sense, especially paired with the Adagio. You know how dangerous that combination can get, SK.
It's true, but I think Lyra shuts down the Blackfeather, and then Blackfeather would also be in that weapon path that would take him a long time to scale up. It's a strong pick to take away, but I think they could have shut it down.
Interesting. Well, SK, I mean, their answer is to take away the Kestrel here. That leaves Fnatic with another pick. What are they going for? Pairing it with the Lyra here.
There's, I mean, the team that just has to pick the pedal weapon jewel.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, we're going to really kind of have to wait and see. Again, without knowing the rest of the team, I don't know for this pick, but I would like to see them consider the Krull for the last pick, though. Krull, I feel like, you really do have to pull it out as a last pick.
They could Ringo here.
Ringo could definitely come out here. Vox could easily come out here. Glaive, yep. There's so many options. I
think Ringo or Glaive would be my top picks here.
I mean, I like the Ringo and then last picking the Krull, because the thing is when you've got a Lyra, I mean, even before the current, you know, update, she would go to lane and be annoying in lane and not really worry about the jungler. Krull can just farm up, do his thing, get strong, right? So I like picking the Ringo. With that Lyra, it's going to be super strong presence in the lane, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can really bully down, especially if it's going to be the Adagio. You know, force him to constantly have to heal himself. That means he's not going to be getting the energy refund from getting the Gift of Fire down onto opponents.
Vox.
They are going to go for the Vox, though.
I mean, Vox is not so dissimilar from Ringo. In the context of
it's not, but it's a range issue for me. And Vox suffers from range. The silver lining here, as Bacon just mentioned it, is going to be in the Lyra healing the Vox back up, because he will be in a deficit when he's trading with Adagio.
Yeah, would have preferred Ringo just because of that harassment effect. A little bit more harassment coming out of a Ringo than a Vox. If your opponent is far enough away and Adagio can, safely lane against a Vox. Again, assuming that the Adagio is even going to the lane, we still don't know that for sure.
That's true. SK Gaming, they've got 2 back-to-back picks coming up. They could decide to put that Adagio in the roam position, something we've seen a decent amount.
Oh, they definitely could.
Captain, rather.
I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised. It doesn't feel very Jetpacksy.
No,
it feels
it
very
really doesn't.
Yeah.
It definitely does. But we've been surprised before, so definitely using a lot of this bonus time though. Both teams actually very low on bonus time. Again, just showing the gravity of
It's
the
mind
situation.
games, man.
This
It's
really makes
because
me
it's-
feel like they've been scrimming. Rona!
Oh,
I like her.
I don't know if
like
I like it into Lyra.
Yeah, well, okay. You have to be careful with, jumping into the fray with if she has right bulwark up, but that's a long cooldown. And if you know that's down, you jump in, just spin to win.
I want to see some blue power in.
Oh! You could. These are pretty squishy targets.
Yeah.
I know. I feel it. And with the Fortress too.
Oh! That's
I
Jetpacksy.
I
That's
love the
Jetpacksy.
fortress
Yeah.
here. I absolutely love the fortress here with this composition.
Mortal wounds.
Hello, Dragon Blood contracts.
Yeah.
Oh, nom nom nom.
Like mortal wounds, movement speed increase
But-
for Rona. Oh, that's
my- okay.
such a good pick
This
here.
is okay. I vote for SK.
We haven't even seen Fnatic's last pick.
Doesn't matter, bro.
I almost feel like Fnatic needs the curl here. Like 100%.
You think
you
that
need-
works though?
I think it does. I think you need to be able to try and get those weakness stacks built up on the Rona for while she's spinning, just taking her damage down. Rona's also going to be in place, but it's going to be a Samuel 100% SK.
They will have a range advantage with this composition. Samuel's going to shore up some of the weaknesses that Vox is going to have.
But they have the engage.
They have the engage.
I
Also,
mean, you have to get through the Oblivion though. It's kind of like earlier we saw Glaive. He can just afterburn through it and get through it really fast. But this comp, you got to run through it for Adagio and Fortress.
it's true. Also, the Wolves can kind of block out some Malice and Verdict depending when those are released. There were some changes in the last update. They are stronger. The Wolves are stronger. They don't last as long, but I find a little bit more impact with them
Fortress
overall.
also doesn't get as long of a duration on the fortified health from using that ultimate either if you use it in the middle of a team fight.
And so, I mean, I heard you say very briefly there, 100% SK. You're pretty confident in this prediction?
I just really feel like SK have a much better draft this time around. They have the momentum on their side as well. I don't see many ways that they lose this game.
I'm with SK.
Wow, okay. Well, they did manage to do pretty well in the first game. I'm curious about how their comp exactly is going to pan out because it's still possible that they do something like put Rona in lane. I mean, I could see it.
They can, yeah, I mean,
They could.
K-Volvar's done it before with
done
the Jungle
but-
Fortress and then the Captain and Dodge.
Into Vox, kind of lower range, you jump in, you get some good harass off.
If they do something like that, then I start to lean a little towards Fnatic because it's not.
You think that's too crazy?
I don't think it's a very smart decision for SK. However, I do know who is rooting for Fnatic, and that's going to be Mouse Sports. Because if Fnatic does not, rooting for SK. Because if Fnatic wins this game, Mouse Sports will be at the very bottom of the standings and alone with 0 points. So Mouse Sports definitely wants SK to take this one 2-0 as well.
And I'm sure Team Secret also waiting with bated breath for the results of this one because this is a Group A matchup.
Yep.
Whoever wins here will be fighting up against them. Could be SK at this rate or Fnatic maybe if they manage to pull things back a little bit. Let's talk a little bit about when in the game these comps spike as we wait for the players just to finalize this and get into fold. We've got Rona, Fortress, Adagio.
Level 6.
I was going to say, like, pretty early, right? On the flip side, however, Fnatic, they're going to hit a bit of a later power spike that maybe is hard for SK to deal with, right?
I think Vox will hit a later power spike, but Samuel won't. Samuel will be online before that.
Okay.
I mean, at level 2, you have to respect Samuel. He'll take your whole team out. Like, it's not the same damage that you're getting late game, when he's got his Broken Myth up and running, but that is significant damage because teams aren't going to have, or players won't have their defense items up yet. You get into these little skirmishes, and nice drifting dark, Malice and Verdict can get a lot of work done there.
All right, well, it is game number 2 of the series. Can SK close this one out? Let's pass it on over to Jaws and Scoundrel.
Oh boy, oh boy. SK Gaming versus Fnatic. My name is Jaws, joined by Scoundrel yet again. Game number 2. Game, set, and match almost. SK Gaming, my goodness, they look strong. And you know what I love about this season already? The Vainglory, Scoundrel? The different heroes we're seeing. Fortress and Arona coming out as SK.
Yeah, Fortress has been creeping back into the meta ever since the changes in the update 2.2. I think Fortress has kind of been finding a way back in, especially against things like Vox, because it helps you chase them down, helps you get that movement speed. And this actually could be Kvalifar taking Rona to the lane, because this is not something that he is kind of a stranger to. He has played this on multiple occasions. Actually looks like Jetpacks and Kvalifar. The issue is that I'm going to have is against the Lyra and a Vox, you are going to get punished quite heavily.
Yeah, the outrange potential is just so massive. And Techno decided, you know what, I'm going to take the Vox. We're not having it this game. I'm surprised they didn't ban it away, but it must have been a first pick or something along those lines. And Lyra, there's 2 massive picks on the board for Fnatic.
Yeah, I'm not so convinced that Vox is like that strong that you need to first pick him, because I do think that there are counters available. For instance, Ringo in lane does pretty well against Vox, for instance. So you know, if you let Vox up, you probably have a decent idea of how you want to go about playing against him. And I think, you know, SK are the kind of team, especially with the mind of Cavalifar. Cavalif's got a great, you know, strategic mind behind him. And even with the mind of Cavalifar there, you're probably going to be fine to sort of, I guess, essentially have some sort of strategy against the Vox.
Yeah, well, we'll see. A very smart player, and two X-Team secret players facing off against each other as well. Something we definitely wanted to see, and something we talked about as well. I mean, so much history between these two players, and it's really, really interesting to see them actually play against each other. And Palmatoro doing a lot of damage to jetpacks. I mean, they seem to just have the push advantage on this mission wave consistently.
By the way, Jetpack started with Protector contracts and Iron Guard contracts. So he's not actually built any items. He's just gone full like shielding, which I suppose is okay because obviously the shielding versus this Lyra and Vox is going to be fairly influential. But the problem is you do delay your fountain ever so slightly. So I guess at this point SK is saying we don't want to fight, like we're not fighting anytime soon. So I would imagine that is the only reason why he started this particular build.
How can he hold all those contracts? Well, doesn't need to hold them anymore. He's got a life spring. That'll be all right. At least one item on the board for him. Very, very close to the fountain at last. But I cannot believe Lyra was let through yet again. But then Adagio obviously was let through as well.
Yeah,
so...
that's the general trade that you see made. If Lyra and Adagio make it through the ban phase, one team gets Lyra, one team gets Adagio. And I would actually almost argue that maybe Lyra is more influential, but you know, teams seem to be perfectly fine. One thing I do want to point out, by the way, is we're seeing Tyra's go Agent of Wrath and maxing that first, which sometimes you see the max Gift of Fire because obviously the healing is so strong, but you're actually seeing Tyra's max Gift of Wrath, which I guess is because you want to combo with the Fortress and just go all in here.
Oh, there you go. Oh, no. All right. We got too excited too quick.
I got a little bit too excited.
Yeah. We're not back in the action. Sorry, guys. No action just yet. But they are pushing up to the tower. However, I speak too soon as they jump straight in jetpacks. Just the monumental force that is Fortress.
Look at the
just going to jump on. And yet, Net did not stand a chance. That Rona damage as well. My goodness. They're going to have to be careful of Cavalifar.
This, in my opinion, by maxing Agent of Wrath first, you're sending a message of we're aiming to, or rather at least get 3 points in it. I don't know whether he's actually going to full max it, but...
Oh dear, hang on a minute. We got a flank here, and that might just work out for them. However, they might just be able to get out of there. Palmatoro is going to be able to walk out nice and safely, but yeah, I mean, Tyros is sending a message, and he's sending it strong.
Yeah, absolutely. As well as the fact that you've got jetpacks in this Fortress, every time you have your A up, you're going to be looking to just pull the trigger, get onto one of the backline carries, especially with the Rona, who hits pretty hard in the early game as well. And obviously, Tyra's, with the Agent of Wrath getting a couple of points in early on, it gives you extra burst damage to your basic attacks. So, you know, I guess you're just looking to put the pressure onto Vox and Samuel while you can, and continually look to force fights to stop Techno getting towards that magical 3-item spike that the Vox so enjoys. Already got the breaking point, though, Jaws, so he's already 1/3 of the way there.
Oh dear. Well, we've seen what happened previously when 2 of the monocles were completed alongside the breaking point. It just really, that's the end, I think, for a lot of teams, at least in the team fights, if the Vox is untouched. But we'll see if that does come about. And yet again, we're seeing a lot more contracts being picked up into later stages of the game. I mean, Lyra's just got one now. It's kind of an interesting build, because it's not something that I've seen all too often.
No, I haven't seen it too much either, but essentially it's 240 shielding across 2 charges, so 120 shield charge. And that's not talking about the shielding that protects you from crystal power damage. I'm talking about, you know, flat actual shield, almost like fortified health. And again, I suppose it's really valuable at keeping specific targets alive, especially in the earlier fights where things can be so influential. So I like this. I think it's a perfectly cool and acceptable thing to pick up here for both of these captain players. I think SK definitely the ones that are going to want to pull the trigger here. All that movement speed from the Fortress, all the movement speed that Rona has as well. They're just wanting to look to fight, brawl, you know, go toe-to-toe. I think Cavalifar's now waiting for his level 6, which he is very almost at, by the way.
Yeah, and that's when he gets the red mist to hopefully turn one of them into red mist. And one of my favorite actual abilities in the game, Attack of the Pack. Is,
I love all of the Law of the Claw, Truth of the Tooth, Attack of the Pack. They just feel really nice to say, you know.
Yeah, it's really fluid. Well, they might turn into fluid in a minute. No, toilet. It's going to be all right. They're going to get chased up. And the thing I think that is scary is that you just mentioned it. They're just going to run at you. And that Rona is going to do so much damage, coupled with obviously the movement speed as well. It's so terrifying. In fact, JJ's on the other end of that damage. It's just going to have to hop away. And the thing is with Vox, obviously, so much mobility on him. He can play fairly safe in this lane.
One of the main things that we will have to keep an eye on is net toilet and use of Bright Bulwark, though, because one of the things that will stop a Fortress engage right in its tracks is a Bright Bulwark as you're trying to jump into the fray, because you just get stuck on the edge and suddenly you're slow, suddenly you can't get to that back line. And Samuel and Vox are incredible kiting heroes. Sonic Zoom, as well as Samuel's ability to kite with Drifting Dark, are very strong. Actually, net toilet getting caught out here.
Hang on a minute, yeah, it does pop the ult. Everybody's going to follow through, though. And there's nothing that can save you now. Not even Oblivion. Palmatoro just tried to get it off, but it will result in a kill. And another one on the board. However, it doesn't look like Fnatic are done just yet. Cavalifar going fairly low, but they're going to make it out alive.
A little bit of shielding coming out from the protected contract there. Yeah, making sure that Cavalifar made it out squeaky clean. Didn't necessarily need that, though. But again, you can see how it could be useful. I would have maybe liked to have seen Palmatore gone a Frostburn here, you know, first item. We saw most Samuels go Frostburn first item. I probably would have liked to have seen Palmatore do that, because it just makes it even harder for Rona, for Fortress to find their targets, even, you know, beyond the Bright Bulwark. But he's gone for the Eve of Harvest, which gives him a little bit extra sustain. But I don't think sustain is the name of the game. I definitely think control is the name of the game here for Fnatic. So I think, you know, having a Frostburn might be a little more appropriate, but maybe he's building towards it next.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, yeah, like you said, Eve of Harvest is finished, so nice bit of damage on his side. However, Techno JJ, he's got his first monocle finished, and that will mean only one more until he can, well, maybe pop off. We'll have to wait and see. But Cavalifar, I'm so scared of jetpacks and Cavalifar right now, honestly. Just even looking at this, I'm just so scared for Netwell or Techno JJ, because they're going to have such a nightmare just kiting back. But like you said, that's going to be their strength. They're going to have to make sure they can control the fight, rather than obviously let jetpacks and Cavalifar just jump on them.
Also got to keep an eye out on Tyros on this CP Adagio. He'll do a lot of damage now he's finished this alternating current. They're actually feeling pretty confident to sort of wander into the Fnatic side jungle. Not going to really pull the trigger though, as Crystal Sentry has actually just decided to respawn, so might be a bit more difficult, although they jump in.
There we go, and they're getting turned to mist almost. They do end up walking away. Here comes the Sentries for some backup. Go Sentry, go! They're trying to do something. Oblivion lands on two people, however, in the back line. Jetpack's just tanking up a little bit of that damage in the front, just making sure the rest of SK can get out of there. And that was kind of a failed dive from SK. However, Fnatic did a fantastic job of just kiting away.
Yeah, Crucible probably needed fairly soon for that Oblivion, because one Oblivion onto that front line will stop them in their tracks when trying to chase down the back line of Fnatic. My worry for SK is that eventually, you know, once Bright Bulwark is being used properly, once the kiting from the Vox and Palmatore comes through, if Frostburn gets completed, I think there might be too many barriers for them to have to overcome to actually find any form of kill. We'll have to see though. I always felt like Fortress is one of those captain heroes that kind of pushes the early game advantage. And while SK have got a small early game advantage, it's literally just 1,500 gold. It's not like they're rolling in money that they have sort of accrued from the early game. So keep an eye here. I definitely think if this game stretches out, Fnatic have the upper hand.
Rolling in dough. Well, yeah, neither of the teams are right now. Goldminer is obviously on the board. No one contesting it. Everybody just kind of shopping, rather dangerously, in fact. And I'm quite surprised here that SK just haven't gone for something off cooldown. I mean, Attack of the Pack is off cooldown in a couple of seconds, so they might want to look for something now, just making sure they can get on top of Fnatic. And in fact, that's what they want to do. I just predicted that entirely. And they just back off. All right, fair enough. Maybe I didn't.
Pat yourself on the back there, Jules.
Yeah, I will. Don't worry.
I think the worry for Fnatic is because they need to be the ones to force things. So again, I like the fact they're going for Goldmine here. They need to be the ones to start pressuring. They need to be the ones to say, no, you've got to come to us, otherwise we start to take things away. Oh, they do get it and they're going in.
Yeah, Attack of the Pack is running in. They're trying to run them down. However, yet again, Fnatic, I just get so excited to see SK are just diving in, but instantly Netwella is there. Nope. Presses the B, see you later, and everybody just disengages,
Exactly.
and that's just so frustrating.
Exactly, and that is the worry with the SK composition. You know, one bright bulwark and suddenly you can't do anything. So this is kind of what I expected to see as this game was going on. Techno JJ, Sonic zooms out, and suddenly Cavalifar can't even catch up. And if that is a Frostburn, you know, over something like a potential Broken Myth, which definitely would be the better damage item for Palmatoro second, there's almost next to no way that I actually think a Bright Bulwark itself is enough if placed correctly. But obviously Frostburn just makes it even harder for SK to find a fight.
Yeah, and that's why we were discussing earlier. We said, you know, Lyra, I'm happy to see her in the games, but it's just, there's a reason why she's so, she is hotly contested, just because that Bright Bulwark, a massive disengage tool, and even sometimes a massive engage tool. You can kind of zoom in with your ult, Bright Bulwark, hey, you're all slowed up, no worries, we'll just catch up to you that way, and mobility is insane.
It's almost unparalleled as a disengage tool, which is why it's really good with compositions that want to scale and compositions that need to buy time. Because it's almost impossible through a Bright Bulwark to actually find a fight. And that's why you see SK, they're trying with all of their might, but there's no way they can get it, there's no way they can find the right opportunity. And SK may be looking for a flank play here.
They need to do it. Bright Bulwark already been used. It does dissuade SK, but I think now's their chance to go in if they want to. However, Fnatic, they just have so much time to kind of regroup and even just sit there for a little bit and poke back. And there we go. They're just going to push up to the turret.
Bright Bulwark came out, they were too close to their own turret, and SK couldn't find the engage. And this is, I feel like this will be the story of the game, unless they can find a flank, unless they can force the Bright Bulwark out and then engage afterwards. I definitely feel like this is going to be a real issue, and I feel like I can't talk about it enough. It just kind of stops everything that SK want to do in their tracks. Palmatoro has actually gone for the Broken Myth second, so damage output will be through the roof at this point compared to the Frostburn build. Are relying on Netwella only to look for the disengage though, but you would feel that with the box, with the Samuel, they've got enough kite to be able to deal with SK's composition anyway.
Yeah, most definitely. And with that, I think, do you think SK should just kind of turret dive at this point? So they just get on top of Netwella, or are they just going to be disengaged on? Because there's so many zoning abilities as well. Palmatoro, king of zoning abilities, obviously on the Samuel. It's just an absolute nightmare for them. Do you think, or is this a wild accusation that maybe they got a little bit outdrafted?
I definitely feel like they got slightly outdrafted. I think the Lyra is the only thing that's kind of outdrafted them here, because otherwise with the Fortress you can actually quite happily catch up the box with Samuel. But with the Lyra it makes it next to nigh impossible. I do like what SK did though, taking out the Crystal Sentry, getting rid of those lives, basically saying at any point, you know, if we're trying to force an engage, you won't be able to collapse back into your own jungle. Here goes SK.
Well, speaking of a force of an engage, they've now split up the entire team. This is exactly what they needed. Oblivion goes down. It is going to be Reflex block, however, but Cavalify is in the front line. Red Mist is going to be used, but no kills just yet. How are Fnatic still alive? In fact, how are they getting kills off the back of this? Tenento JJ walking forward, just like, all right, I dash into two of you, gets the double kill. And now Cavalify is having to run away. Scoundrel, like SK just cannot catch a break.
Well, they can't catch a break. They can't catch a member of Fnatic.
Exactly.
This is, like you said, I feel like they've just been outdrafted here. Cavalifar now stuck in the Bright Bulwark, has to run away. Prince of Arcanum slows him down. But Techno JJ's at that magical breaking point, double turrets monocle at this point in time. And they're going to get a turret, the first turret of the game actually going over to Fnatic. I actually don't know if there's anything that SK can do at this point in time. I really don't. I suppose maybe get the CP Adagio to late game and maybe have him potentially out-trade Vox, but even that's going to be difficult. He's going to need some armor if he wants to do that. And just on a Broken Myth and an alternating current, you're not going to out-trade the breaking point double tyrants monocle of Techno JJ. Don't feel like there's much that SK can do, Jaws.
I want to see if they can do something, because they've got a ferocious engage comp, but it's just not working out. Too much disengage on Fnatic side.
Well, they've got no repositioning tools. They've got nothing to actually put one of the Fnatic members in peril. They've just got we run at you. And what Lyra is very good at is dealing with we run at you. Do you know what Vox is very good at? Dealing with we run at you. Do you know what Samuel is very good at? Dealing with we run at you. They all do exactly what they need to into this composition, because they're very good at non-instantaneous gap closers, especially, you know, like when there's no glaive, for instance. If there was a glaive on SK's team, I would have said actually maybe we've got a fight.
Oh boy. No, we don't.
No, we don't.
That was it. Oh, hello, Fnatic. They're trading back in. Red Mist is going to be used. That's a lot of damage. Oblivion is going to completely separate the team of SK. However,
Look at
they
Cavalifar
are
go!
going on the pursuit. The Red Mist is coming through. It comes up huge. Darzio picks up the double kill. They've done it.
What?
They did it.
How did
They
that?
got the
What?
ace.
What? What?
Hang on a minute. What? SK, what are you doing?
No,
How did
like,
you do that?
no, not even that. Fnatic, what are you doing? You just face checked Arona and you took Red Mist across the entirety of your team for way too long. Bright Bulwark held on forever. I don't know why Bright Bulwark was held on for that long.
It was on cooldown at the start of the fight. That's why she used it really early, and it was just off
right.
cooldown. That's why it got used so late.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh.
I think I feel like she used that a little bit too readily. They face checked Arona, and Rona just shredded them. That's the one way SK win if Fnatic face checked them, and Fnatic just did.
Oh boy, we've got a game on our hands. SK. Remember, SK are 1-0 right now as well, up against Fnatic. They've just unleashed the Kraken as well. And I don't know what more can go wrong for Fnatic. All they need to do is disengage. But now they've got a Kraken to deal with as well. SK, I think this is their time to shine again.
Yeah, there is a turret to go through here, but it won't last very long against the Kraken. She is wandering up, and she is ready to take this turret down.
boy.
There's the Bright Bulwark stopping the engage, and SK are forced to back off once more. But that A is overdriven. It's on a low cooldown. Jetpacks is ready to keep pulling the trigger.
Doing a lot of damage to that Kraken. That turret will fall, however. Bright Bulwark used. Oblivion needs to be used sometime soon as well. Red Mist also used just for the damage. Cavalifar only escaping with an inch of HP, but he will be alright. Kraken is going to fall, and that is, yet again, Fnatic just kind of playing on the back foot. However, they did exactly what they needed to do earlier, which is just trade back into them and almost knock out Cavalifar.
Exactly, that's the kind of fight that we expect from Fnatic. And if they don't face check SK, that's the fight that should, touch wood, always happen. So I think that SK were gifted that last team fight. I don't think that should be a regular occurrence for this Fnatic lineup, and I don't expect to see them make that mistake again. You can see flares from Net to LA all over the place. He's like, I don't want to make that face check play again. I'm going to keep complete sight of SK.
It's literally a flare every couple of seconds, just to make sure where you guys are. She's also got the War Treads as well, so they maximum disengage potential, but I can imagine, I mean, the next fight, surely, if it doesn't go SK's way, I think, honestly, that is going to be Fnatic breaking the base, because they've got so much range damage as well. They can just easily take down the turret.
Their siege is way better. Their siege is way better than SK.
Yeah,
SK have got more of a dive composition, more of an all-in composition. And that's not so good against what Fnatic are bringing. Fnatic, if they get to a turret, they've got great range potential, they've got great siege too. Although they can't actually go to their own jungle for solace right now, because remember, I think Crystal Sentry's lost its all 3 lives. So there's no more Crystal Sentry for Fnatic, so nothing to protect their jungle, which kind of means now there's a bit more free roam for SK. They can find more flank opportunities, and I think that's where they need to look to make happen. They need to find more flanks, because if you run at them head first, that's not going to catch Fnatic off guard.
Definitely not. I mean, they've only been caught off guard once out of the few fights that we've seen. We'll see if SK do manage to do it. And yeah, a really, I guess, heads up early play, right? Just taking out the Crystal Sentry over and over again, just making sure its lives get depleted to 0 so they can make those insane flanks.
Exactly.
SK looking for something.
They look like they're trying to make one happen again. Cavalifar jumps in.
He does jump in, but he's going to jump out again, because yet again, Fnatic, this disengage comp is just absolutely horrible to play against. However, SK, they want it. They're tempting it. Oblivion's going to come out. Red Mist as well. That's it. Scoundrel, I think they've done it again. No, she gets sent to sleep, however, but the damage is going to get traded back. Palmatoro is completely untouched. However, Fnatic are going to come off worse in that trade. And oh boy, would you look at that. Just what's available for SK. They push Fnatic back, Kraken on the ball.
Oh my word, I've got to give credit to Cavalifar there. Uses his B to gap close initially, forcing the Bright Bulwark from Net Toilette, saves his into the fray till the Bright Bulwark is down, and then commits with it. But this is going to be a big fight around Kraken.
They need to go for
They steal it! They steal it!
They stole the Kraken! Fnatic have got the Kraken. SK need to trade something up really big here. They're just chasing down 10 to JJ really hard, and they can manage to pick him up. Net Toilette is next on the menu. SK need to now pull back. Kraken is on their side of the lane. They need to get out of here. They pick up 1 kill, Scoundrel, but how? How did Net Toilette steal that?
I think it was with the sigil, the Imperial Sigil. I'm not entirely sure, but Lyra is very good at that. Palmatoro may be overstepped.
May have overstepped. Red Mist does come out. He takes a lot of damage. Oblivion only sleeping one. Palmatoro still surviving somehow with the Lyra heals, but now he's completely separated from it. But it doesn't matter. The Kraken is knocking on their turrets. It's going to take another one down before they manage to get to it. They've picked up 2 kills, Scoundrel, but their turrets are falling.
The turrets are falling, but they should be able to take Kraken down before she gets the next one. Kavalifar got a very aggressive Rona build. I like this. He's actually not gone for the Atlas Pauldron, actually gone for the Full Metal Jacket. He might not be able to land those in the box and leaving that over to jetpacks. And he's actually going to go for a 3rd damage item. Some Ronas tend to stop after Breaking Point Serpent's Mask, but I actually think Kavalifar needs the extra damage here, because every single basic attack that he gets onto a carry from the line of a Fnatic is going to be crucial in their chance for victory. You need to burst these members of Fnatic out before they can kite backwards.
Oh boy. This game is getting so tense. They are just, I can't believe SK are sometimes making these fights work, because realistically, Fnatic, they've got such an amazing comp, and you said, obviously the kiting back is just an incredible, it's so incredible to when you pull it off, because SK just can't do anything. But with that Kraken steal, you know, if SK had gotten that one, I really wonder what would happen to Fnatic's base there.
Yeah, I think maybe they would have lost a lot more of their structures if they hadn't managed to pick up that kill onto TechnoJJ. TechnoJJ, real driving force behind taking the turrets here. So yeah, I think SK are definitely holding on to this one. They need to keep doing that sort of engage where they bait out the Bright Bulwark and then choose to engage afterwards, Jaws.
We'll have to wait and see if they do that, because that's I think that's been the catalyst of what happened the last couple of fights. The massive turnaround around 17 minutes or so. I think the Bright Bulwark was down. They re-engaged, Red Mist landed onto a few people, and that was it. Fnatic just dropped right there and then. And we'll see if they can do that, but I've got a feel, Scoundrel, that Net Toilette, his cooldown is only going up. So that's going to be off cooldown very, very shortly, like time and time again, so they can just use it to disengage.
Yeah, there's a very limited opportunity, Jaws, where they can actually find the opportunity to find a fight. So I think that, again, SK have to bait it out and then pull the trigger immediately after it drops off cooldown.
See if they can do that. They're kind of just chilling right now. They're chilling in the Fnatic side jungle. They want to find this opportunity. You can see flares just popping out left, right, and center. There must be so much like flare debris as well all over the fold. Like there's so many flares on this map right now. They're like the canisters being left everywhere. Got to think of the litter. Got to pick up after yourself. I don't know where I was going with that.
Dog. You know, you've got a fortress who's a wolf. You know, maybe that's where you would go with it.
Yeah, I don't know. They need to find and engage. Kraken is yet again on the field. Will they be able to go for it? I mean, Fnatic. I think Fnatic. Do they just kind of need to wait for SK to start up the Kraken and then go for it themselves?
Yeah, potentially. And I think SK are the team that has to make the decision to go for Kraken, because if they just linger around, Kavalifar again baits out the Bright Bulwark with his B. Are we going to see a re-engage? Nope.
This is what they need to do, but yep, Fnatic yet again just so good at pressing SK as soon as that Bright Bulwark comes out.
They're going in though, whoa!
Hang on a minute, Bright Bulwark, Oblivion as well. No, they didn't hit anybody at all, and that means TechnoJJ is completely caught up in the midst of it. Somehow still surviving, I'm not entirely sure, but there we go. Fortress goes down, and then one traded as well. Lyra's going to fall to Adagio. Another kill traded backwards and forwards. SK and Fnatic, Palmatoro versus Tyras. Is he going to be able to do anything? Oblivion's coming through. It's a lot of damage, a lot of pick potential. Surely he's going to get it, but the heals are going to come
Look
through.
At the damage!
Wait, maybe not. No, he didn't manage to get it. Ace comes through. That means he's got the ace buff on his side. What can he do?
I don't know if he can finish the game, Jaws, but he can definitely do some real damage here. Tyra's managed to bait Palmatoro into range of that Gift of Fire. What an engage, though. They run straight in, and it's not actually Kavalifar the one to initiate this time round, so it completely catches Fnatic off guard. Tyra's runs in, gets a massive verse of Judgment down, deals a huge chunk of damage, and then that allows Kavalifar the time and space. I don't think he can go for the win here. Too low on the death timers, and I think Tyra's knows it. He gets one turret and backs out.
Oh man, one turret's better than none. And the gold lead now is stretching up to 4K. I mean, gold is nothing at this point, right? Like, it's just not really, it's meaningless in a sense. It's all about catching the opponent out. However, 3 towers left. Turrets even to 2. Kraken on the board. 5 to 10 as well. This is the thing. SK have got way more kills than Fnatic do, but Fnatic are just so good at disengaging.
Yeah, again, you saw how long it took for Cavalifar and Tyrus to actually pick up kills there. And even at the end of it, even though SK got the engage that they wanted, it was still a very close 3 for 2 at the end of it, where it could have gone either way between Tyrus and Palmatoro. But Tyrus obviously baiting Palmatoro into Gift of Fire range gave him that slight advantage. Definitely feel like SK are winning these by absolute threads. How long will those threads last before they break? It looks like they're going to run straight down lane, though. They're going to force Fnatic to come to them.
Oh wow, yeah, this is exactly what they need. I mean, Fnatic, if they do engage, however, oh no, they're just going to recall. That's a really heads-up play actually from Fnatic. Instead of like coming around from the side, just retreat to your base. But look at Cavalifar, Scoundrel, red mist
he's basically
on the Kraken.
He's trying to solo Kraken right now, but I think Fnatic are wise to this, or are they wise to this? Look at Jetpacks and Tyrus; they're completely baiting this out.
I don't think Fnatic know. Now, I think they've tweaked on because Jetpacks, they are retreating. Kraken's going really low. Fnatic, they need to do something. Attack of the Pack is coming in. Fnatic get jumped on yet again. Red Mist on the 3 people. They need to just do it now. They need to end. SK, if they can get this fight, they've won the whole game. SK, they go down. One falls, but Fortress picks up a kill. Palmatoro in a lot of trouble. Scoundrel, they've done it. Oh, have they? I don't know. This keeps going backwards and forward. Jetpack, what was that? Ace comes through. Fnatic come on top. These fights are too close to call.
These fights are so close between two evenly matched teams. I really feel like Techno JJ has to be the target that you take down for Fnatic first, and he bought enough time. That was almost a brilliant, genius play there by Fnatic. They almost bought enough time for Cavalifar to solo out the Kraken, but not quite. And now Techno JJ is going to try and kite this Kraken around. This crit build that he has decided to go down with the Poison Shiv at the end of it. What a heads up buy. That's going to really shut down Cavalifar in these team fights. And actually, Techno JJ might be able to absolutely solo this.
I think so. It's going to reset. Oh, he got it. It's fine. It's fine. Techno JJ, can he do it actually? He's falling in HP. This is the problem. Couple more hits from the Kraken will do it, but I think he's got it, Scoundrel. Completely soloing out the Kraken. Oh, it almost swung at him there. Completely soloing that out. And now they can just run down the lane with this Kraken. There's no way SK can get on top of them.
Wow. What a play from Techno JJ, doing what Cavalifar could not, and by himself as well. Excellent kiting skills against the Kraken. And SK are now on the back burner. I mean, they've really got to find it in them to win a fight here. They may be looking to make a flank play. Jetpack's stepping up, but I don't know, maybe Cavalifar's looking to jump in behind. Just really surprise them.
Might be a heads-up play from him, but Fnatic, they know something's up. Here we go. Fortress jumps in, and Oblivion is not going to come out. There it is, finally. Red Mist coming through, doing so much damage to Fnatic, but they are kiting back perfectly. Oh my goodness, this could go either way. Again, Techno, he just needs to kite back. That crit build doing so much work. The Kraken, meanwhile, is going to be able to take
Oh, look at him go!
The Red Mist comes through again, comes up huge.
Can't believe it!
Palmatoro falls. It's the Kraken versus the entire squad of SK. As soon as they take out Palmatoro, but he's still alive. Scoundrel, how are they doing this?
Oh my God.
Traded up a kill. This is going to be a base race. 2 SK members versus the Kraken. Which one will win? I'm not entirely sure. Kraken's at least going to get 1 turret. What is going on?
Oh, Cavalifar and Tyrus now versus. They should be able to do this more quickly than the Kraken. They have the turret advantage. They're taking out the second.
They're going to do it. Cavalifar's going to do it. Look at the damage from him. The Vein Crystal's going to fall as well. SK Gaming, they take a 2-0 in this best of 3. Fnatic, they had the perfect composition to take out SK, but they didn't manage to do it. 2-0 SK.
What did I just see? Cavalifar with that heads-up play in the brush, looking for the flank, ran right into them, caught Techno JJ off guard, and SK just somehow claw into victory. It felt like that shouldn't have happened. It felt like SK and Fnatic should have sewn this one up, put it in their backsack and said, that's 1-1. But no, Cavalifar and SK somehow find that edge. This is what Cavalifar has always been good at. Team fights have been his excellence. And you can see here his positioning was just as good as it was on Vox on this Rona. Comes out, finds that final engage that worked so well for them, and SK raced that Kraken to victory. What a blinking brilliant game to end the series and to end the European Dayjars.
Oh my goodness. Do you know what's the best thing about this as well, Scoundrel? This is week 1.
This is
we're
day
seeing
one of
game
week
like,
one.
Oh yeah, day one. Yeah, of course it is. Day one of week one, and we're seeing games like this. I mean, I'm going to need to have that broken down further for me. I'm going to throw it over to the analyst desk because we're a little bit out of breath. We need a drink.
I'm done.
We'll see you guys soon.
Well, don't worry about it, guys. You are done for the day. That's the end of Europe with SK
What an
Gaming
ending.
taking a 2-0 over Fnatic. Very impressive stuff. I feel like Fnatic had their moments. Certainly, Techno nearly pulling it back with that play and getting the Kraken. But, man, SK are looking strong.
Looking real strong.
Yeah.
I mean, I said I wanted to see what Tyrus could do. He definitely impressed me here today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's not often you see a team get to solo Kraken and still not get the victory, but an incredible job by SK. It looked super shaky. I'm still not a huge fan of them sending the Rona into the lane and putting the Adagio in the jungle. I feel like if those two had been swapped, this game's over much quicker, but they still end up somehow managing to take that last fight.
That being said, I do kind of feel like Kvalifar just, like, knew what to do on that Rona to an extent where maybe no one else would have, right? Like, he was making plays, and I'd see him jump on the back line, for example, right, onto Samuel, and I'd be like, is that really going to work? You need to get the AoE down. But he'd just live and then come back into the fight later on and make it happen. In fact, let's take a look at the replay from the last fight of that game. I'm pretty sure this is one of the examples of him doing what I was just talking about. You know, he really does go very deep for the Samuel, but it ends up panning out regardless.
Yeah, you can see he jumps immediately, goes for that back line right there, starts spinning onto Techno JJ, has to come back, gets very, very low. But clutch play, I think that Verse of Judgment, even though it doesn't actually connect, it really helps because it keeps Kvalifar safe. They don't want to engage onto it. Then he just comes back in, gets another red mist down, and they are able to clean up that fight. And of course, from there, go on to win the game.
Yeah, Techno, it was really interesting, right? Because he kind of said to himself, all right, Kvalifar, he blew all his cooldowns. Now's the chance for me to go a little bit closer and do something. That's when that verse comes out. He can't actually stay in range. Then Kvalifar's like, okay, now it's my turn.
Yeah.
You know, it's like a real back and forth fight. Very cool stuff from Kvalifar with the Rona, though.
Yeah, you had one team that wanted to run at the other, and one team that was very good at kiting backwards. Fnatic, almost just by kiting backwards in these fights, were able to somehow take the game. But SK, they set the pace, they followed through.
Yeah, the team play from SK is, I think, the biggest takeaway from this. Tyrus, the new guy, obviously really coming through in a big way this series, kind of, you know, showing that he is a name, that he's a force people are going to have to reckon with. But the overall cohesion of SK was what really blew me away.
Yeah.
I think he might win the Rookie of Europe day one for me. I don't know, maybe that's a little bit too specific, too niche of an award, but it was really strong stuff from him. Guys, if you want to win some epic keys, we are doing a quick giveaway of that. Make sure you type the name of the winning team as all one word and lowercase in the Twitch chat for your chance to win. Now, let's take a look at how the brackets are shaping up after day one. We do have our semifinals locked in. It's going to be Team Secret up against SK Gaming, and then Denial Esports up against Cyclone. It looks like, yeah, so two teams did get 0 points. Mousesports and Fnatic weren't able to pick up a single win. In case you guys missed it, Cyclone took the 2-1 over G2 in that background series. Interesting developments in the first day of the first week here.
You know, in my mind, SK have been poised for the last 3 seasons to break into the very top. And they've been so close. They've been so close. They have just skyrocketed past all these other teams and what they've accomplished as far as just seeing them today with this new roster, the way they were playing. We know they're talented. It was, can they put together synergy? And right now it looks like they have it.
I mean, when you got a jetpack, skyrocketing isn't that hard,
Woo!
right? But yeah, I mean, really impressive stuff. And I know you've been an advocate of SK for a really long time, so it's definitely got to be vindicating seeing them finally start to make a little stride.
I've been in their corner. I mean, I think they've had all of the ingredients. It's just been trying to find a way to put it together.
And well, they got a couple of extra ingredients this season around and definitely look strong. I mean, that matchup tomorrow, Team Secret versus SK, that's going to be do not miss action. The winner of that one could potentially even be the one that wins the whole week.
Yeah.
All right, well, we're quickly going to be looking at the standings now. Of course, it does have the North American ones. There haven't been any games yet. Those are all 0, but you can see up at the top, Team Secret, Denial Esports, not Beyond Horizon, Cyclone, and SK Gaming all have won their first day of games. So they've all got 2. Then we've got G2 and Rising Lotus tied for 1, and Fnatic and Mousesports down at 0.
Yeah, it's rough, during the first week. Sitting at the bottom, it's not the worst thing in the world because there are plenty of other weeks to go. Three additional opportunities for those two teams at the bottom to get some more points and get out of the challenge battles territory there. So definitely need to step their game up a little, though.
Yeah, and Fnatic won't be matching up against SK in D1 for any other weeks. So that's something they can look forward to.
At least they got it out of the way.
Yeah,
I don't think
get the
this is going to
difficult
be
one out first.
I don't think it's going to be indicative of how the season will go for them.
All right, well, we'll have to find out as the season progresses, but right now we're going to be progressing to the North American broadcast for today. So we're going to be going to a quick break. When we're back, we'll kick things off with Echo Fox versus Cloud9.